Alrighty, I think it's live. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a great morning. Today is September 11th, 2024. It is about 5:30 a.m., actually a little bit prior to that. And why we are early is because the CPI is about to get released.
So we are about to go over all that data.
We're going to have all of that data right when it comes out. You should be able to watch the recap here. We're going to go over what it means. Then we're going to examine it and digest it for a little bit. Then we're going to get into our basic news, and then we're going to start our morning. But after the debate yesterday, this is kind of a big deal. It already was a big deal, but now we have everything full picture, and then we go from there. So the only downside, if you are new, you will not be able to chat for 24 hours. Why? Because I want you to make it an investment. Just like we have the long term, we got a big account, a small account. It's one thing about knowing about the stock market. It's another thing to save your money and actually own it. So just like you got to invest in the Chad, I hope you invest in yourself and get a long term. So Chadadonia, I hope you guys are ready. Good morning to all of my beautiful souls, baby. Happy Wednesday, but we got to get the ball rolling here. We have 5 minutes till the data, so I'm going to go over the preview here a little bit. I'm going to recap a couple of the news things. Hopefully you watched yesterday's watch list. Even before the debate, we went over a couple of things. I don't think today is going to be that crazy, but you never know. And fun fact with bonds, so far in September, the bonds have not closed red once. Yes, every day has been green for the bonds in September, but here it is, my friends. So everybody has predicted about 0.2 monthly increase on core CPI. 4 of the 59 forecasters are predicting a 0.1 reading, while all 5 of them had 0.3 call. Note, we have not seen a monthly rise as high as 0.3 since April. That would be quite unwelcome if it happened today. The headline experts are expecting that headline rises by 0.1 in August, same as July, and that core goes up by 0.18 versus 0.17. Year over year, that's 2.5 on headline, 3.2 for core. If the forecast is correct, CPI on the 1, 3, and 6 month annualized will increase 2.2, 1.6, and 2.5. That suggests that the short-term momentum of inflation has been consistently within the Fed's 2% target. Bloomberg's Economic is expecting a downside risk with the model predicting a rate of 0.1 month over month. Notable inflation swaps point to a similar below consensus reading. S&P futures are down by 0.1 ahead of it. Today's data will set the tone for the Fed week. A good set of numbers that confirm inflation is tracking towards target will leave the door wide open for 50 basis point, but a stubborn reading that suggests inflation is stickier than expected will have the opposite effect. While it would take a major upside surprise to derail next week's expected cut, it's not hard to imagine how a firm reading would hose down expectations of a larger move. Today will dictate whether the inflation story really has gotten away or not. The August jobs report last Friday was not conclusive in terms of arguing in favor of 25 or 50 basis points. Commentary from the Fed afterwards also did not offer a clear signal. CPI report today will prove convincingly very soft data could possibly tip the balance towards 50. A CPI report that came in hotter than expected would probably make the bar pretty high for the Fed to kick off rates with a 0.5 point move. They make the interesting observation that if headline and core come in at 2.6 and 3.2 from a year ago, which they expect, it would be the 4th consecutive CPI, which is below the Fed's 2% target in PCE terms. There's a lot of market uncertainty around the report and how it'll impact September decision and the possibility of a jumbo cut, but the onus still remains that inflation metrics prove why 0.5 point is a viable option for the Fed instead of a typical quarter-point move. Right now, swap traders are pricing in some 30 basis points of easing next week, about on par where they were after the Friday jobs report. Rate strategists at BMO ultimately expect it'll take a low 0.1 core print alongside moderating and non-housing services to get the market to price in the 50 basis points firmly. August CPI report will likely suggest firms are having difficulty passing higher input costs on to consumers, even as freight has risen. That suggests further margin compression down the line. If the Fed wants to go for 50 basis point at September, the subdued core CPI print we expect for August won't stand in their way. While we think the Fed Chair Powell is inclined to cut by 50, the majority of the FOMC favors 25 basis point move. If they forego a jumbo cut, we think odds are slightly favor the smaller move. The Fed risks falling further behind the curve. A few things weighed on core inflation in July might show a partial reversal, including airfare, used car, and hospital services. Shelter index, that accounted for 90% of last month's increase, rose by 0.4 last month. The 2-year Treasury has been on a rally all month, and that will move the most. Let's see. Let me get the BLS. We got 1 minute, Chad Adonia. I hope you're ready. Oh, coffee on me. First time super Chad. Thank you, Rodney. Good morning, baby. I hope you're ready. It is it's arriving, you guys. It is arriving. So 30 seconds. Again, you could go to the BLS. I'll read it for you. I would just watch bonds in the end. I think those are going to move a little bit more. And then again, as long as everything is in line, everyone's going to be optimistic. If you get a lower core number and a lower 0.1 metric on the month over month, everybody and their mother will freak out. And they're going to start saying that you have better than a soft landing and that the core inflation is below the Fed's target. So get ready. Yep, here it is. Boop! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. So hold on. It came in 0.2, which is a little higher. So just think about it. I was just telling you right now, if we get like a 0.1 move or something like that, that did not happen. Core came in higher. So hold on. I honestly think it's just a knee-jerk reaction. Be very, very careful. That may not be there. But yeah, headline came in at 2.5 versus 2.5 expecting. The core was a little lower. Let me get you the full reading. So yeah, 2.5 on the year over year, which was good. But then core came in hotter, which was around 0.3. And then month over month was 0.2. So it wasn't bad, but it just wasn't as good as you would have expected. Again, headline, that number came in lower. It was core, which was a little bit stickier, which kind of got in the way. So very interesting, honestly. I thought today, I didn't think today would be that big of a deal. Honestly, bonds are only moving 0.1%, but they did give up that 0.3, 0.4 gain. But when it's all said and done, I just think the core wasn't as sweet. So that could have been a lot better, but it wasn't. That's the easiest way to put it. So again, I don't even know the last time we had a hotter expected core. So again, I don't know how this stands for the whole 50 basis point. Yeah, that's exactly. You're on the right track. This doesn't. Does this mean you don't get a rate cut? No, I don't think it changes that. But if you were hoping for like 50 basis points, I mean, this isn't really the CPI report ahead of the meeting that makes you like, oh, wow, there it is. So if anything, this solidifies a quarter, but it kind of throws 50 basis points out the window. We'll see how people align with it. Let me read you the actual report. Please hold while we connect your call. So I'll keep that here. So watch out again. First move was down. Again, I don't know if this is going to kill the market, but like I say, I think it just pours cold water. Honestly, you're not wrong. I could agree with you on soft landing. Unfortunately, I don't want to agree with it, but again, once again, big hype, big event, and we, what's going to happen? But then it's like a gradual number moving exactly where you want. But the core print was a little hot. That part is a little weird, but headline was perfect. This core on a broader sense, a good sign, yes. Again, it's just a little hot, but I don't think you get aggressive move. I don't think you get a small one. So there's your first little bounce. See what happens. So again, CPI increased 0.2 on a seasonally adjusted basis. Same in July. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported the index of shelter rose by 0.5. That was higher than last month on all items, including food. The food index rose by 0.1 in August after rising 0.2 in July. Index for food away from home went up by 0.3, while the index for food away from home was unchanged last month. Energy fell by 0.8 after being unchanged in the preceding month. Index for items less food and energy rose by 0.3 after rising 0.2 on the preceding months. Index increased in August included shelter, airlines, motor vehicle insurance, education, and apparel. That sucks. So everything that went up last month went up again. Including vehicle insurance. That actually went down last month. Very weird. And then the index for used cars and trucks, household furnishing, medical care, communication, and recreation were amongst those that declined. The item for all items index rose 2.5. So that was good. Again, headline was very, very good. It was the core that wasn't good. That's what gave you knee-jerk reaction down. Smallest 12-month increase since February of 21. All items less food and energy rose by 3.2 over the last 12 months. That's below the 4% average over the last 12 months. And then food index increased by 2.1 over the last year. Here's every sector. I want to see. So again, motor vehicle insurance, apparel, and food away from home. These all increased. So food increased by 0.1 in August after rising 0.2. Two of the 6 major grocery store food groups increased. The index for meat, poultry, fish, and eggs rose by 0.8. Non-alcoholic beverages fell by 0.7 after rising 0.5 in July. Food away from home rose by 0.3 after rising 0.2 in July. Index for limited service meals rose by 0.3. Index for food away from home rose by 0.9 over the last 12 months. Meats, poultry, and eggs have rose by 3.2 over the last 12 months. And non-alcoholic beverages increased by 1.3. So again, remember, on a broader basis, everything is meeting the goal. Remember, people were saying if that core number comes in, you're below the Fed target. But then, like, again, if you do go like food, technically food for the last 12 months is still above the Fed's target of 2%. So food away from home, 4%. Again, it's been up 4.3 over the last 12 months. Energy decreased by 0.8. Gasoline fell. So gasoline decreased 2.7 before seasonal adjustment. Electricity went down by 0.7 and natural gas fell by 0.1. Energy went down by 4% over the last 12 months. Gasoline fell 10% over the last 12 months. So again, energy is hooking you up on CPI. Still, all items less food and energy rose by 0.3. Index for owners, index for equivalent of rent rose by 0.5. But from the previous 0.4, lodging away from home rose by 1.8 in August after rising 2. Damn. So summer hotel shit ran up a lot. Airline fares rose by 3.9 in August after declining in each of the previous 5 months. So I'll just tell you now, CPI is already showing a pickup in travel. That's crazy. So airlines went up for the first time in 5 months. Index for motor vehicle insurance went up by 0.6. Education also increased, and then used cars and trucks fell by 1%. Shelter index increased 5.2 over the last year. So literally, shelter is still almost double the Fed target. So again, although some of these numbers are there, on average, nobody gives a shit. Hi, welcome. Brief explanation of CPI, sampling error, and then I think that's it, my friends. So let me see what else I could get you, but I think it was neutral, slightly negative. Everyone's just going to focus on core being a little hot, but that's it. This still confirms your rate cut, but it just doesn't give you 25, and then, I mean, fact of the matter, some segments are still running pretty high. Yeah, shelter has not came down. Food away from home, car insurance, again, even apparel, lodging, airlines, all of those things are up. And again, even food. I mean, when it's all said and done, although we exclude food and energy and it's volatile, on a 12-month basis, food is still above the Fed's target. Rent is almost double the 2% or triple the Fed target. So it's a little weird, but at the end of the day, I don't think this gets in the way of one rate cut, but it gets in the way of two for sure. So it looks like motor vehicle insurance is cooling, rose by 0.6 in August, but higher by 16.5 a year ago. What do you mean it's cooling? Year-on-year increase are in line. Core CPI is up by 3.2. Fed Chair Powell, for a while, has put an emphasis on 12-month figures, so no reversal in disinflation, just no further progress today. Higher than expected core was not what traders were hoping for, said Steve Sosnick of Interactive Brokers. He highlights that this is the second straight month of higher than expected labor cost reading, with real average hourly and weekly earnings rising more than forecast. It should be enough to take an edge off the rally in treasuries yesterday. Yields are now higher across the curve. Airline fares rose by 3.9 in August after falling for 5 months in a row. Unsurprisingly, housing was the biggest culprit. There's those on the FOMC who are worried about taking their foot off the brakes. Only 5 of the 65 forecasters on the Bloomberg survey of economists called for a 0.3 increase in core. Almost everybody was in at 0.2, with 4 of them at 0.1. Immediate focus on month-over-month stubborn core reading. And market first reaction was down 0.5. Now you've shaved off half of that. Another month of service, baby. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to Vets, baby. Well, I don't know. It could be summer, but I do know travel dropped a lot But all of a sudden, travel is back with a vengeance on this report. So lodging away from home, airlines, again, for 5 months, airline prices went down, and now they rocketed up by like 3 to 4%. And then again, lodging away from home, hotel prices, Airbnb prices were going down, even reflected on the CPI. And that is not the case right now. So food costs barely rose on the month, 0.1, but there's some movement under the hood. They note that meat, poultry, and fish rose by 0.8, and the index for eggs rose by 4.8. Richard Flynn, managing director at Charles Schwab UK, said that this print adds to the latest chorus telling the Fed that it's pivot time. Some market watchers are hoping for aggressive 0.5 cut at the next meeting, but this could prompt inflation to fall too swiftly, which would likely be consistent with the recession. More gradual cuts would hedge against this and move and have historically been favorable for equities. It's been a long cycle, but in this case, slow and steady should win the race. So an unrounded month-over-month of 0.187 versus 0.115. So it technically was higher on an unrounded basis. Good morning. Yeah, today should lock in one cut and then reduce the odds of 50 basis point, says Ira Jersey. But the Fed could have enough comfort to think it could begin a string of modern cuts. Over time, the yield curve may again bull steepen after adjusting for less risk of a supersized initial cut. Damn, so some people think the curve will steepen again. Interesting. Or invert. We all know the numbers are fake. Well, that's the thing I said. Nobody really cares about CPI. Again, we have PPI tomorrow, and that will be bigger. The Fed looks at PCE, but imagine, on the data like non-farms, I could show you other data that is correlated with the jobs, but with the CPI, there's not really any data that shows you it. So there's an element of effery. I mean, just keep in mind, everybody is getting excited, but I hate to break it to you, when it's all said and done, your CPI is only lower because of gas and because food is not insane, but it's still double the Fed target. And you still have there's one more glaring aspect of the CPI. Oh, and rent. Rent is disgusting. So it's a very weird dynamic, but that's why what I just read to you, you got to think about it. Energy is down 10% on the year, and that's one of the biggest metrics there of the CPI. But when you look at it, the housing and the food and some of the basic stuff, those have not came down. So like essentially the Fed's super core, imagine everybody getting excited over the last year about inflation coming down, but super core is still elevated. So rent is still up there and a lot of those other factors that are really sticky. Believe it or not, in 3 years, they have not came down. I think today gives you 25. I mean, again, the market was pricing in 1. We had a bigger reaction yesterday. I don't know. I mean, I think the market, maybe we overshoot, maybe we underwhelm, but when it's all said and done, tying this into Powell, this took off 50 basis points, and it's going to calm people down, but then again, we're still on path for a rate cut by next week. I'd say that's where we firmly fall. So give it a couple more minutes here. You're going to get your first 15 minutes, but it looks like almost 0.5% down on your first candle. Bonds are lower after starting off the month with only green. And then we'll see where this takes us, my friends. We will see where this takes us. But, Chattadonia, I need to set up the news. So on that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom here, and I'm going to go prepare your news here in the morning. If anything mind-blowing comes out, I will interrupt, but bear with me as I get you some of the talking heads as I prepare for you your news. Good morning, baby. And yeah, we'll come back with some good mornings. Hi. Hi.
Richard, I want to come back to you. You touched on it, the differences between now and 2019. The difference between where you think neutral is and where the Fed is, anywhere between 100 and 150 basis points. Why are they still there? in the twos? Is it because they don't want to have the conversation yet? They don't want to signal where things are? They haven't thought about it? Or do they truly believe this is where neutral is?
No, again, I think the policymakers that you're looking at are political economists. And getting back to that low level of interest rates allows them to do things that
political economists, ICE,
it allows them
IPE.
to try to create an environment where they're going to try to rebalance income distribution, and they're going to try to grow the employment rate and grow wage and salary income to make up for the shortfall that was created by the COVID inflation. And I think this is their underlying motivation. I can't argue with the motivation. I can argue with the tactic to get there. I don't think the aggressive adjustments or the fact that we have to get to lower levels of rates are going to do it for them. I think they're better off doing, again, David and I agree, doing a very gradual approach to allow the economy to adjust to this, allow the economy to move on its own basis, not based on policy stimulus. This is a Fed that I think wants to add policy stimulus in 2025 when there's going to be less fiscal policy stimulus. And then when we get a new president, we get a new budget, we're going to have fiscal stimulus in 2026. So they're going to try to juice the economy as long as they can because they believe global deflation bails them out.
I'm not sure if I should be happy or nervous that you both finally agree, but this is what we've got.
Scared.
David Kelly, Stephen Shishudo, to the both of you, thank you guys, appreciate it. Inflation coming in just a little bit hotter than expected. Lisa, at the front end of the curve, we're seeing a sell-off in bonds and a bit of a pullback in equities as well off the back of this.
You know, it's interesting. You were talking about that 10 basis point move in yields, and that sounds like a lot, but based on recent moves, it hasn't been that much. I wonder if this is the new normal, right? That without some sort of guide from the Fed, without some clarity, if this is the kind of move that we're going to see on an ongoing basis.
Are you expecting to see some notes that now say 25 instead of 50?
Pretty much across the board. That's what the market's saying. If you look at world interest rate projections right now, there is about 29 basis points of a cut being priced in. Basically, it's 25 basis points that's being priced into the market now.
Certainly feels like that's the base case as this market prices out the more aggressive tone at the front end of the curve that we've seen build up over the last month. We're up by 9 basis points on a 2-year to, let's call it, about 360, 370. We pause now for a moment of silence, being held throughout the city of New York and across this country and around the world.
Yeah, let's
in
do it,
remembrance
Chad.
of the September 11th terror
We might do this at the beginning of our pledge.
23 years ago, hijacked American Airlines Flight 11
literally
struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
Right, quick, march.
With Barclays, every change leads to a bold possibility.
That's crazy. It leads into an ad. Welcome to America.
We have the insights, financial solutions,
Bloomberg.
and global perspectives.
Yeah,
to help
that
you
was
make
a
it
moment
real.
of silence.
Barclays Investment Bank.
Well, amen, man. Amen. Shout out to everybody who has fought for this country, man. We're going to do it again here in the morning, but literally it was 8:45. So that is that's quite crazy. I'm setting up your news right now, too, so I'm making sure that we get this here for you. Again, you already had CPI, bonds lower. Bonds kind of deserve it. Again, it's been this is the first time bonds will go negative on the thing. I don't know if it's a bearish take. I think 25 basis points. I don't think today gave you the surprise that you could have had, because today could have been very bullish. Today could have been inflation was even lower, add even more fire to the story, and then we could have been talking about 50 basis points and how everything's fine. I mean, just this kind of like the jobs report. Everything is oddly coming in. That's why it's like kind of soft landing, more or less. So, I do think today it's both bearish and bullish, but more so bullish in the sense that it all just says that you have your soft landing on the way. We're going to get your one cut next week, and that's pretty much it. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. All right. Well, please hold still. I'm still getting this. I don't know. Where did we close? Didn't it yesterday? We've kind of been in this weird little range. Yeah. So we'll see. We're in between Monday's close, where we're at like Thursday on last week. So very interesting spot. And then bonds are even going a little lower. So we will find out. Good morning. We haven't gone to our good mornings yet. I got to put together all the news. I'm waiting until they get back from commercial. But I'm still putting this all together. I have a little bit of it, but again, usually I got to update it there after everything that's gone on. Okay. All right, BRB.
Is looking at a yield that's higher by 4 basis points. The 2 years down and yields are up by 8. In foreign exchange, the dollar is now stronger. Dollar yen had dropped to 140.71 earlier in the session. It's now back at 142.40. We had some economic data about 20 minutes ago. CPI coming in hotter than expected, 0.3% month over month, excluding food and energy. So that's the core print. We were looking for 0.2. That very marginal difference, apparently the difference between the Fed going 25 instead of 50 a week from today. We'll have that conversation in just a moment. As we count you down to the opening bell, a couple of things to watch for the markets in the next couple of days. Here's your trading diary, the calendar, the agenda. Tomorrow we'll get an ECB rate decision, US PPI data plus another round of jobless claims. And on Friday, UMich consumer sentiment report comes out as well. And Mike McKee's with us around the table still, our economics and policy correspondent. Mike, that was the last CPI print going into the Fed decision a week today.
Indeed.
There is a feeling that this shifts away from 50 and shifts the conversation towards 25.
It wasn't definitive, so it didn't make a real case for 50 basis points. But I want to go back to what we were talking about earlier with the impact of housing on this. And if you take housing out, how inflation has really come down. You look at the 12-month rates, and we talked about that, 2.5% for the headline, 3.2% for the core. That includes inflation a year ago, which is not relevant to the Fed anymore. You take a look at the 6-month moving average, and it's 2% for the headline and 1.8% for the core. And then if you look at the 3-month, the most recent 3 months moving average, 1.1% for headline CPI and 2.4% for core. So inflation has really dropped. And if you look at those numbers and think about how PCE translates, 3, 4, 5 basis points lower, the Fed is in a good position to cut. If they felt there was a need, they could point to those numbers and say, we could do 50.
Right now, the market is saying they won't. Right now, the market is saying they're going to go 25 basis points because that way they can go gradually and kind of not spook anyone. Is there any data between now and a week from now that could change this picture? University of Michigan sentiment survey, anything that really could potentially tip the difference?
I don't think so. There hasn't been any indication. We saw the New York Fed numbers on inflation expectations. They didn't move really. The Michigan expectations numbers, even if they move, wouldn't move all that much. So I don't think that would be the only possible thing that could derail it if people suddenly said inflation was coming back. But with these kind of numbers, you don't think that's the impression that people are going to get, because food prices, as we said, leveled out. Gasoline prices went down.
So, Mike, are you calling it? It is no longer debate. It's 25?
Oh, I did that on Jobs Day. But yeah, I think 25 basis points, because that's the Fed's kind of base case. They're risk averse. They are in the process of managing risk, and they would rather do 25 and see what happens rather than do 50 and then have some sort of surprise where they'd have to backtrack. So I think at this point it is likely to be 25 unless there's something we don't know about, which of course gets to that argument of what do they know that we don't know.
Of course, not much. There were two Chairman Powells in the summer. One Chairman Powell suggested the labour market was strong and that's a reason to wait, a reason that we can be patient. Then Chairman Powell in Jackson Hole, Wyoming sounded like a 50 basis point rate cut chairman. Which chairman do we hear from next week after that inflation report?
I think you'll hear more of the 25 basis point chairman, but one who expresses confidence that inflation is now going to get to their target, and so they therefore can continue moving. And then you look at what Chris Waller said about if we see further data showing the weakening of the economy, we could front load, we could go to 50. So that'll be on the table for a while till we see all the data ahead of the November meeting.
We hear a little bit more from the man from Sintra and not the man from Jackson. Is that fair?
Probably. What I'd like to see is actually dissent. What I'd like to see are some of the people who are calling for 50 basis points and saying just to make things accommodative right now. Austin Goolsbee, for example. Austin, I'm looking at you. Chicago Fed president. If you dissent, I think that would be a valid way to sort of represent that people do have different views in the FOMC committee. Just suggestion.
Who are the voting members you're looking for that might dissent next week?
I think the only one that would be a possibility would be Mickey Bowman. She's been fairly firm on that, but the problem is she's a Fed governor, and we haven't had a governor dissent since 2005. So it would be seen as a big deal, so she would have to really feel like it was important to make that case.
19 years. Sure. Yeah. 19 years since a governor dissented on the FOMC.
But this is the issue. They clearly disagree with one another. What's the problem, right? Why not just represent the views in something other than commentary, just to highlight, look, we're not sure. So, don't read too much into this. We're just humans.
Do you guys want my answer? Yield to higher by 7 basis points. The equity market.
I hate to be that guy. I hate to start off your morning with tinfoil, but my tinfoil, why they don't dissent anymore, is because the algos don't know how to handle it. You know what I'm saying? Because when it comes out, because there used to be dissents. Back in the day, I used to witness them. So back in the day, there would be a dissent, and market would trip out a little bit on the Fed meetings. So that's my tinfoil. Literally, I don't think the algo knows how to read a dissent, because they're like, oh, shit, what does it mean then if 1 out of 2 or 1 out of 12 or 2 out of 12? And then what does it mean? So they don't. So then they're like, okay, we all need unanimity. We all need to be unanimous and concentrated in our efforts. That's my tin. But don't let me go crazy, baby. We already had the data. Look at that, man. Bonds are left in the dust, but equities are already back up. Bro, I'm telling you, man. If you guys have ever been here, remember I tell y'all every 15 minutes? Every 15 minutes, you're going to get computer-like moves, bro. It's doing it again. So this time, again, bonds. I think out of everything, although everyone's making a reaction to what the data said, they are throwing 50 basis points off the table. And remember what I was showing you yesterday, the 2-year, the 10-year, the bonds have really, really rallied here. So if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if equities want to do whatever. Remember, we're pricing in 1%, but the bonds are the one. They're the answer. And Bradley Frizzle and the Peaches, the answer is, well, baby, it's here. Oh my gosh. What better way to say good morning than starting off with the peach? Let's go, baby. Chadadonia, what's up? Good morning, baby. Good morning, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning, Peach Nation. What up, Joshua Dickey? What up, Dos Nachos? What up, Ed Monte? What up, Devin? El Trapato, Trapper, Frank, Curtis, Todd, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What's going on, Monica? How we living, Luis? What up, Hey Dear? What up, Energy? PNC, baby. Roy Flynn, CYB, Najee Wolf. Oh, my gosh. Good morning, baby. How we living? What up, Fina? Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Let's get this shit. Let's get the long tar Jesse, Battleborn, Hunter, Lori, Malcolm, Mark. Good morning, baby. What's going on, young ugly? What up, waka, 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 wataka, wataka. Have you ever seen, like, movies and they got, like, caveman? And the caveman, like, wataka, wataka, wataka. I love it. I love caveman language. You know that? That's what I do. I'm sorry if I'm excited. It's day to day. What up, Turbo? Me Nacho Dino. 10 women, baby. Oh, young, oh, shot. What's going on? Wataka, wataka, taka, taka. Oh, what about the Twitch? What about Blizzy B? What about Taco, Sergeant, 12, Jimin, Angelus, Preforms, The Mercator, Lizzie, Feed Me Seymour, Sasha Grey Matter, Blowing Doll, Cam, Dev Patel, Eddie, Dubstep, Cleo, Robo Handtech, Real Fried Rice, Jose Rivera, T-Sway, and Uncle Nick, baby. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chad, y'all ready to go? We're hella early, man. It's 6 o'clock. So we'll get over all the headlines. We'll have a lot of time to go over everything, okay? So don't worry if you missed anything. I'll be able to recap it. Again, I think bonds are going to be the answer, though, today. You're going to get a weird mix between equities and everybody settling into rate cuts. Not 2 rate cuts, but 1, and then finding your path forward from there, my friend. So here is your data and news. Good morning. Stock futures fall, bonds rise in countdown to CPI. S&P 500 futures dropped 0.5%. The yield on 10-year treasuries advanced 2 basis points to 3.66%. The dollar wavered. The so-called core consumer price index, which excludes food and energy costs, increased 0.3% from July and 3.2% from a year ago. Economists see the core gauge as a better indicator of underlying inflation than the overall CPI. That measure climbed to 0.2% from the prior month and 2.5% from a year ago in August, marking the 5th straight month the annual measure has eased and dragged down by cheaper gasoline prices. Worries over slowing growth in major economies have resurfaced, with oil trading below $70 and global bond yields retreating to a 2-year low this week. And we do think that the downside risks for growth are higher than the upside risks for inflation. Cameron Dawson, Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth, said in an interview, if you look at wage growth, there's really no signs that wage growth is picking up. The question for policymakers is whether the data warrants an outsized interest rate cut of 50 basis points or whether a quarter-point interest rate cut is enough. Traders are fully pricing a smaller cut while still betting on at least 150 basis point Fed rate cut this year, just probably not before the November 5 election. Market responses to Tuesday's debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump were limited. Betting markets shifted in Harris's favor, a signal that many expect her candidacy to earn a boost from Tuesday's proceedings. Her odds of winning the election increased on the betting website Predicted to 56% compared with 53% before the debate. S&P 500 futures slipped to 0.2%. The yield on the 2-year treasuries, most sensitive to monetary policy, was little changed at 3.58%. Stocks in renewable energy producers rose, gaining strength from the debate and Harris's advocacy of green energy. Meanwhile, Trump's support of the crypto sector fueled a pullback in the price of Bitcoin, and a gauge of the dollar also retreated. Markets may want to wait on new opinion polls in the coming days to take more decisive positions on the election. ING Group NV currency strategists, including Francesco Pesole, wrote in a note to clients, for now, indications that Harris won this debate, even if by a small margin, can keep a lid on the dollar. The threat of far-reaching tariffs is shaping up to be among the biggest risks to markets, while Trump placed tariffs on more than $300 billion of Chinese goods as president and sought to block countries from buying Huawei Technologies company equipment for 5G networks. Harris's stance is lesser known after she joined the ticket late. Historically, I would have said, don't waste too much time thinking about a presidential election, said Ronald Temple, chief strategist at Lazard Asset Management, but I think it is consequential because you are talking about a huge amounts of tariffs. Right now, the market is not pricing a global trade war. West Texas Intermediate crude rebounded on Wednesday after plummeting as much as 5% in its previous session. Crude has tumbled by almost a fifth so far this quarter on concerns that slowing slowing growth in the U.S. and China, the leading consumers will crimp demand at a time of robust and expanding supplies. Debate watch. The data comes after another event closely watched by investors in the U.S. presidential debate, which put Republican Donald Trump on defense against Democrat Kamala Harris. The initial sparring focused on the economy and immigration. Trump attacked Harris on border policy, while Harris emphasized her agenda was about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. The aftermath of the debate saw muted reaction from assets while betting markets shifted in favor of Harris, who also earned the endorsement of billionaire pop megastar Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift also advocates for the environment and flies around in a private jet, polluting more than all of you listening will ever pollute in your lifetime. Yields crypto. And the run-up to the inflation data and the aftermath of the debate has created several cross-currents in markets. Two-year Treasury yields slid on Wednesday to levels last seen in 2022 as rate cut expectations prevailed, while U.S. equity futures drifted lower. Meanwhile, Bitcoin fell for the first time in 5 days after the debate as betting odds favored Harris, who has yet to detail a policy position on crypto, over Trump, who has pivoted to courting the digital asset sector after previously dubbing it a scam. By a soft landing, Brent crude recovered after briefly slipping below $70 a barrel for the first time since late 2021. The prospect of a descent towards $60 a barrel in 2025, raised by forecasters from Citigroup to JP Morgan and echoed on Monday by one of the world's largest commodities traders, could further bolster the chances of the U.S. and its peers weathering the effect of high borrowing costs without a damaging recession. The probability of pulling off a soft landing would increase. That applies to Europe as well as the U.S., said Tim Drayson, head of economics at Legal and General Investment Management, Yen Advantage. The Japanese yen led gains among Group of 10 currencies after a Bank of Japan official said policymakers will continue to adjust policy provided the economy performs in line with projections. I think that the degree of monetary easing will be adjusted if the outlook for Japan's economy and inflation is realized, said board member Junko Nakagawa. While her remarks were largely in line with the BOJ's standing policy stance, they came at a time when investors are intensely focused on the narrowing of the interest rate gap between Japan and the U.S. It's top overnight news. China Renaissance, one of the country's leading tech sector investment banks until the disappearance of its founder Baofan last year, was ordered to wire authorities RMB 78 MN, $11 MN, after its star dealmaker went missing, according to a company filing. Washington, for the first time, has accused China of directly supporting Putin's war in Ukraine, a fresh source of tension between the Biden and Xi governments. FT yen rallies versus the USD after a BOJ official signaled the central bank was prepared to continue raising rates if economic data was consistent with expectations. BBG Commerce Bank is open to talks about a potential tie-up with UniCredit, according to people familiar with the discussions, after the Italian bank built a 9% stake in its German rival and announced it was taking regulatory steps to increase its stake further. Ukraine, urged by its Western supporters to develop a plan B for the war and outline a credible list of potential achievements for the next 12 months. WSJ, Mexico Senate approved President AMLO's controversial plan to overhaul the judicial system after a key opposition lawmaker switched sides to vote in favor. The Mexican peso erased its losses. BBG, Vice President Kamala Harris put former President Donald Trump on the defensive in their first presidential debate, provoking him over crowd sizes at his rallies and his felony convictions, a sign of how the race has been upended with her ascent to the top of the ticket. The race was essentially tied heading into Tuesday night's event, polls showed, and it didn't appear that the debate would shake up the contest, though some Republicans worried afterward about Trump's performance. WSJ, Hurricane Francine gained strength and is expected to make landfall in Louisiana today after forcing some offshore oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico to be shuttered earlier. Forecasts that the storm would reach Category 2 have been revised downward. BBG, we expect a 1.23% increase in August core CPI versus 0.2% consensus, corresponding to a year-over-year rate of 3.7% versus 3.2% consensus. In terms of the market's reaction function, the desk's view is that a soft print close to expectations is likely the best outcome. It will allow some event risk to pass and equity vol to settle slightly lower very near term. Scenarios where the data is deemed too hot or too cold could introduce more uncertainty around the Fed's path or the current level of U.S. growth. GSGBM. That's Goldman Sachs. Yes. There's more, my friends. There's more. Again, we have good time. We're very, very early. Again, you already missed the CPI. Came in a little hotter on core, a little lower on headline. Secures 25, but not 50. S&P futures are down by 0.3, though off of the worst pre-market levels on Wednesday morning after a somewhat hotter August CPI report. Follows U.S. equities finished mostly higher on Tuesday with upside leadership from tech following Oracle earnings, while banks, autos, and energy lagged. Treasuries weaker across the curve. Dollar is down by 0.2, and yen strength on another round of BOJ policy adjustment commitments. The big story in Forex. Gold is down by 0.4. Bitcoin down by 2.2. WTI is up by 2.4 after losing nearly 4.5 yesterday. Markets reacting somewhat negatively to slightly hotter than expected August core. Shelter price remains a challenge, dimming hopes for initial 50 basis point rate cut next week and shifting consensus further towards 25 basis points. Recall, central bank has been optimistic about disinflation and more focused on the risks surrounding growth, though Fed speak has also noted risk to inflation of easing too soon. The rate cut variable also comes alongside uncertainty surrounding November election, though last night's presidential debate not expected to meaningfully alter that dynamic. Negative seasonality, waning buyback bid, waning Mag 7 earnings outperformance, pockets of AI scrutiny, China growth worries, and related commodity softness, some of the other widely discussed overhangs on the near-term appetite. August headline CPI up by 2.5, while core was up by 0.3 month over month versus 0.2. Shelter prices, a significant component of the core rise, came after a move higher in July against expectations for some softening. Airline fares higher after 5 months of declines. Used vehicle prices lower but less than previous months, as been previewed, and then not much in the news slot today. Treasury selling $39 billion of 10-year notes this afternoon following a strong 3-year auction on Tuesday. Strong PPI brings in initial claims, while preliminary Michigan consumer sentiment and inflation expectation caps off the week on Friday. Buffett reported additional sales of Bank of America, though pace of selling slowed. GME down after reporting light Q2 sales, a GM-driven EPS beat, and filing to sell another 20 million shares. Play is up big despite comp and sales miss with EBITDA ahead, and the company talking up performance of new remodeled stores, special event business, and margin expansion. Wolf beat on quarter two comp growth in EBITDA and guided third quarter EBITDA above the street, though still concerns about strategic turnaround and competitive headwinds. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. So traders are still pricing in 250 basis point cuts by the end of 25. Market pricing risk of inflation slowing too much as 10-year break-even rate falls to lowest since 21. Global inflows in ETFs on course to surge to new record high. U.S. CPI forecast to show no change in core inflation. China property rescue efforts continue to see slow progress. UK actively, unexpectedly stalling start of quarter 3 growth challenge for new government. Japan business sentiment sinks to a 7-month low on soft China demand. South Korea exports rise almost 25% year over year in the first 10 days of September. Latest Reuters poll shows that the Fed will lower rates by 25 at the next 3 remaining 24 meetings. Year 2024 meeting. Bank of Japan Nakagawa reaffirms more rate hikes on the table if economy and inflation evolve as expected. JP Morgan Chase president warns investors being too optimistic about earnings outlook for next year. Dell to continue cutting workforce this year amid sluggish demand for PCs and sales of AI servers. Nippon Steel vice chair flies to Washington for last gasp push to save company's $15 billion deal. FTC told Stephen and I and Couche-Tard to retain documents linked to the $39 billion offer, indicating it may challenge deal if it occurs. Novo Nordisk claims obesity drug effective for under 12 and releases early data of closely watched oral pill to tackle weight loss. Biden administration working towards requiring airlines to compensate passengers for cancellation or delays. Boeing says it has bargained in good faith with the union for a labor deal and did not hold back with an eye on the second vote. European banks consolidation talks pick up after UniCredit buys Commerce Bank stake from Germany. Israel proposed giving Hamas leader Sinwar safe passage out of Gaza in return for freeing hostages and ceding control of Gaza. Biden says considering a request by Ukraine to use weapons provided by the U.S. to strike deep inside Russian territory, but internal splits emerge. And then EU Chamber of Commerce warns China market barriers and slow growth are prompting business to look elsewhere. Wow. We got a lot of time, but that was a lot of headlines. That was a lot. Inflation. Again, we have Bank of Japan. You saw that last night while we were there live. That was interesting. Again, so far, bonds are the only victim of the day. It's still not bad. So, again, if anything, the market maker's winning for now. We were barely pricing in anything, so you see where we are at. But we have a couple of plays. It's not that intensive. 3.2 on AES. Jeffries initiates buy. Dave & Buster's play is up 13.5 off earnings. VKTX is up 5.5 off of JP Morgan initiating overweight. VCO up 5. OSCR up 4.2. Roku up 3.8. COM up 3.4. RIG is up 3.3 off contract. PLCE up 28 off earnings. PIII up 15.6 off nothing. ALIM up 6.6. ANI Pharmaceuticals and Alimeria Sciences to close merger. ACTU up 5.7. FDA orphan drug designation for elraglusib. LEU is up 5.5. Centrus and Korea Hydro Nuclear Power Plant signed long-term agreement. EPM is up 2.8 off earnings. Lithium stocks trading higher on cattle production halt. Renewables trading higher after the debate. Trading lower. RTO down 19 off guidance. SMMT down 3.7 off profit taken. Palantir down 2.2. NVS down 2.2. Bank of America downgrade. AU down 1.7. UNH down 1.5. Morgan Stanley down 1.3. Goldman Sachs downgrade. Arlay down 22. 28 million share offering. DJT down 10 after debate reaction. GME down 9.9. Earnings an additional 20 million share common stock sales agreement. Manu down 4.8 off earnings. XNCR down 4. 6 million share offering at $18. Geo down 3.8, debate reaction. VRDN down 3.4, 150 million common stock and Series B non-voting convertible preferred stock offering. B-Bio down 2, top line results, phase 1-2 trial of investigational gene therapy of congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Plasia? Wow, that's fun to say. DBI down 26 off earnings. MPLN down 20 in talks over capital structure. VRA down 12 off of earnings. ORN down 12.6. Common stock offering of indeterminate size. PGHL down 9.4. QMMM down 7 or 3. CTO down 7. WOOF down 3. And then Bitcoin stocks trading lower. Womp, womp, womp. Fed Brainard. Wait, what? Why are they calling her Fed Brainerd? She works with the government now. That's crazy. Name my favorite NFL team. Most of my fans are 49er fans. I think only never mind. But I don't know, man. I like the Chargers when they used to play for San Diego. Shout out LaDainian Tomlinson. Okay, that's all I know. Other than that, man, I have no idea what to tell you. I wish I had more, but we have a lot of time. I do kind of need to go to the bathroom. I do have plays. If you guys would like to know my plays, I hope you liked the video. How have you guys liked it? Have you guys noticed for about a month or two now, ever since they banned me for telling you who I'm voting for, I haven't harassed you about the likes. Have you guys enjoyed it? Just so you know, you don't like the shit out of the video, but I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's been worth it, man. Oracle offers first Zetascale cloud computing cluster. What? Yeah, they don't know Darren Sproles. That's my guy, bro. Me and him are the same height. You like the harassment? You want it back? Maybe. Well, let me go to the bathroom. I'll think about it. But like the video. Follow me on Instagram. I've been posting on there too. But I love you. God bless you. Get ready for a wild day. We have more when I come back. I hope you have plays because I got plays. So let's go, baby. Let's go.
growth, not just growth in the U.S. We have to care about industry trends, what happens with technology and AI here in the United States, regulation. All of these things are what drive the market, not just the politics. So yes, we should focus on it. Trump, especially if he wins, if he has a sweep, that's going to be a meaningful policy change, which I think is going to increase bond issuance, increase inflation, push up bond yields. The tax cuts might be supportive for earnings, but there's a lot of opposing forces here. I'm not sure that he would necessarily be better for the economy. We're going to see that play out in the short term in the betting markets. We see that in the financial markets today as well, a little bit. But I think as we go ahead, if Harris wins and it's a divided Congress, which seems like the more likely outcome if she wins because of the Senate, I think the policy changes are going to be incremental.
Rebecca,
and so it won't matter as much.
Beyond investors as well, we had this debate last night. We had everyone's take on the debate. At the end of the day, it's a finite number of swing states that are going to matter most in this election.
Yep.
Did she move the needle with any of those voters enough, despite how yesterday went?
I think it's too early to know if she's changed any swing state votes, but I think your point is a valid one that needs to be underscored, that at the end of the day, this election is going to be about 7 states and really probably a few counties in a few of those states. So it's going to be tens of thousands of voters who decide the election, and what they care about most are things that the Fed necessarily can't fix in the short term, right? Housing supply, the cost of housing, the cost of living. And so the election is going to matter a lot in terms of making those voters happy or not. But have we changed their minds from the debate? I don't know yet.
All right, Rebecca, great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. My only problem is the tariff. So I forgot. I think it was Lazard. But that's it, man. I feel we've heard a lot of takes, but the way that everyone's kind of being over dramatic about the tariffs, none of it makes sense. So again, we've already lived through tariffs. Tariffs did not cause the inflation. If people believed that inflation would really be bad, it doesn't make sense why they'd be so adamant on the rate cuts. And then, just if I could give you a reminder, Europe and Canada are already doing a massive amount of new tariffs on China. Like literally right now. They're already stepping ahead of the curve and they're doing it. And nobody is like, oh my gosh, it's going to cause a mad trade deficit. No. Because again, it's bigger than that. That's like the thing. I mean, there's a lot of reactions, but overnight, I think that was the most disingenuous. Again, anytime I hear the tariffs tied into it, I'm like, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. But Chattadonia, we still got a couple of minutes. You're here, right now. I got a little bit more for you. I have a couple of plays, but you're here now. You heard the TV. I mean, again, it's less than 60 days here of politics, so we're gonna get it. And but actually, I think it is another. Is it? Yeah, today's another moment of silence right now. Again, at 8:45, the first plane hit on September 11, and then right here around 9:20, I think the second one hit. So that is going on now. So I honestly, instead of plays, let's have our 1 minute here. All right, man. Amen. Rest in peace to the fallen and all the people that had their lives changed after that moment. Again, that was a big time in America. Very wild. So, Chattadonia, that being said, what is your first play of the day? What do you got for me? We still got time. We are still ahead of schedule. Post it in the chat, baby. Let's go. AMD calls, NVIDIA, AMD, Google calls, NVIDIA 116, watching Oracle, AMD, SPY calls, GME on the low, SOXL, sale, morning, Coke calls, LITM, watching OLVI, Roblox calls, sell the rip, God bless, SPY 500 straddle, long-term, NVIDIA calls, Josh calls, Roku calls, Jack in the Box calls, Baba, NVIDIA, ARM calls, SMCI, long-term, Coca-Cola, Lear long, NVAX, XLP puts, Applied Sciences, PLCE, Metals, SPY, looking at CVX, Oxy, Tesla short, DJT put, Chad calls, selling GME, covered calls, watching DD, PHILO, LHX, and the final plays. IWM puts, QQQ calls, Mark Dez with the dono, Trump leaps, and the SPY. Wow, let's go. So Chadadonia. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think you guys are usually more intense on one direction with the plays. I feel like everybody's in a weird purgatory after the data. Very, very interesting. So I have a couple of plays. Again, NVIDIA is the first one. Are you guys aware that NVIDIA has an event right after the bell? So like literally in I think 15 minutes after the bell, NVIDIA is going to be at the Goldman concert at the Goldman conference. So that's going to be the first one I'd be looking out for. Keep an eye out for AMD. Again, RTO. Remember, you guys, Retno Kill, they had like a buyout and all of that? Well, they came out with guidance today, and they got absolutely murked. So watch out for that one. And then keeping an eye out for the lithium names. Again, Cattle lowered their guidance, and then all of the lithium names are rocketing today. Oh, excuse me. And then the bonds, I'm still in that play from yesterday. And be mindful. I went short on the bonds yesterday. I'm still down on it. I'm not down as much, but I do have a long yen, which kind of balances it out. So keep in mind there is a back and forth with both of them. So other than that, that is all that I have. And Chad, you have about 1 minute, I think. 1 minute, 2 minutes here until we begin, or until we get our pledge. Any questions? Any questions? Yes, we had 2 moments of silence today. We're actually probably going to do a third. Do I play the IWM? Sometimes. I mean, we played it a lot at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. So I got out of it at a pretty high price. That's why I haven't played it in a while. Last time I played it was right before the flash crash on August. But other than that, I haven't touched it since. So we will see. See how I add to the long term. Very mindful, very demure. Well, Chadadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase our dollar, man, this is something we do every day. And today is a very important, special day. If you don't know, it's September 11th. And why it's so important, because a lot of lives were lost on this day. Not only was it a true tragedy of what happened on the day, but also what it caused afterwards. It led to wars in the Middle East, and you had a lot of people get deployed, and they had to fight for our country, bro. And when they came back, again, Iraq and Afghanistan and all those things in the early 2000s, it was quite the time, bro. And I say quite the time, not in a good way, because a lot of people made so many sacrifices and so many lives were affected and lost. So every day, man, this is something we do, and I think it's the least we can do to show our love and appreciation for those who have given up their lives for our freedom. But today, I do hope it holds a little bit more importance, but it should have importance every single day, and more meaning when we say, shout out to the veterans. So if you have served this country, active servicemen, past servicemen, for real, thank you for your service and dedication and everything. And also, too, big shout out to the police officers, the firefighters. There's also people who lost their lives on this day, and they were just there to serve their communities and help people out and save other people's lives. So anybody giving back to their local communities, helping out, serving this country, and making that sacrifice for your fellow American, just God bless you. I hope you guys know you're loved and appreciated, and I hope all of you show this, man. I hope if you ever get the opportunity like I do, every morning I use it, man, but I really hope if you ever have the opportunity to show this love to the veterans, I hope you do it. So on that note, everybody, please rise. Let's get into the pledge, and then afterwards, we will do a 1 minute of silence until the bell, after we send in the Jets. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Oh, let's go. Wow. Chattadonia. So we got 1 minute and 37 seconds till the bell. Again, literally around 9:20 was the second building. 8:45 was the first building. I just think, though, from now until the bell, though, we're going to take one more moment of silence. Just, again, in honor of those who lost their lives and who made the commitment and sacrifice shortly thereafter the events of 9/11. So here it is. All right. Round one. Fight. All right, friends. There it is. Yeah. So keep in mind where we had the data. Watch the bonds. I think that's going to be a big deal. And then, like I'm saying, I think today's plays are going to be easy. I think easy peasy focus, my friends. I'll show you here in a second. I'm going early. We're going to have a couple of I'm honestly going to just play one play today. I'll show you guys which one. You'll see. People are already going in on it. DJT was already down 10. People are saying a reaction to the debate. Homie did not go crazy. They did not think he ate, as the kids would say. Did he eat? I don't think he ate. Oh, and then City. So if you guys remember, we had both ways on the bank plays, and I would keep an eye out for it. And then again, RTO. I have no idea what's going on with that one. They had the guidance, but remember they had the buyout earlier that made it move. SMCI pop. So it's going to be an interesting one. So get ready. I think I'm going to play this play a lot all day. It's already went up, so be very careful. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did NVIDIA next week. I did next week 130 calls. I grabbed 20 of them at 14 cents a pop. And why? Because like I'm saying, there's going to literally be a NVIDIA event here in a couple of hours, like couple of minutes. So I don't know. Remember we talked about this yesterday, but you're going to have, before you know it, NVIDIA is going to react to some random-ass headlines. So it's a gamble. If the headlines are sell the news, you're going to lose off of it. But if they pretty much have this event and then come out of nowhere with some good headlines, that could be favorable. Yeah, so it starts at 7:20. 7:20 my time. So it's still like 50 minutes. XLF red again, and then RTO's going down. I grabbed the next week 130s. That's the last time I'm going to say it. I might grab a put because I want to play, again, the volatility, but for now, I am kind of optimistic on the high side considering it fell from there. Tesla selling off a little bit. Remember, Tesla was on fire. NASDAQ's up by 0.3. SPY, Dow, and Russell are the ones in the red, interestingly enough. Let's see. Bonds and yen still matched up. I think real estate's down today because you could have gotten more support with rate cuts off the data today, and you didn't. So, again, we're talking 25 instead of 50. I think that had an effect. Bros pop in. NVIDIA is still going. So those contracts are actually up, I think, 30% already. So we're doing good. Is the VIX broken? No, but the VIX is kind of high. Again, remember, 20 is a big deal on the VIX. So even going above and below that, having to kind of deal with this. You're welcome for the real estate reply, my friend. Oracle on the high. So remember, that's post-earnings round 2. Again, NVIDIA, bonds still at the low, but they're only down by a quarter. Diesel. Let's see value. Remember value, Pfizer, MO. Those were on fire the other day. Honestly, it seems like all of them are in the red. Yeah, healthcare's down 1. XLF down 1, 2. So banks are still dying? Bro, what is this? JP Morgan still down another 1, 2. And then SPY now going down low of the day here. Or at least low of the intraday. I mean, we just opened. So again, as far as like where you were, just keep in mind, you could go as low as like 545.99 or like 545.55 on the SPY. That's the low end. And then back to the top end, 548.50. That's just the data point where you were at before the data came out. So SPY coming down, bonds catching a bit off of that. Kind of weird. Banks. I think banks is the Basel III thing. Not only have you had a couple of these bank CEOs like giving weird guidance, but not related to that, but in other, they're talking about other things. But I do think the Basel III stuff, I think that's shaking up the markets a little bit. Because for a bank stock to drop like JP Morgan and some of those did yesterday, that does not just happen out of nowhere. So I do think, again, Basel III and regulations and regulatory changes, that if anything's going to make people really move, it'll be that. The Apple's just up 1%. Remember, they did have the event the other day. Success candle before market real. Oh, I didn't look. But if it was before market, remember, yeah, that was real. Remember, you had the CPI. So the yen is coming back up here. Again, so our bonds are trying to catch a bid too. But yeah, that success candle was real. Trump says Harris debate was rigged. ABC should lose license, but we did great. CNBC. My take on the CPI was that it's still pretty trash, but good enough to get you a rate cut. So like I said, just when you do look at the metrics at face value, I mean, real estate never came down in the last 4 years. So owner's equivalent is still making up a majority of it. Food prices are still almost double the Fed target. And on top of it, the only reason why we have declines is because gasoline is down 12%, because gasoline's down and seasonal adjustment. So that being said, I think it's awful on a broad scale, but on a micro scale, the data and the 7-month, 12-month trend, it's enough to warrant your first rate cut. SPY going lower and now bonds coming up. So that's a little different from the pre-market. SPY clapping. Low ticker is very active. Again, a couple names on the high ticker. Humana. Homeboy's been down every other day. And then NVIDIA is still raw. Bro, those options are going up. I kind of want more, but We're going to need a pullback. So, again, you have 50 minutes till the NVIDIA event. And then bonds are coming up there again. Humana's down 3. So this could be a long term, you guys. So now it's getting, remember I played it last at 320. So we had a good flip on it, but if this thing does start to get in, it's kind of like Ulta. It's still a little high, but if that thing starts dropping, I definitely think Humana is on my list. I'm checking the long term now. XLF is very ugly, yeah. It's kind of weird. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, the banks don't just move like that for no reason. Man, we should have bought more of those NVIDIAs. They're already up 40%. So you could get a free $100 on them if you want free. I might push it, though. But last time I pushed to play, I regretted it. But, yeah, those are going good. MO is flushing, bro. MO's down 1.8. Haven't seen that in a while. Remember, ex-dividend is right around the corner. The Fed is lowering the bank cash reserve so they could use it to stimulate the economy. Well, I don't think they're lowering anything. Again, like naturally, the reverse repos are going down, and then the Fed is quantitative tightening just so that they could tighten up things. But I don't think they're like, I don't think anyone's lowering cash reserves besides that. Baidu popping, Reuters poll, Bank of England to hold rates at 5%. The yen is ripping. Yeah, the yen's been up, but it's not. Yens are just matched up with bonds. So literally exactly how much I'm up on my yen play, I'm down on my bond play. Yesterday there was a little bit of a gap, but now that's closing. So pretty much whatever TLT does, the yen will probably do. The yen's ripping. It's ripping, Josh. Yeah, you got $20 there on those NVIDIAs now from 14. So that's literally almost 50%. 1 cent shy. Well, NVIDIA might not announce anything. Everyone's just getting hyped. But usually I'm playing it because these are the little events that are like big and little at the same time where nobody knows about them. So usually what's going to happen, you're just going to get a random pop and a random move, and then you're going to see the headline, and then it's going to be a random headline from the conference. So as I'm saying, just most people aren't aware that there's a NVIDIA conference. So SPY going lower, bonds higher, VIX on the high. Again, a couple of the chip names, NVIDIA, Apple, they're doing great, actually. So you only been here for 10 minutes, but no problem. The TLT video said we should be looking for rapid yield curve uninversion since we've already uninverted. Does that mean the play is no longer valid? What should we be looking for? No, you should be on watch right now. So like I was saying in that video, those are the moments where you're going to get your play. Like, pretty much you had a lot of people wasting time looking at the TLT and the yield curve plays when things weren't uninverting rapidly. So the fact of the matter is you have gotten a rapid uninversion. So we went from negative to, again, in 3 months, you went from half a basis point inverted to uninverted now, and we keep going, back and forth. So the next play right now is right after Powell cuts rate, like what's going to happen. So this is the moment where you could start putting on your plays, but how are you going to make the most effective play? We need to know what Powell is going to do. So whether it's the data or what Powell actually does, we need to know, is the plan moving forward, is there multiple cuts or not? But that's exactly why I've been saying to everybody, the yen is probably going to be the play because the yen will benefit off of the rapid steepening, but we have more of an idea of what's going on with the yen. Otherwise, if Powell, after the rate cut, the SCP, if that's very straightforward and the SCP really, really tells us what's happening, then I'm going to really be able to tell you what TLT play. So I would be on watch, though. That's it. You've triggered a lot of the criteria is being met. So now is the moment you should be paying attention. Now is the moment you should be shopping. Just don't get too jumpy. Like I've been saying, keep your hands up. Don't fall for the pump fake because and then again, be careful. Options are going to be very difficult. And then if you really want to buy and hold, there's a play like FXY in the yen. But it's just going to be a matter now of, I'd be watching and letting now these final moves determine whether or not it's going to lead to a major play. So pay attention. It's here though. It's like we're on the cusp of the money. My twin brothers and my Sid brothers. Do you know that song? No? Look at all these new faces. I see. No, they don't know that song. Only the real ones know. Here I go. Damn, long time. In high school, you was the man. Long time. And then SPY a little lower. So, is this it? I think we're getting near the low of the day. Yeah. So get ready. This is the low off the first candle. You've seen this so many times on a day like today. Literally, data reaction, dance around 15 minutes, make the move, and then right at cash open, you have sold all of it. So now this is the low end. This is the bottom end of the first CPI data candle. India to impose 30% tariff on steel from China and Vietnam. Oh no, inflation. India, your economy is going to crash. Oh no, India, how will you survive with tariffs, India? Oh my God. When did Donald Trump become Indian? What the fuck? No, India. Don't do it, India. The tariffs will give you massive inflation. No. It's funny, but it's like that's what I've been telling you guys literally this morning. Because I was saying, if you do go look around the world right now, it's very ironic that everybody is slighting Donald Trump for a plan of tariffs. But go look at Canada, French, Germany, now India. They're all throwing out tariffs right now, like big ones out of nowhere. And so, again, they're not worried about inflation. They're not worried about economic decline. It's very interesting, the reaction. I don't know why MO is dropping like that. I mean, it's had a good run, but definitely a little bit more concerning or a little bigger. Damn. Well, wait, does that say 2.8? Bruh. What? Bro, this thing just dropped another 1%. Well, maybe people are like soft landing, buy growth instead. But yeah, so I think this is just part of the ex-dividend move in a weird way, but that's huge. I just looked at it. It was down by 1.8. Now it's down by 2.8. So that is not small. No, the world is not shifting to protectionism. No. I think you have people going to tariffs, but we're still generally global. So if you wanted to apply this to our economic lessons, if everyone's starting to go to these tariffs and we're not blaming it on a deglobalization, what would be the answer? Why are these countries shifting to tariffs? Seems like they want to protect. They could be, but I necessarily wouldn't say that's the answer. There's a better answer. Why are they doing it? Why would India, Germany, the French, why all of a sudden do they want to do it? It has nothing, again, in theory, you would assume it's to protect the vulnerable industry, but no. There's think about it. We went over, it's a lesson. We went over on the economic ones. It's 2 words. It was a main term. It was a keyword. It's not deglobalization. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's happening. So you guys are like, oh, wait, why are they doing that? Like, are we deglobalizing? Are we making enemies? Or, damn, bonds are going up still? And SPY at the low? You guys want the answer? Because nobody got it. Here I go. Not trade deficit. Bargaining power. You guys remember that lesson? So depending on which economy and where they're at and what they're bringing to the table or not, that's part of it. So, like, again, everybody is getting so dramatic and coming up with all these ideas, but when it's all said and done, it's bargaining power. That way you could kind of go impose a tariff, come back a couple months later and say, well, just give us what we want, or let's have a deal. Let's make a RTA, a regional trade agreement. Otherwise, this is what it's going to look like. Otherwise, this is what we're going to do. So if you do that, then you'll be good to go. Negotiation leverage indeed. Why NASDAQ not falling? Because I think tech. So I think we're getting our rate cuts. Today's data kind of is all like supporting that. I think a lot of different names. We're watching value go down, but things are like kind of awkwardly holding up. Again, Dow is down by 1%. NASDAQ is up by 0.2. So I think today's data kind of leans towards soft landing. Don't need to buy the cyclicals as much, and then you could kind of hold some of the growth. But I think it might change. Again, NVIDIA is holding up a lot here, and that could change after the event. So we'll see. It's only been 20 minutes. I don't know. NVIDIA, my plan, ideally I would like to sell out if it goes up 100% and then hold some, but I don't know if that'll be today during the event or sell the news. So be mindful. It'll be more fluid, but I have no idea for now. Does soft landing indicate another rotation back into growth? Kind of. Remember, a soft landing means that inflation comes down with economic activity relatively staying the same. China names are going up. MO's in the bottom right. That's why we're like, damn, it's wild. But Baba, Baidu, Pinduoduo, those are all on the high right now. And then we were talking about MO. Their ex-dividend is on September 16th in 5 days, but this shit's weird. This is like big sell-off. I guess Pfizer, I'm more used to it, but even then, 2.8 on MO for nothing day is wild. Could you describe stagflation? Prices increasing while economic activity is slowing. NVIDIA flushing, kind of. I got that in the top right. Here I go. Camelot. Well, no, the bonds reacted to the data. Because, again, bonds are... It's crazy, though. Bonds are green now. Which is nuts, because that means every day of September has been green on the bonds. So then yen is starting to move. Yep, it's still in line with the yen, though. So yen goes up, bonds go up. I have heard of Kenview, yeah. They're not bad, actually. Why are we dumping? Well, because everybody, all the data lately, it's giving you what you already know is going to happen. You're going to get your rate cut, but then nothing is better or worse by the time we get the data. Think about what happened on the jobs report. Jobs report was low, but not low, the lowest, not the highest. Solidified your quarter, didn't solidify more. You just meandered along. And then at least they're getting an inverse between bonds and SPY. That at least is that's good to see. To play the yen, I'm using the futures. Bonds are rising due to higher CPI and massive auction. Well, they're catching a bid right now, so those two examples really wouldn't make sense. We'll see if that auction is bad today, but That's why there's a lot of it's very interesting that the demand has been high all month for bonds. And then Tesla, oil flipping. I forgot about oil did flip. I forgot about that. It was decent. It was up 2 something. It's still up 1.4, but if that don't hold, it's dead again. 4 months been holding cash to get some names. Let's go, baby. There's a couple of good discounts. Couple of good ones. Damn, UPS, it murked. Man, look at that pin on UPS, bro. This thing will not. Damn. Like, Nike's moved even more than that. SPY call discounts. Probably, I mean, from the beginning of the day, but usually around like 1 o'clock, that's the better one. The other time we hit that daily, it was decent, but it was kind of risky. But I think the dailies at like 1 o'clock, that's like your best bet of value with upside. You work for UPS, they keep firing people. How's travel demand though? Like, how's package demand? Nvidia has flushed a lot though in the last like 7 minutes there. You used to work UPS? Is it going good? I want to buy UPS. That's one of the long terms I like. Still at the yield, still at the level. The yield isn't bad. It's like 4%, right? I still like Ulta. I just need to go. Damn, it's at 5. Whew. You're a supervisor at UPS. Do you buy the stock on the employee plan? But the yen got held up because the yen had comments last night. Was it Nomagacha? Nomawaga? Something like that. He made comments talking about raising more if everything played out as it should. NVD is pumping due to inverse Kramer. Is that like the NVIDIA one? NVIDIA is moving because it's, I don't want to call it inverse Kramer. I would literally call it, it's the event today. Jake from State Farm. What's up, baby? How we living? The event is at 7:50, I believe. So I think in an hour or 7:20. So literally in 25 minutes. We're almost there. Damn, Chevron on the low. So again, a lot of people were talking about the Chevron, Oxy. Again, I've been seeing oil plays just get smashed, but Chevron is doing a little worse. You work on the freight side, busy as fuck, the USPS contract. I'm surprised I think UPS stock could still go a little lower, but at 5% yield and where it's at now, man, I'm like, I don't think Brown is going anywhere. You know, what can Brown do for you? Hopefully give me a dividend. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. So it still has a little bit more downside, but my goodness. And then SPY near the low. NASDAQ is red now. Remember, NASDAQ was barely holding on green. Everything's in the red. Bonds are actually catching a bid, though. So bonds are in the green and then the VIX. So, again, a lot of the fear-based stuff. Let's check gold out. Gold is down. So watch, because that happened yesterday, too. So just pay attention to when gold goes green, or if it does. Because gold did the same thing out of nowhere yesterday. Gold was not going green for a while, and then it just started surging alongside bonds in the yen. So what I'm telling you is bonds in the yen, they started off red this morning and have gone green. Gold started off red, is still red. SPY started off green and is red. So see where that actually goes. Yeah, I don't know why. Humana was on the high, but then it flipped. So Humana's down 5 right now. But I do think Humana, that's another one to get into the level. Trump. That's cool. So I fuck with Trump heavy. And then some of you guys, just like yesterday, you guys are coming in. I see you trying to rage bait. I've just ignored the shit out of you. I haven't even banned you or anything because you're a hoe. But I am here to tell you that if you get banned and you make a new name and it's like Kamala or Trump, I'm still gonna ban you, okay? So even though you're Trump and I like Trump, I'm not letting you hide behind what I like, okay? So just try to make a new name so I don't know it's you. Just try not to stand out. But if you have a name and it's like, look, I just got banned and made a new account, I'm gonna ban you, unfortunately, okay? I'm gonna ban you. So even if it says Donald Trump as your name, and you have Trump propaganda, although I agree with it, I can't hold it down like that. Thank you. The video, almost 70 million shares traded. Wow. Raul was the only winner. Amen. This is E-Trade Pro. So it's the same one. You were saying yesterday you remember watching in 2020. So I've literally used the same platform for years now. So this is E-Trade Pro. And then this one is TD Ameritrade. Actually, I don't have it up. I need to get it open. Many yen. Many. And then Bonds went straight up off of it. Yen going up. Oil flipped. SPY running into the low. And then bonds are up a third right now, man. Kind of wild. Can we admit it wasn't Trump's night? No, I think he did amazing, actually. I think just give it 24 hours. That's what happened with the last debate. I think everyone's going to turn on Kamala. But again, dude, that's your first message. You know what I'm saying? I know you've been banned on the other one. But, my stance is the same, you guys. I think Kamala's a communist and is insane. And if you vote for her, you're fucking batshit. But you don't need me to tell you that every day. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to, but some of you guys have to, you got to fix up your chat, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to help you, but I go to your your chat facts, and it is there's no way that's your only message. So just try to be better, because you are voting for a commie. The same reaction to bonds? We might. It just depends, because right now everybody is trying to, what's it called? Everybody is trying to, they're trying to call it the tariffs and then play that game, and then we have the CPI, so we'll wait a little bit. Josh is in denial. Trump won. You're a DJ in your mid-30s. I'm not the one in denial, friend. You know what I'm saying? But I feel you. I'm trying to help everybody. I'm trying to give them I'm trying to, I'm trying to make it easier to not delete the video today, but y'all, I know it's the debate. So, but then again, like I said, give it a little bit. you got to give it because again, it was about 24 hours, almost a week that they switched on the last one. So that's the funny part about the media and kind of the debate thing, is that literally whatever narrative and how everybody picks up on it over the next couple days, that's what's going to happen more so than the actual debate itself. Again, that is so even with the bond play, because last time on the debate, the bonds had big drop the day after, then like a little pop, and then it like meandered for a week and then came down, and then we started getting the next level of developments. Does the market react emotionally to days like today? No. It doesn't really care about September 11th. People do. I mean, again, we have moment of silences, and maybe it's more computer trading than not, but other than that, it doesn't like cause any effect. The abridged version of the debate. It sucks though, because both right when they were going to talk about shit I wanted them to talk about, they both wouldn't talk about it. And then once again, nobody answered the child care question. That was funny. That made me laugh. But it was so painfully similar to even the last one. That's why I was like, damn, we're really not getting any updates. Inflation. Well, I just looked at the report. Again, it's kind of weird because like the 7-month and 12-month trends of inflation have indeed came down. And if you use the BS numbers, inflation has definitely came down. But like I said today, it's kind of wild. One, food. Even food, which is very, very excluded and has all these different metrics, but both food at home, away from home, whatever you want to break it down as, but food is expensive. Food is literally double the Fed mandate. That's food. Real estate, double or triple the Fed mandate still as well. So your owner's equivalent rent, and rent has not came down. And that's a joke because your boy Powell and everybody on the Fed has been telling you for 3 years that rent was going to come down. You all should vividly remember. I remember Powell telling you that in summer when the leases expire and they have to renew, it's going to come down. They've told you that for 3 years in a row, and it's still triple the Fed mandate. Again, 2% target, home inflation's at 5.5, almost triple. And then finally, this is all on the BLS. You could go read it. This was all on the report today. Finally, inflation on gasoline, that is down 10 to 12% on the year. So that right there, again, your biggest decline is because of the drop in gas. Whoa. Gonzalo. Yo. Oh, my 50? 50? Holy shit, hard. Yo, thanks, my friend. Are you kidding me? Man, he said 50? Yeah, you definitely are not voting for Kamala. That's, you definitely, I get the vibes from you that you a generous person. I think you think more than yourself. That's crazy. That's definitely not a Kamala supporter. My goodness. Thank you, my friend. That's huge. Yeah, that's a lot. Dude, 50? That's crazy. And now I got to ban somebody too, though, because now they going to have a badge because of Gonzalo. They've been in the chat for like 3 years being a hater, and they get a badge now. But either way, Gonzalo, thank you, my friend. Let's go. Holy crap. 50, bro. Is it Chadwick's higher? No, it's like it's up there. We've been We've been around these numbers in the mornings. Today's a little bit higher, but it's not like volatility higher. It's just because CPI. So if we start to flush a little harder here, I think the volatile bugs will come out. But for now, I mean, this is just one way down straight from cash open back to the lows. And then, I mean, it's still it reminds me a lot of the jobs report. It's not like the data was that bad, but you're just falling short of the most bullish estimate. So now equities are going to do their thing while everybody is still kind of neutral on what they're, you're not changing your idea of what you're going to get from the rate cuts now. So that's why I think it leaves us in this weird spot. You want to be like Gonzalo when you grow up? He's the man, bro. I was not expecting that. Gonzalo. Your rent went up $200 in the last. That's not bad, to be honest with you. I've seen people, their rents have gone crazy. I've literally seen people's rents double in the last like 2 to 3 years. So some, or even then, or go up like 50%. I told you, I had a property. I didn't want to do it, but the guy was just weird. I had a tenant who lived in one of my houses for like almost like 10 years or something. And it was, I asked homeboy I was like, yo, like you can't get this stuff repaired. And like, we were trying to like, come to terms on what we wanted to fix and like what he needed to take care of. And like, I told him, I was like, you just got to pay for this. And like, because it wasn't under my purview, like legally. And like, he just started getting weird. And I had the tenant and he got really, really weird. And I was like, dude, I'm not like, I was offering him a good price. But long story short, I didn't want to get rid of the guy, but he didn't want to be a good tenant. So I gave him a choice. I said, you could either leave or you can renew and, cover, what you fixed. Or you got to fix this. And long story short, he left willingly. I didn't want him to leave, but as a result of him leaving, I was able to raise my rent, no joke, 100%. So homeboy was complaining about like $1,700 or something a month, $1,800. But we weren't complaining about rent. We were complaining about like keeping the house clean, about not encroaching on your neighbors, not violating code. Like this guy was just being ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like we were just like, you can't do that. Like you can't turn the garage into a kitchen. Like I told him, I was like, you just can't do this stuff anymore. So we just said, you either go back to normal and you take the $1,700 or you have to find somewhere to live. And then he was like, no, I don't want to do that. Very weird, bro. I'm telling you. And he lived there for so long. He just like got really comfortable with the house. That's why we were like, I was like, bro, you don't own this house. So long story short, though, I was able to raise the rent to like $3,600 after he left. So if you're telling me your rent was only $200 in the last couple of years, that's great. So no, they were weird tenants, man. Same guy who took his shoes. No, that was my Airbnb. That was the Airbnb. They put a screwdriver in my toilet, and they left a pair of Gucci flip-flops. So I stole their flip-flops. I was younger. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit more shittier of a person. So I stole his flip-flops. I did. I'm not going to lie. Because they were doing whippets in my house, and they destroyed it. And then like it was a wildfire risk. And I told them, I said, please don't smoke in the backyard. I was like, if you're going to smoke, go to the front yard. At least there's less that'll get lit on fire. And my whole backyard was just filled with ashtrays. They fucked up my house, bro. So when they were like, oh, we left flip-flops. I was like, no, you didn't. I'm like, because he was being hella weird with me. I was like, did you leave a screwdriver in the toilet? And he said, no. I said, oh, then I don't see any flip-flops. Weird. Funny how that works. Oh, you didn't see the no smoking signs? I didn't see your flip-flops. Weird. So, yeah. I was a little more petty. Back from Sedona. Oh, how was it? You didn't miss much. CPI this morning. It's reacting like the jobs report, but you didn't get anything that disappointing. Core was hot, though. Sedona's beautiful. I love Sedona. I've been out there. Taking my kindness for weakness. No, I wasn't even like being kind. It was just he was just blatantly lying about destroying my house. So I blatantly lied about what he left. He left a pair of Fear of God Air Force Ones too. I gave them to my friend though because I couldn't fit in them. But I fit in the Gucci flip-flops. That's his fault. You shouldn't have destroyed my house and acted like you ain't do shit. That's his fault. That's you, the tenant. You've been undercover trying to find the flip-flops. Nice. I've been trying to find you. I have a promissory note and a bill for $12,000 to fix the toilet and plumbing. So let me know if you want to pick up the shoes so I could serve you with the papers. Thanks. Is there insurance? Yeah, I did get paid. I'm not going to lie. I got paid from an Airbnb insurance. Even the other time. But Airbnb insurance is annoying. It takes a long time. But yeah, I've gotten some good Airbnb insurance payouts. I don't know. I mean, that's just Airbnb, bro. Airbnb is so fun, but like so wild. Like literally, it's I've had cool tenants and then I've had the worst tenants of my life. But that's short-term rentals. That's it. Short-term rentals are really, really weird, bro. You got flooded first year and you did all the construction and repairs and your landlords haven't raised rent in 4 years. Yeah, that's a good deal. I would do it. That's what I'm saying. I didn't. Homeboy, I let other homeboy just do whatever he wanted. Damn, 52-week high on TLT? What the fuck? Oh, damn. So pre-market, I guess that didn't count because the market was closed. So SPY going lower. This is a lot like yesterday too because then you're getting a bond bid fear. But look at you're dumping, bro. You fell below that 54, 55, and now you're another 30 points lower. Remember, this was the price level that we talked about yesterday. But, yeah, this is getting uglier. And then NVIDIA event starts in 5 minutes. But, geez. First name, Pat the Rat. Company, Intel. Email. patlikes.cheese@gmail.com. Yeah, well, Yen's going with the bonds too. This is, yo, my name is Jensen Huang. Tell me what's wrong. I'm gonna get an H1 in the song. Better buy your chip for a cup of bill. And then next year you gonna spend another bill because it'll be outdated. Who hate it? China hates it because we can't sell it. But we sell it if we sell it to India, and then you buy it from India instead of America. Like oil, we just started another sanction. Yo, Kamala is still a dictator, but you a hater, so you ignore all the signs that is obvious. It's so ominous. I don't know why you acting like this. Why you pissed? Why the fuck you acting like a bitch? I don't know, but AI will change the world. 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 Woo! With me. Yo, the SPY hit another low. NVIDIA is high, but why? You can't ask questions, because then they'll ban you. Both on my channel and on financial media. I think I'm done with this song. Like the video and go back to hitting your bong and maybe do a push-up or you'll die of bad health. Thank you. That's my song. Amen. I like it. It's a good beat. So that's in the video. We'll see what happens. That was fire. Well, thank you. I tried to make a song, and then it eventually just turned into talking with a melody. So I'm glad you guys appreciated it, because that's what happened. That was a good song, though. I'm not going to lie. That's clean. And then, bro, you're actually dumping, though. So all jokes aside, this is massive. Like, you guys just literally sold off 70 points in 30 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong, 45 minutes. You've sold off about 70 points. So that's insane. So it's getting there. I mean, even the Chad VIX is picking up on the drop here, but this is big. So this NVIDIA event is either going to cause a move or at this point, you're going to have to wait to the next broader move. If this keeps continuing, and what's going to happen, you might dance around a little bit, but sell equities, buy bonds, buy gold, buy the yen. That might be the play until everybody, starts to get situated. Remember, this is all about rate cuts next week now. And you do have PPI tomorrow, though. That's another one. Oh. Hold on. There should be audio. They cut the music. Welcome. They're going to dump like the Apple event. We'll see, but NVIDIA is just weird. Sometimes it's the events aren't good. Sometimes they're massive. It just all depends what they come out with. Again, Jensen he's an interesting guy. Jensen, well, he's a salesman. I mean, bonds are crazy. Bro, the bonds swing on the day, the bonds are moving like 1.5%, 0.5% up, 0.5% down, and then 0.5% back up. So again, this bond fear is kind of wild, and the fact you're going to have an auction later today too. The carry trade, I'm not like worried about it, but I would keep an eye out for it if it causes something. So that's what we were talking about yesterday, how like the yen can both cause a reaction and the yen also responds to whatever is going on. What the hell just happened? Let me see. It's reached maximum. What? Bro, they kicked me out. Bro. They're not going to let us listen. Screw you guys. Bruh, I was already in the room. I'm like, why is the audio not working? And then I close it out, and now they're saying you've reached maximum capacity. Boo. What do you mean maximum capacity? Buy the fucking pro membership. Fucking get Zoom or something. Bro, they're really trying to kick out Pat the Rat? I don't think it's going to be live on YouTube. No, this is like a private Goldman Sachs thing. You got to like find it. But that's stupid. Let me see if I can find another link. Communicopia conference. Yeah, bro. They won't let anybody. This is so stupid. How you gonna kick me out for coming in early and then not let anybody listen? This is bullshit. So even on the website, they have a link on their website. But even then, they won't let you in. So if you have the audio, enjoy it while you can. But that's it. They're not letting us in. Boo. This is America. I've refreshed it like 100 times. So we'll see. Just wait for any. And that's what sucks though, because I wanted to listen. Because like I told you, it's one of these like private events. So what's gonna happen? You're gonna get this stock move before you get the headline. I promise you. So you're gonna have that issue there where you're gonna see it move and be like, what's going on? And then it's gonna be whatever they say at this conference. You're listening. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, my friend. Let's see. Well, the video is starting up. We'll see. That's where I didn't even know that these have a limit. I've never seen this happen. We've never been clapped by this, ever. I guess NVIDIA is really popular, but usually this is money, bro. Easy money. NVIDIA.com. That's crazy. I bought calls on the video earlier. They're up right now by 1%. They were up 50 earlier and then dropped. So we'll see. I'll keep my eye out for a headline if a spot opens up. But it's going to probably be like that for a little bit. You just have to wait till you get the move now. Right? You would think they would have unlimited capacity with powerful chips, right? You'd think AI would fix that problem. I guess not. That's pretty funny. Whirlpool back to 93. That ex-divvy discount. Yeah, so remember, if you got in at 95, 96, you get your $1.75. So now if you buy it, you don't get it, and then you could get it cheaper. But, hey, man. I've never been booted like that. Place, PLCE on the high. What is this? Was that fake? I don't see it. It just printed 870, but it's only showing up at 815. You think I'm missing the bigger picture? Look at BLK. Well, definitely open to education. So I don't know what the bigger picture is, clearly, as you clearly outlined. So it's down 3. It looks like it's better than all the other banks, but they are doing bad. Better than the banks, at least on today. Place had something. Was it earnings? I remember a headline in the morning. That was a weird print. And then NVIDIA is not moving it. U.S. issues fresh Hezbollah sanctions. Nice. They lost less than estimate. There was something on it, but I think that was it. I feel like we've seen Place a couple times, and then NVIDIA trying to run up, and Starbucks on the high. Refresh NVIDIA. Maybe, did they get a new chip? Hey, there it is.
particles. It could be inverse physics, as I mentioned. It could be image.
Right when
image
Jensen
domain
comes
type
on.
stuff. And so all
they
these
just have to
different
upgrade
algorithms
to the Blackwell.
are different.
You know what I'm saying? Or the Hopper.
That's it.
They were on the previous generation.
A processor that is somehow really, really good at those algorithms, and you complement the CPU where the CPU does, whatever it's good at, then theoretically you could take an application and speed it up tremendously. And the reason for that is because usually some 5-10% of the code represents 99.999% of the runtime.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you take that 5% of the code and you offloaded it on our accelerator, then technically you should be able to speed up the application 100 times.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not abnormal that we do that. It's not unusual. And so we'll speed up image processing by 500 times. And now we do data processing. Data processing is one of my favorite applications because almost everything related to machine learning, which is a data-driven way of doing software, data processing is involved. It could be SQL data processing, it could be Spark type of data processing, it could be vector database type of processing, all kinds of different ways of processing either unstructured data or structured data, which is data frames.
Dude, low taker gassing now, first solar on the high, but
in order to do
you might hit another low there.
That library, that fancy library on top. And in the case of computer graphics, we were fortunate to have Silicon Graphics' OpenGL and Microsoft DirectX. But outside of those, no libraries really existed. And so, for example, one of our most famous libraries is a library, kind of like SQL is a library. SQL is a library for in-storage computing. We created a library called cuDNN.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is
the world's first
Jensen right now.
Neural network
Sounds like it.
Library. And so we have cuDNN, we have cuOpt for combinatorial optimization. We have cuQuantum for quantum simulation and emulation. All kinds of different libraries. cuDF for data frame processing, for example, SQL. And so all these different libraries have to be invented that takes the algorithms that run in the application and refactor those algorithms in a way that our accelerators can run. And if you use those libraries, then you get 100x speed up.
Get much more speed.
Incredible. Yeah. And so the concept is simple and it made a lot of sense, but the problem is, how do you go and invent all these algorithms and cause the video game industry to use it, write these algorithms, cause the entire seismic processing and energy industry to use it, write a new algorithm and cause the entire
gasoline
AI
inventories,
to use it.
Crude inventories, 833,
so
estimate was 1 million.
Every one of these libraries,
Cushing crude minus 1.7, estimate was 114, distillate 2.3 million,
and we have to go
estimate was
convince everybody to use it, and then what kind of computers does it want to run on?
Shit, so oil,
all the
fat gas
computers are
inventories,
different.
it looks like.
So we just did it.
The crude wasn't that bad, but oil's getting killed again.
We have
oil numbers are coming out right now.
Self-driving cars. We have a fantastic
and then new low and bonds going up, so all the fear gauges are working.
For virtual screening, whether it's physics-based virtual screening or neural network-based virtual screening. Incredible library for climate tech. And so one domain after another domain. And so we have to go meet friends and create the market. And so what NVIDIA is really good at, as it turns out, is creating new markets. And we've done it for now so long that it seems like NVIDIA's accelerated computing is everywhere.
Yeah.
But we really had to do it one at a time, one industry at a time. Yeah.
So I know that many investors in the audience are super focused on the data center market.
You won't
want to miss interesting.
You should just tell me what you mean, or I'm gonna block you.
Medium and long term.
I'm open to hearing what you have to say, but
obviously
playing a weird fucking mystery game. I'll just go play Clue.
Your term. So, the next industrial revolution.
Wait till I come back from the
what
bathroom,
are the challenges
but otherwise,
the industry faces?
Just stop
Talk a little
with
bit
the
about how
nonsense.
you view
or give me an
the data
answer.
center market
Thanks.
as we sit here today.
There are two things that are happening at the same time, and it gets conflated, and it's helpful to tease apart. So the first thing, let's start with a condition where there's no AI at all. Well, in the world where there's no AI at all, general purpose computing has run out of steam still. And so we know that Dennard scaling, for all the people in the room that enjoy semiconductor physics, Dennard scaling and Meade-Conway's shrinking of transistors, scaling of transistors, and Dennard scaling of a ISO power increased performance or ISO cost increasing performance, those days are over. And so we're not going to see CPUs, general purpose computers, that are going to be twice as fast every year ever again. We'll be lucky if we see it twice as fast every 10 years. Now, Moore's Law, remember back in the old days, Moore's Law was 10 times every 5 years, 100 times every 10 years. And so all we have to do is just wait for the CPUs to get faster. And as the world's data centers continue to process more information, CPUs got twice as fast every single year. And so we didn't see computation inflation.
Mm-hmm.
But now that's ended, we're seeing computation inflation. And so the thing that we have to do is we have to accelerate everything we can. If you're doing SQL processing, accelerate that. If you're doing any kind of data processing at all, accelerate that. If you're creating an internet company and you have a recommender system, absolutely accelerate it. And they're now fully accelerated. This a few years ago was all running on CPUs, but now the world's largest data processing engine, which is a recommender system, is all accelerated now. And so if you have recommender systems, if you have search systems, any large-scale processing of any large amounts of data, you got to just accelerate that. And so the first thing that's going to happen is the world's $1 trillion of general-purpose data centers are going to get modernized into accelerated computing. That's going to happen no matter what. That's going to happen no matter what. And the reason for that is as I described, Moore's Law is over. And so the first dynamic you're going to see is the densification of computers. These giant data centers are super inefficient because it's filled with air, and air is a lousy conductor of electricity. And so what we want to do is take that few, call it 50, 100, 200 megawatt data center, which is sprawling, and you densify it into a really, really small data center. And so if you look at one of our server racks, NVIDIA server racks look expensive, and it could be a couple of $1 million per rack, but it replaces thousands of nodes. The amazing thing is just the cables of connecting old general purpose computing systems cost more than replacing all of those and densifying into one rack. The benefit of densifying also is now that you've densified it, you can liquid cool it, because it's hard to liquid cool a data center that's very large, but you can liquid cool the data center that's very small. And so the first thing that we're doing is accelerating, modernizing data centers, accelerating it, densifying it, making it more energy efficient. You save money, you save power, you save, it's much more efficient. That's the first. If we just focused on that, that's the next 10 years. We'll just accelerate that. Now, of course, there's a second dynamic, is because of NVIDIA's accelerated computing brought such enormous cost reductions to computing. It's like in the last 10 years, instead of Moore's Law being 100x, we scaled computing by 1,000,000x in the last 10 years. And so the question is, what would you do different if your plane traveled 1,000,000 times faster? What would you do different if? And so all of a sudden, people said, hey, listen, why don't we just use computers to write software? Instead of us trying to figure out what the features are, instead of us trying to figure out what the algorithms are, we'll just give the data, all the predictive data to the computer and let it figure out what the algorithm is. Machine learning, generative AI. And so we did it in such large scale on so many different data domains that now computers understand not just how to process the data, but the meaning of the data. And because it understands multiple modalities at the same time, it can translate data. And so it can go from English to images, images to English, English to proteins, proteins to chemicals. And so because it understood all of the data at one time, it can now do all this translation we call generative AI. Large amount of text into small amount of text, small amount of text into large amount of text, and so on and so forth. We're now in this computer revolution. And now what's amazing is, so the first $1 trillion of data centers is going to get accelerated. It invented this new type of software called generative AI. this generative AI is not just a tool, it is a skill. And so this is the interesting thing. This is why a new industry has been created. And the reason for that is if you look at the whole IT industry up until now, we've been making instruments and tools that people use. For the very first time, we're going to create skills that augment people. And so that's why people think that AI is going to expand beyond the $1 trillion of data centers and IT and into the world of skills. So what's a skill? A digital chauffeur is a skill. Autonomous, a digital assembly line worker, robot.
Well, he just said
a
digital augment a human
customer service chatbot,
and then just called a self-driving car
employee for
a digital chauffeur.
Planning,
what the
planning NVIDIA supply chain?
No, I don't like
this. That would be somebody that's a digital SAP agent. We use a lot of service now in our companies, and we have digital employee service.
My Tesla
and so now we have all these
chauffeur.
digital humans, essentially.
Come pick me up.
That's the wave of AI.
My digital butler.
Step back.
It's a Roomba. Shut the fuck. It's a Roomba. You do not have a digital butler. It's a Roomba.
Ongoing debate in financial
you do not have a digital chauffeur.
As to
it's
whether
a Tesla.
or not, as we continue to build this AI infrastructure, there is an adequate return on investment.
Yeah.
How would you assess customer ROI at this point in the cycle? And if you look back and you kind of think about, PCs, cloud computing, when they were at similar points in their adoption cycles, how did the ROI, look then compared to where we are now as we continue to scale?
Yeah, fantastic. So let's take a look. Before cloud, the major trend was virtualization, if you guys remember that. And virtualization basically said, let's take all of the hardware we have in the data center, let's virtualize it into essentially virtual data center, and then we could move workload across the data center
negative now almost,
associating it
green.
directly to a particular computer.
So again, market's ugly. They're very, very reminiscent of the non-farms.
Of that data center.
I think you guys feel the exact same way.
We saw essentially
just again, you're having this
2-to-1
ultimate sell-off kind of for no reason relative to the data, but that's it. Remember, this was Friday.
The second thing that we then said,
25 basis points. You're getting your rate cut. It's just not as sexy.
Those virtual computers right into the cloud. As a result, multiple companies, not just one company's many applications, multiple companies can share the same resource. Another cost reduction. The utilization
What's
again
up, baby? And then NVIDIA going lower.
By the way,
so zero headlines out of this. This is kind of
15 years of all this stuff
very dry, bro. It's the same. The Jensen is not.
The fundamental dynamic which was happening underneath.
He's not hitting the same, bro. He's not hitting the same.
We found a 2x, another
Daily
2x
in
cost reduction.
I said like around 1 probably.
The end of the transistor
Otherwise, I'm not really feeling it too much.
The CPU scaling. And then all of a sudden, we already got the utilization cost reductions out of both of these things. We're now out. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason why we see data center and computing inflation happening right now. And so the first thing that's happening is accelerated computing. And so it's not uncommon for you to take your data processing work, and there's this thing called Spark. Anyone who uses Spark is probably the most used data processing engine in the world today. If you use Spark and you accelerate it with NVIDIA in the cloud, it's not unusual to see a 20-to-1 speed up. And so you're going to save 10, and you pay, of course, you get the NVIDIA GPU augments the CPU, so the computing cost goes up a little bit. Maybe it doubles, but you reduce the computing time by about 20 times. And so you get
Can you tell me you love me and
savings.
My energy? Yeah,
I'll it's not unusual to see this kind of ROI for accelerated computing. So I would encourage all of you, everything that you can accelerate to accelerate, and then once you accelerate it, run it with GPUs. And so that's the instant ROI that you get by acceleration. Now, beyond that, the generative AI conversation is in the first wave of Gen AI, which is where the infrastructure players like ourselves and all the cloud service providers put the infrastructure in the cloud so that developers could use these machines to train the models and fine-tune the models, guardrail the models, so on and so forth. And the return on that is fantastic because the demand is so great that for every dollar that they spend with us translates to $5 worth of rentals. And that's happening, all over the world, and everything is all sold out. And so the demand for this is just incredible. Some of the applications that we already know about, of course, the famous ones, OpenAI's ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot or code generators that we use in our company, the productivity gains are just incredible. You know, there's not one software engineer in our company today who don't use code generators, either the ones that we build ourselves for CUDA or USD,
the
which
SPY
is
just
another
started
language
dying
in the company, or Verilog.
Again, just like the non-farms. I mean, it's not like you had
C
data.
and C++ and code generation.
A couple of things
and
leading
so
into
I think
it, but
the days of every
again,
line of code being written by software engineers,
very
those are
lukewarm
completely
data,
and
just leaving you with 25
the
basis
idea
points of cuts, not 50.
Every one of our
but you're not
software
like bad.
engineers would essentially have
again. I think the move is pretty big now. It's 1.5.
Working with
you're
them
moving more than
24/7.
we
That's
priced
the
in,
future.
but like
And
again,
so,
you can see where you're
the way I
at.
look at NVIDIA, we have 32,000
This is still
employees.
a pretty high price.
But those 32,000 employees are surrounded by, you know, hopefully 100x more digital engineers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Lots of industries embracing this.
Yeah.
What cases, use cases, industries are you most excited about?
Well, in our company, we use it for computer graphics. We can't do computer graphics anymore without artificial intelligence. We compute one pixel, we infer the other 32. I mean, it's incredible. And so we hallucinate, if you will, the other 32. And it looks temporally stable, it looks photorealistic, and the image quality is incredible, the performance is incredible. The amount of energy we save, computing one pixel takes a lot of energy, that's computation. Inferencing the other 32 takes very little energy, and you can do it incredibly fast. So one of the takeaways there is AI isn't just about training the model. Of course, that's just the first step. It's about using the model.
Yeah, well, you're hitting the
and
low.
so when you use the model, you save enormous
and low
amount of
taker
energy.
is still very
you save enormous
active.
Amount of time, processing time. So we use it for computer graphics. We, if not for AI, we wouldn't be able to serve the autonomous vehicle industry. If not for AI, the work that we're doing in robotics, digital biology, just about every tech bio company that I meet these days are built on top of NVIDIA, and so they're using it for data processing or generating proteins or for new.
That seems like a super exciting space.
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah. Small molecule generation, virtual screening.
What is the volume at?
That whole space is going to get reinvented for the very first time with computer
volume's not bad,
discovery
17
because
million?
of artificial intelligence. And so
You are just past hour
incredible
number
work being
one.
done there.
Yeah.
But we still got a lot of time left. That's kind of crazy.
Talk about competition. Talk about your competitive moat.
It's not bad. Volume's
There's
pretty
certainly
decent.
Republican private
There
companies
is. So
looking
again,
to
like
disrupt your
a
leadership
lot of
position. How do
value
you think about
plays
your
are
competitive
dying
moat?
today. I wouldn't read
Well, first
into
of all,
it
I
too
think
much. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but that's another
would say,
thing. Like literally, MO, Whirlpool, the
several
Dow
things
is
that are
getting
very different about
murdered,
us.
but
The first
everything
thing
is
to
catching
remember
up with it.
That AI is not about a chip.
It's not
AI
about a
is
chip.
about an infrastructure. Today's computing is not build a chip and people come buy your chips, put it into a computer. That's really kind of 1990s. The way that computers are built today, if you look at our new Blackwell system, we designed 7 different types of chips to create the system. Blackwell is one of them.
I was going to ask you to talk about Blackwell.
Yeah. And so the amazing thing is when you want to build this AI computer, people say words like supercluster, infrastructure, supercomputer, for good reasons, because it's not a chip, it's not a computer per se, and so we're building entire data centers.
More volume,
by building
more
the entire
lows.
data center, if you just ever look
not
at
about chips,
one of
you
these
guys.
superclusters,
Duh.
imagine the software that has to go.
Bro,
into
you're about
it
to go to
write-
5400.
run it.
That's
There is
crazy.
no
The low of last
Microsoft
Friday was
Windows for
5402.
it. Those days
So
are
that's
over.
it, man.
So this
Just
all
get
the
ready.
software
It's
that's
so
inside
early.
The computer is
Like
completely
the
bespoke.
levels you
Somebody
can
has to go
test
write
today,
that.
it's just
So
so
the person
fucking
who
early,
designed
man.
the chip and the company
So,
that designed
good luck.
that supercomputer,
That's
that
either we get
supercluster,
big
and
bounce
all the
off that, or
software
you're
that
gonna
goes into
flush,
it,
go down
it
like
makes
another
sense that
30
it's
points.
the same
It's already a
company,
1.6
because it'll
on the
be more
SPY.
optimized, it'll be
Russell
more
down
performant, more
1.8.
energy efficient, more cost effective. And so that's the first thing.
It's not even about the stocks. There's clearly
algorithms, and we're
I wouldn't call it a
good
value rotation, but
what is the
there's
algorithm,
definitely
what's the implication
weakness
to the computing stack
in value stocks. But again, I know everybody's going to be like very quick to be like, why? But I don't think I just think it's reading way too deep into it. Where again, there's been an outperformance. So you're getting data. We're reacting to it, but
getting the job done as fast as
there's
possible,
definitely some movement that I don't think
and then lastly,
is answerable all on what happened today, as much as it's kind
of
been a wild start to the month already.
On computers. And we know that the most important thing for computers is install base, having the same architecture across every cloud, across on-prem to cloud, and having the same architecture
Reverse of
available.
The Trump trade,
whether
but
you're building
oil would be higher
in your own supercomputer,
I think commodities
or trying
would be
to run
higher,
it in your car or some
and then
robot
that's
or
about
some
it.
PC.
But the bonds went up right away. But then again, the bonds
went
up right away too. Though.
Is a big deal. It's called install base, and so
I think
discipline that we've had for the last 30
borderline
years
rate cuts
really
and all of that,
today,
and kind of giving us one instead of two, but. There is just a little element, I think, of some other money needs to move around in value as people are trying to figure out how fast or soon we get a real rotation than rather than not.
So long as it does NVIDIA inside, you can take the software and run it.
Yeah, you're innovating an incredibly
crude is barely
fast
green
pace.
though. Crude was up 2% in the morning and then
4 times
sold.
faster on training, 30
so that's
times
probably
faster.
Why those oil companies are getting clobbered.
Inference than its predecessor, Hopper. It just seems like you're innovating at such a quick pace. Can you keep up this rapid pace of innovation? And when you think about, your partners, how do your partners keep up with the pace of innovation you're delivering?
The pace of innovation, our basic methodology is to take, because remember, we're building an infrastructure. There's seven different chips. Each chip's rhythm is probably at best 2 years. At best 2 years. We could give it a midlife kicker every year, but architecturally, if you're coming up with a new architecture every 2 years, you're running at the speed of light. Okay, you're running insanely fast. Now we have 7 different chips, and they all contribute to the performance, and so we could innovate.
Yeah, I think I got a couple names. Wolf and Chewy.
Bring a new AI cluster.
What's up? Why the animal stocks going up
every single year?
Why is Petco up 23 and Chewy?
Because we have so many different pieces to work around, and and the benefit of performance at the scale that we're doing, it directly translates to TCO, and so when Blackwell is 3 times the performance.
Why do I insist on talking over the video?
For somebody who has a given amount of power, say 1 gigawatt.
If you don't like it, why would you ask me another question?
That's 3 times more revenues. That performance translates to throughput.
Like,
that
if
throughput
you clearly
translates
see I will
to revenues.
talk over it.
And so for somebody who has a gigawatt
why would you ask
of power
me another
to use,
question
you get
then?
3 times
I'm
the
going to
revenue.
answer you, and now I'm talking over it.
There's no way you
shut
can
up.
give somebody a cost
I just was just
reduction
looking at shit.
or
Now you're like, oh,
discount
now you go and ask me a question.
3 times the revenues. And so the ability for us to deliver
so I don't know, man. I think it's
that
the
much
ADD.
more performance through the integration of all these different parts and optimizing across the whole stack and optimizing across the whole cluster, we can now deliver better and better value at much higher rates. The opposite of that is equally true. For any amount of money you want to spend, so for ISO power, you get 3 times the revenues. For ISO spend, you get 3 times the performance,
YouTube chat out
which
of
is another
pocket.
way of saying cost reduction.
They got emboldened by a Kamala Harris
we have
debate,
the best
it seems like.
per watt, which is your revenues. We have the best per TCO.
Y'all woke up with a little bit of swag in your step this morning,
and so
some
we
of
keep
you.
pushing this out to
I don't know why. It's very concerning that that's what. But hey, I'm glad. I'll take it.
Not once every 2 years, and it's architecturally
that,
compatible. And so the software you developed yesterday will run tomorrow.
Mike. I got you.
The software you
my
developed
friend.
today will run across your entire installed base, so we could run incredibly fast. If every single architecture was different, then you can't do this. It takes a year just to cobble together a system.
Yep.
Because we built everything together.
Plays on the low. That's
the day we ship it to you, and it's pretty famous. Somebody tweeted out that in 19 days after we shipped systems to them, they had a supercluster up and running. 19 days.
And gold started to go up.
You can't do that if you were cobbling together all these different chips and writing the software. You'll be lucky if you could do it in a year. Yeah. And so I think our ability to transfer our innovation pace to customers getting more revenues getting better gross margins.
It's funny because it's a joke, but I always look at the end.
The majority of your supply chain partners operate out of Asia, particularly Taiwan.
XAS
Given
on the
what's
high,
going on
EXAS.
geopolitically, how are you thinking about that as you look forward?
Yeah, the Asia supply chain, as you know, is really, really sprawling and interconnected. People think that when we say GPUs, you know, because a long time ago, when I announced a new chip, a new generation of chips, I would hold up the chip, and so that was a new GPU. NVIDIA's new GPUs are 35,000 parts, weighs 80 pounds, you know, consumes 10,000 amps. When you rack it up, it weighs 3,000 pounds. You know, and so these GPUs are so complex. It's built like electric car. You know, components like an electric car.
Bro, do you see this?
And so the ecosystem
EXAS
is really
has a fat candle.
Really interconnected.
Check news on that.
We try to design diversity and redundancy into every aspect wherever we can. And then the last part of it is to have enough intellectual property in our company. In the event that we have to shift from one fab to another, we have the ability to do it. Maybe the process technology is not as great. Maybe you know, we won't be able to get
earnings
the
a couple
same
days
level
ago
of performance or cost, but we will be able to provide the supply. And so I think
the
in
hurricane,
the event
isn't it?
Anything
Is it happening right now?
We should be able to pick up and fab it.
I live on the good part of the country. We don't have extreme weather events
because it's the world's best.
So I don't know.
It's the
I
world's
hope you
best,
guys are
not by
safe, though.
you know, a small margin. It's the world's best by incredible margin. And so not only just the long history of working with them,
literally,
the chemistry,
my state's on fire right
their
now.
agility, the fact that they could scale.
I went outside yesterday and I had fucking
NVIDIA,
ash falling on me.
Last year's revenue had a
I opened up my
hockey
sunroof
stick.
and fucking ash fell in.
That major hockey stick wouldn't have been possible
like,
if not for the supply chain responding.
Yeah,
that's
and
a true
so
story.
The agility
of
that supply chain, including TSMC,
yeah, bro, Cali's on fire right now.
And in just
like
less
LA,
than a year,
between like San Diego and LA,
scaled
is
up
just on
co-op
fire right now.
capacity tremendously, and we're going to have to scale it up even more next year, and scale up even more the year after that. But nonetheless, the agility and their capability to respond to our needs is just incredible. And so we use them because they're great. But if necessary, of course, we can always bring up others.
Yeah, company's incredibly well positioned. A lot of great stuff we've talked about. What do you worry about?
Good question.
Well,
it's pretty bad today.
Our company.
Nothing on the Dow is green.
With every AI company in the world.
To
today.
give you an idea, 7 names on the Nasdaq 100.
Data center in the world today.
And then S&P 500 has 17 names in the green. 483 in the red.
And so
yeah, it's destroyed.
What comes with that is
again,
enormous
most fear gauges are up. I'm
and,
surprised gold's not
moving as much. We have a lot of
much.
people on our shoulders, and
but then again, it's already
counting on us. And
at 2,500.
You know, demand is so great that delivery of our components and our technology and our infrastructure and software is really emotional for people because it directly affects their revenues, it directly affects their competitiveness, and so we probably have more emotional customers today and deservedly so. And you know,
did he just call his customers
if
emotional?
we could fulfill everybody's needs, then the emotion would go away.
He said these bitches so emotional, he's selling it out the ass right
very
now.
Very emotional. It's really tense. We've got a lot of responsibility on our shoulder, and we're trying to do
Mark
the best we
Zuckerberg
can.
so emotionally spending
and
billions.
Here we are ramping.
So we got the most emotional customers ever.
Full production.
Our customers more emotional than Ulta's customers.
Scaling in Q4 and into next year.
They want this AI so bad. I got them in their feelings.
And the demand on it is so great, and everybody wants to be first.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to be most, and everybody wants to be. And so the intensity is really, really quite extraordinary, you know. And so I think it's fun to be inventing the next computer era. It's fun to see all these amazing applications being created.
Yeah.
It's incredible to see robots walking around. You know, it's incredible to have these digital agents coming together as a team, solving problems in your computer. It's amazing to see the AIs that we're using to design the chips that will run our AIs. All of that stuff is incredible to see. The part of it that is just really intense is just, you know, the world on our shoulders. And so, so less sleep is fine, and, you know, we're gonna 3 solid hours, that's all we need.
Well, good for you. I need more than that. I could spend another half hour. Unfortunately, we've got to stop. Jensen, thank you very much. Thank you for being here and sharing with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was whack. So I don't know, bro. When was the last time we even got anything? So maybe it is turning into Apple events. So that was the Goldman Sachs conference. Kind of hyped up. Kind of really, really hyped up. But no, I mean, it's not this. Again, remember, last earnings was the first earnings where they didn't guide up by 50% and, you know, have a crazy number. But it doesn't seem, even then, I know there was another speech ahead. It wasn't earnings, but there was another speech we listened to, and it was kind of similar. You know, a lot of hype, but it didn't really cause anything. Yeah, EXAS, I looked. I don't find anything right now. Bling! I'm sorry, I'm playing with the silver. But yeah, that's still moving up. And then NVIDIA, we still have our place. Those came down a little bit, so we should probably sold them at 50. I told you last time, anytime I don't make them free, right when I buy them, they go free. That's your moment. And then once they go free, they just never look back. But NVIDIA, we'll see if that moves. But then EXAS, that's 6% since we first saw it. What the hell is that? GLP-1? Beyond dieting. A novel approach to weight loss. Meta, I don't know, probably dumping because Jensen called them emotional. I don't know. Other than that, I was talking over that. So again, it was funny. Like even yesterday, some of you guys get worked up about me talking over it. So you guys are just going to have to like get used to it. Otherwise, feel free to tune in to PBS, brought to you by viewers like you. So, because you guys are saying you could like turn it up or turn it down, but you could leave is the option. So I encourage you, especially because most people who complain about it, they usually vote for Kamala Harris. So I understand. It makes a lot of sense to me. But that being said, what we were talking about during this was everything going on. So I think you have a reaction today, but it's very reminiscent of the jobs report on Friday. If you guys recall, the data wasn't emotional. It's not like the data was really extreme in any direction, but then the market sold off. Remember, we were pricing in 1% yesterday. SPY's already moving 1.4, so we're getting a pretty big reaction, but like nothing on the CPI was crazy. The CPI came in a little hotter. Headline was a little lower. You know, everything was fine. So it's pretty crazy. It's not over either or. It's the volume. I know it's you. It's a personal problem. You know, because like if you do break down the numbers out of like 4,000 people, you get like a solid like 4 people. That's about 0.1% complaining about it. So it's a personal problem. Definitely a you problem. So I don't know if we're breaking up, but I'm blaming you. I'm not a narcissist. Maybe I am 50-50, but it's you. You're the problem, technically. So that's why I'm saying you could turn it off, figure it out, vibe with it, turn it up, get a new pair of headphones, maybe make an investment, get the stream alerts. Who knows? Like there's so many ways to go about it, but you know, I'm not the guy to tell you what to do. You know, you figure it out though. I'm just throwing more options out there. That's all. I just think it goes beyond just like turn it off or speak up or nah. There's more than 2 options. Why do you think the yen bounced? No, it wasn't the debate. It was actually crazy. Last night we saw it in real time. It was it Nakawama? I'm just butchering this shit, bro. Let me find you the name so I don't sound like a jackass. Jackass. What was his name? Economy, central banks. Oh, Nakagawa. I was close. Yeah, Bank of Japan, Nakagawa. He said yesterday, it was literally during the debate, we had the wire up while we were live, and it showed up. But Nakagawa, he said that, that more rate hikes are on the table if the economy and inflation evolve as expected. So that's what set it off. So we will see. Hadoken? I don't even know what that means. I had trouble saying Nakagawa. It's fun to say, but that's it. That was the reason. And then bonds. It's funny though. I think the bond-yen correlation is very fascinating because again, the yen moved crazy off of the CPI. It's funny because the CPI wasn't supposed to be that big. I would argue that the yen and bonds have moved more, but then again, the SPY already moved 1.5, 1.2 on the Nasdaq, and even 1.8 on the Dow at one point. So it's pretty big. For some, we'll see where we end up by close because maybe that'll chill it out. Because yesterday you moved a lot intraday to barely move, so maybe that happens today. But for now, it's a pretty big reaction. I mean, you did sell off 70, 80 points here in the first hour. It can get a lot worse. I mean, that's something I was saying here. If like we break 5,400, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with how much time's left on the day. It could either get a lot worse or we do what we did yesterday, have kind of an outsized move only to end up right where you were. You woke up. How is CPI? Don't tell me you just woke up. You know what I'm saying? Just at least like lie to me and be like, Josh, I was busy walking my dog, or I was busy. I had to drop off food to my grandma neighbor who needed assistance. Don't tell me you just woke up. It's not even bad. It's 8 o'clock. I mean, I can't shame you too much. You know, a good portion of America is waking up right now. But it's cool. Anyways, long story short, core inflation came in a little higher, which was kind of surprising. And then headline came in a little lower, which was kind of expected. So the inflation wasn't bad. I think the easiest way to sum up today, you're not getting 2 rate cuts or 50 basis points in September, but all is well, and the plan and path is still moving forward for 25 basis points, and the trajectory of inflation is lower. We did talk about some of the specifics, but other than that, that's all we got. You have to save this world this morning for unknown shadow forces who have taken over most of our galaxy. Oh, thank you for your service. How can I help you? Did you miss the CPI? I would love to recap it for you. See? Much easier reaction. He just saved us. I'm honored to help him out after he helped us. Not the guy who woke up at 8 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Wait, is that the Power Rangers? No way. That's crazy. I didn't know that was a Power Rangers joke. That's cool. I already liked it. I already liked the joke, but that made it even better. You have to help old ladies cross the street. That's good. Honestly, though, can I tell you something? Can I be honest with you guys right now? Because, again, we might get like a little bounce. Bonds are chilling out. I mean, I did recap the CPI for you right there. But can I just tell you something? This is for the young guys out there. But, like, if you haven't, even if you're kind of old too, but, like, if you haven't helped out an old person, you're missing out on life, okay? You guys always tell me to go have kids, Josh. You're missing out on life. Cool. If you have not helped an old person that's not related to you with, like, life, you're missing out. And you're a piece of shit. But I won't go into that realm, okay? So try that this week, you know. Go get an old person their groceries or talk to them and help them out. And talk to an old person for 30 minutes, okay? It might make your life better. Try it. Try it. So that's another great question, but it's a similar question. We're going to get this a lot. You remember, Josh, M.O. Josh, Whirlpool. Josh, M.O. Whirlpool. Josh, Whirlpool, M.O. Josh, the yen is ripping. Josh, Whirlpool. Why is it going down? Oh, my gosh. Why is that happening? So you're going to get that question a lot, and I think it's a good question. It's just going to get annoying. But it seems like today a lot of value names got clobbered. So I think it's a weird mix of the CPI. I don't think it's a full rotation. Even Humana, UPS, yeah, a lot of names. That's what I'm saying. A lot of value names got really, really wrecked. So I don't think it's the data, but maybe we'll find out it is. But for now, I think it's a little bit of taking a little bit of foam off top of some of these cyclical rotation names that have done very well in the last couple of weeks. But I wouldn't read too much into it for now, but I don't think it's individual news on any one name, but clearly the Dow and Russell are very weak today, and there's something along the lines of sell-off value and then kind of uphold the growth here a little today. You wouldn't believe how much an elderly person appreciates being taken seriously. Yeah, I mean, in a weird way, you might learn something. It's a win-win for everybody. You make their day, and they'll probably teach you something, bro. And then they might give you their house because they're like, nobody's talked to me in 10 years. I love you. So there, you never know. You never know. Obviously, it's a little weird if that's your intention, but I am just saying in a broader sense, you might learn something, though. Oh, I'm the bad guy now? What? I mean, I've had it happen. I've had old people put me in their will just because, I was nice to them. So, you'd be surprised. You're an old person? Are you? You take care of tigers, bro. Fuck out of here. You're like 20 years old in spirit. I don't care how old you are. If you a tiger man, there's no way. I wouldn't believe you. What happens if the market rate cut? Well, for now, if September continues to be ugly, it looks like we're going to sell off in the rate cuts. If that's what's been happening, and then maybe we bounce after or we keep going. But ideally, I think people are going to like it for a little bit, and then I think it's going to turn sour. Your mom doesn't count. No, my mom doesn't count. I know. I used to drop off shit to old people all the time. I would do it even on real estate stuff too. So when I used to door knock and drive by, if they were old, I would write their name down and I would just if they were chill, I would come by and bring them shit. I'd be like, "Do you need anything?" That's it. Just stop by Trader Joe's and get their groceries for them, bro. Y'all don't feel me. The sour now. Well, right now the market is already souring ahead of the cut, so we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. Like I'm saying, usually, I think people will like it for a little bit, but I think it'll turn sour. Some old people kind of mean, though. Yeah, and then some people are mean, they're just genuinely mean. But then sometimes, you're just soft. But, yeah, man. I'm sure you'll find a nice old person. There's a lot out there. I feel like somebody's going to take this advice the wrong way. And now you're on Tinder and you put your minimum age to, 60. So I'm like, that's not what I meant. But it's okay. You're still developing. You'll figure it out. I'm like, that's not what I'm like, all right, we got to start somewhere, I guess. Fuck it. Damn it. Have I seen the Nefarious movie? Is this about old people? Isn't that like a movie about demons? I was just saying, man, just make an old person's day. It's not that deep. Democratic senators urge Fed to finalize faster bank transfers. Oh, that's old. All of it's old. A bit surprised. I am too, but I'm not. I'm like doubtful. I don't know. Because we were just down 1.5, but it was very early. But then remember, we were pricing in 1%. So the non-farms was pricing in way more, and the non-farms actually moved more. But I think today kind of came in a little surprising. Yeah, JP Morgan. Those plays weren't bad the other day. They went up after we bought them. But I want those NVIDIAs back in the green. How wheat moves. I would go watch the video I have with the CEO, because wheat doesn't really move with macro like events as much. It's more based upon supply, demand, and other farming incentives, and not. Double dipping on banks. Oh, maybe. I do think banks will react again. They're reacting to the Basel III now, and like yesterday was kind of crazy for banks, but there will be some level of reaction, I think, following the rate cuts. I mean, just like the rate hikes. You know, people thought they were going to benefit at one point, and then that changed. So I think that may occur again, even with the rate cuts in banks. I think that's a really good idea. So SPY's starting to work up more. If you did go, remember you were asking, I think Connor was saying those daily calls, those would have hit for now. I was feeling the 1 o'clock ones, but yeah, that already moved. I look over at my email. This is insane. Is this a joke? Tim just sent me. Apparently, you could buy a diamond. You could buy a diamond maker off of Alibaba. Here's a video for 200 grand. So literally, like, there's an article. Yeah. So you could buy, we could make our own lab-grown diamonds. It's not a simple operation. You need graphite, metal, like iron, and precise temperatures and pressure control systems. And hydrogen. Oh, wow. So there's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it. So a little, I don't know how the reviews are. I have not checked. But 200 grand, give or take. Cubic press, synthetic diamond making machine. Pretty crazy. SMCI is going crazy. Hi! So off the bottom there, that kind of woke up. Again, even with this SPY, but that's getting a little bit more aggressive. All right. I should close that. Cold diamond. I don't know. That'd be crazy, dude. I've never thought about owning a diamond maker. Never thought. I've seen dudes on Instagram making jewelry. Like there's like jewel. It's like a new trend. Like there's like literally like 20-year-olds, and they like make videos of them making like necklaces. It's cool though. It's like real jewelry. I'm like, it's kind of dope. I'm like, I see y'all. It's really cool. They like take like metal, and they like spin the gold, and they like, it is like a side hustle. Yeah. Then they like buy diamonds, and then they make the prongs, and I'm like, dude, it's pretty cool. I'm like, you know what? If I ever was gonna buy another piece, I think I get it from somebody who makes it. I was like, that's dope. I fuck with it. You could buy an actual person who makes diamonds? Okay, what are you... Dude, where the fuck are you shopping? What do you mean buy a person? What's wrong with you? What? No, not like Trax. I guess Trax NYC does that, but like just like an individual. I'll find. I have a video. I'll have to find it. I will have to see it. This guy said, "You gonna buy him to make the diamond?" What? Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade Fraternity. Oh my gosh, we have 13 minutes till Euro, so we got push-ups anyways. So coming soon. Get ready. I'm gonna go get a protein too. Actually, we'll see if we got enough time. But I love you. Good morning. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade Fraternity. God bless America. God bless you. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit. Again, I didn't go to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom at like 6 a.m., 5 a.m.
I
woke up
I'm
at
not
4.
Sure it's necessarily the driving force. If you listen to Amazon's critics, they will
Amazon's
say, listen,
critics.
if you map
Okay,
their
hold
data
on, I'll
centers,
be
it
right
just
back.
maps out to where their customers are, right? So certainly policy would play a role. I'm just not sure the market thinks it's a very big one.
Matt Day, great to have the expertise. Thank you. Coming up, we'll be joined by Corti CEO Andreas Cleve to discuss how, guess what, artificial intelligence, well, it's transforming the healthcare sector. That's next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Again, I didn't even get to go to the bathroom. I had time to get protein. So I didn't even get to go pee. All I had was time to get my protein. But I could give you guys something. I'm a big fan of it. Costco Premier Protein. They have a flavor called cake batter. And I love it. I'm such a little fatty. But it's okay. It's 30 grams of protein, 160 calories, 3 grams of sugar, I think. No, 1 gram of sugar. Cake batter. Premier Protein. Cake batter. It's great. It's great. It has soy in it. I'm a little soy boy now? No way. Try Alani. I tried a Alani, the energy drink, and that one was really, really good. I actually really enjoyed it. But I'm down with the Premier Protein. They hit, bro. What's the first ingredient? It's a good question. No idea. First ingredient is water. Then milk protein concentrate. And calcium. Then soybean oil. Less than 1%. What the fuck? It is got soy boy in it. Natural and artificial inulin, cellulose gel, gum, salt, sucralose, acylfame, potassium, carrageenan, tryptopotassium phosphate, dipotassium phosphate, sodium hexametaphosphate, vitamin and mineral blend. It was in caps. That's why I read it like that. D-alpha tocopherol, acetate, vitamin E, zinc glycinate. This is awful. This is a lot of shit in it. Well, I need my protein. I gotta finish these. Contains milk and soy. It's a lot of hexyl etherols. Carrageenan is bad for you. It sounded like it. It sounds like carcinogen, just like with 2 different letters. Carrageenan messes up. It sounds like carcinogen. Yeah, man. I guess we do need a more organic one. That's a lot. I fuck with Premier Protein though. But now that I've read the ingredients, sad day. Sad day. Yeah, that did not sound good. Okay, now I could go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I just downed the protein, though. See you in a little bit. Oh, I forgot.
As a research company back in 2016 to prove we could research and find ways of delivering safe and trustworthy AI. And that's exactly what we give today to providers. We have a solution you can build into whatever tool or application you use. And here our real-time AI actually helps deliver on some of these promises by doing medical coding. We do summaries, we do documentation, and in the end, help them carve back some of that time lost to administration.
Andreas, a startup founded in 2016 is a little bit refreshing, actually. There have been many new companies formed in the last 2 years in this area. So in that time, you've built up data, 100 million customer interactions. What's the benefit that the health system gets from those interactions now?
Yeah, I am excited as an entrepreneur to see so much AI being adopted. But I am still astounded by the amount of AI that's being deployed in healthcare today that isn't built for healthcare. So we see a lot of models today who are as good as doing haiku or finding a great kitchen recipe as they are at doing healthcare AI. And what we're offering is obviously an AI that's solely built for healthcare. We have been here for a while, researching on this, publishing on this, and partnering with some of the best providers to build an AI that is only tuned to one thing, and that is listen to healthcare providers and payers and actually deliver automations and augmentations that really work.
The difficulty in this country is insurance and established healthcare systems. Have you been able to navigate that?
I think the way we think about it a lot is to ensure that we don't just come with yet another application. So what we want to come with is a technology that you build into whatever you use already today, and that can be used both by payers and providers. So today we're lucky that more than 100,000 patient interactions are flowing through Cordy across all 50 states in the US. And ultimately, I just heard this from a doctor the other day, it actually helps them ensure that they're more on point also in handing over patients, data, or documentation between, let's say, a payer and provider.
Let's exactly talk about patient data. There's a lot of anxiety about it running through various people's hands, Andreas. How are you ensuring the security?
So we are originally a company from Denmark in the cold north in Scandinavia in Europe. So in our DNA is compliance. We are from the most regulated part of the global healthcare system and also known to be one of the best healthcare systems. And we have been lucky enough to be partnering with the European Union and their legislative arm when they wrote the AI Act. And we've been lucky enough to work with them on GDPR. So into the engine of Cordy and all the technology we've built, compliance and data safety is among them. And that means that we are not taking data, we are not appropriating data, we're not misusing data, as we come from a market that's driven by patients, and those patients, they give each other healthcare for free. And we really have an ethos of ensuring that patients come first. And that's, I think, very core to what we believe in.
Andreas, the most recent piece of news for you is all of the sort of top talent you've been hiring from both tech and healthcare. How difficult and how expensive was that?
Yeah, it's definitely been a big challenge. I think there's a lot of hype around AI startups. But I think we've been lucky to see some of the best talents in healthcare, meeting customers, providers, payers all the time, who really want to get on this AI journey, but they've maybe not yet found a provider that actually was trustworthy. So we've been lucky enough to show them that, and luckily we keep hearing that from patients and providers who start using it, that they actually see the outcomes they want. And I think that entices a lot of the sort of the titans of our industry to come and see if it's for real, and luckily when they see it, they actually want to join.
Corty CEO Andreas Cleeve, great to have you on the program. Thank you very much. Let's get to some other news in talking tech. And first up, India Prime Minister Narendra Modi aims to bolster its electronics sector, targeting $500 billion by the end of the decade. This as India tries to woo more chip makers into the country, already approving $15 billion worth of semiconductor investments so far. Plus, London-based fintech firm Revolut topped its rivals in complaints related to authorized push payment scams, where criminals trick people into sending money to an account outside their control. A UK regulator has come up with a potential plan that would require firms to reimburse fraud victims within 5 days, putting pressure on financial institutions to improve scam concerns. And Laser Tech remains hopeful of sustained growth. The Japanese firm sees double-digit annual revenue growth for the next few years, driven by AI demand. Laser Tech holds 100% market share in machines that verify chip designs. Its tools are used by chip makers like TSMC, Intel, and Samsung. Now, coming up, really important conversation. Waymo making some progress in the world of autonomous ride-hailing. We do speak with the CEO, Takeda Americana, coming up next. Stay tuned. From New York City and San Francisco, this is Bloomberg Technology.
I get it. I get it.
Hi. And then I was looking, NVIDIA, someone emailed me, you said you had 28 million. Are you talking about, you said we have 25 million in call, like you have 25 million, or are you talking like just in general? But apparently NVIDIA calls. That's what they're talking about. Interesting. Other than that, we didn't really move. You've held this little bounce off the bottom. Bonds, TLT came back to 101 or 190, which I don't know. Is it the Pelosi? I think. I don't know. Somebody just emailed me. They said they wanted to let me know that we have cumulative 25 million in calls. Then they sent me the bullish chart, but then I don't know if they're talking like on that strike, or if they're talking, because remember, we made a play on it today, but I'm confused. That's why I asked. Oh, no way. It is only Euro close. Wow. 2 minutes, a minute and a half. So we should do that, though. You should get up and do a push-up. I did go to the bathroom. I grabbed a protein. I'm not going to lie. I grabbed the oatmeal, too. I'm ready to go. I don't know what I'm going to do today. I might do kettlebells. Or maybe we do chest tries again. But I did back and biceps yesterday. I told this story, bro. That was so funny. I swear I had a chat encounter yesterday, but apparently I didn't. Like, I totally didn't, because I definitely thought that Chad was going to come on the watch list and be like, Josh, that was me. Because somebody in the gym, like, kept looking at me. And then once I realized they were looking at me yesterday, I started looking at them. And I was like, oh, he's a Chad. So I started making, like, really intense, aggressive eye contact. Because, like, I thought I knew them. You know what I'm saying? I thought they knew me. So, like, I thought it was being funny. And, like, I was, like, really, like, staring them down. No, like, viciously, bro. Like, I was, like, grunting. And, like, they got really uncomfortable now that I look back at it. No, like, I made them very uncomfortable. I don't know if I could go back to that gym. Yeah, bro, like, I was, like lifting, like, 40s, bro, just staring them down. Like, mid-lift, like, flexing at the top, but, like, staring at them, like, tilting my head. Yeah, grunting and all. I was like, dude, it was bad. I thought it was a Chad, bro. I thought it was going to be something we were going to laugh about. But now I'm just telling you that somebody got fucked up yesterday at my gym. I don't know if I could return, but no, I'm being dead serious, bro. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. I'm really sad. Next time I meet any of you, I'm going to wait till you say something before. I don't want to talk about it. But anyway, so that being said, you guys, it is push-up time. So you have been here for 2.5 hours. You're here right now, man. Just stand up, okay? Just stand up, move around, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, get a push-up in, a curl, whatever. I'm figuring out what I'm going to do here. But, move around, okay? It's good for you. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, right? He's probably never going back to that gym. Mm-hmm. He has quite the story to tell, bro. He'd be like, this lizard-looking guy with a receding hairline. Just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to start with resistance band shoulders, and then I think I'm going to do chest. I think I could do chest tries. We'll try it. Oh, shit, I forgot. Hold on. No, my resistance bands arrived. Hold on, let me get them. Extra heavy, yes, sir. Oh, they came. I'm so happy. Mm-hmm. They came in like a very weird plastic, and I haven't taken them out yet. I don't know how to open it, to be honest with you. There's a lot going on, but yeah, I got them. I got new Resistances because I snapped the other ones. They last me a couple years. What is this perforated shit? Yalla. Jeez, bro. Yeah, Europe is closed, and then we're doing push-ups, so hopefully you move around. I mean, not bad. Maybe we move. Remember yesterday after Europe closed, the market completely flipped. We died after Europe closed. So today, maybe we do a lot better. Let me give you a real quick checkup. How did everybody do? So FTSE 100 down by a quarter. Euro Stocks 50 up by a half. Germany up by 0.4. France up by 0.04. And Switzerland up by 0.02. All right, we got our Resistances, bro. Ooh, wow. These are aggressive. Feels nice. Man, new Resistance bands is a interesting feeling. I'll take it. Well, I got to do that wall stretch too. But yeah, I'm going to do a push-up. I'm actually going to do push-ups this time. Bro, I'm telling you. No, I didn't grab the quad one. I just needed the normal ones for now. I think I might grab them, though. That would actually help for biceps or tries. Because I use the, what's it called? I have the machine. So any like pull exercises, I'm usually using that. $50. No. It's like $10. Or $7 for like 4 resistance bands. Still kind of expensive, considering it's just plastic. I'm telling you, hand upside down on the wall, and then look the opposite direction is crazy. One of the craziest stretches. I'm doing it now. It's kind of painful. And then I'm going to do the push-ups. And then we'll see if the spies have VWAP by the end of it. All right. Yeah, I got the new resistance bands. So yeah, man. Hopefully you guys do your push-ups. VSTO moving. Let's knock these out. Oh, I just farted. I don't know if you heard that one. Oh, there it is. Woo! Did you? Yeah, I don't know if you heard. That was awkward. All right, man. We'll do some tricep extensions, and then we'll be free. That's it, man. We ready to go. You know, making the most. Make the most of your stock trading time. It's not even make the most of it. Just preserve your body, bro. Preserve your body. That's it. It's good, though. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are tired or not, but nobody made a sitting while smoking joke. Oh, it's because I didn't say sitting is the new smoking. That's why I was like, that's weird. I was impressed with you guys for a little bit. I was like, wow. I said they grew up. They didn't make the joke. That's amazing. I'm so proud of them. So proud of them. Okay. Whew. The work is your workout. The market is your rest days. I mean, I won't knock it because some people it does apply. Because, like, I think if you do be working, like, UPS or, like, construction, and if you actually be like, do you get sore from working? Like, do you build muscle? Then I might accept it. You might just need cardio. I need cardio, so, you know, don't let me judge you, bro. Don't let me judge you. cardio, not Cardi B. Yeah, big difference. Thanks for clarifying. Oracle on the low, and then SPY starting to move. Again, bonds at the low, but look, high ticker going crazy. EXAS, that's still going nuts from earlier. Oil reversing. Inventory data was bad. Well, bad for oil. Last it dropped it from like 2. Yeah, oil did come back down, back up to 1.6. It was about to go negative. There it is. If you do construction for a long time, your body stops building muscle. You get used to the work. I mean, that's what happens with the gym. Like, you just plateau. Like, I hate it. I can't, lift any more weight unless I want to injure myself. And then even if I start lifting the same, it just feels the same. I don't know how to describe it. That's it. But it's kind of good because even if I don't work out, and I start working out, it's just very, very easy to get back into it. Yeah, I can do more reps. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that I am. I'm gonna start doing sets of 12 and 14 instead of sets of 10. It's my new goal. No Whirlpool news, but all the value names got clobbered today. And I think that's why they're down. I think it's an interesting phenomenon we're seeing. No Apple. We had a NVIDIA event. And now it's going up. And then again, somebody was saying there's a lot of call options during all of it. A VWAP. Yep, there it is. I said by the time we get back. So I finished my sets. That's a pretty big one, man. So again, that was a good call out on those dailies if you did grab them. You've recovered half of the little loss there from the morning, and now you are back below what the market was pricing in. So that's a good part. So bonds chilled out. Bonds might even go negative. Yen is outperforming bonds, believe it or not. And then oil, very, very weird, bro. So everything from the morning is now reversing once again. So market went down, bonds went up. Now you have market going up, bonds coming back down. And then even as oil dropped while the market was dropping, now we're coming up, oil's coming back up. And then gold, I think, kind of chilling. NVIDIA did the same thing. So big move, but now we're back. So we overshot for the first hour, and now you're undershooting or right at the cusp of what was priced in and expected. It's really reversing. CNBC is gaslighting about yesterday's debate. Well, I mean, I mean it in a very serious way. Wait 48 hours for the response on the debate. Don't underestimate, again, the media and how it works. They give it time. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to see how people feel. People are going to come up with more ideas and stories and how to spin it. Because that's what happened. Remember, bro, literally the day after the Biden thing, people didn't flip. It took a decent amount of time before everybody started changing their minds and doing certain things. So give it a couple days. I do think the Kamala or the Taylor Swift endorsement Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala, that was huge, but there's going to be more to it. Hey, yo, Kevin. What's up, baby? Oh, and Marcus Hanlon. Yeah, Gonzalo there with 50, baby. Oh, crazy, man. Thank you. Harn. Happy Wednesday. Feels like a Friday. Amen. Yes, I did see that. So there's pretty much people are sending a photo around. There's a photo of Kamala Harris, and apparently the tinfoil is that her earrings were a listening device. I mean, I think she just looked down a lot, but, like, come on. Like, dude, I'm sorry, but, like, I know people wanted her to win, and people really like her for reasons that they don't like her. They just hate Trump. But you guys are like, oh, she prepared, she did this. But I'm like, no, man. Because, like, I have a very high bar for Kamala. So in I get some people have a low bar for just beating Donald Trump, but you mean to tell me you have everything in your favor, you have all of the media, everybody looking out for you, you pop up out of nowhere, anointed, you know what I'm saying? And, like, you had a lot of time. She hid from everybody for about a month after announcing all of this, and this was her opportunity to shove Trump in a hole, talk about a real policy, and bring up a real issue that she's really going to be about, and really, like, come in with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have came with receipts and evidence to make Trump sit down and do all of this stuff. And that's why I'm like, and then to come up there and just say the exact same shit, it's such a Biden candidacy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that just, unfortunately, is just like coming in and saying, oh, well, we want to bring inflation down, where prices, abortion, and then there's one more. I wrote it down. And then Trump, too. Trump was a little snappy, but at the end of the day, like, I think Trump is doing his job. Trump is just being Trump. It reminded me the same, but, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't like Kamala a lot, but I was deep down hoping there would have been a performance that I could have at least liked. But then again, my bar was high. I wouldn't, if she came in with something good, I would have acknowledged it. But to have that much time to prepare and hide and then just come out swinging with the same shit, both of them, that's why I'm like, it feels just like the Donald Trump Biden debate. Just last time they replaced Biden. That's it. I don't think Kamala looked as dead. Like, you know, her blank staring face was way better than Biden's, but it's just the same thing. I mean, at least Biden, you knew he would repeat it, but I was expecting her to have some heat. Like, she had the opportunity to blindside him and to just come out and bring up 4 years ago and all of that, and then try to act like you're not part of the Biden administration. It just didn't hit. So that's my take, though. But I know some people, they're getting hyped. And it makes sense, because last time there was a debate, I mean, the candidate had to fucking drop out. So the fact that this wasn't a debate performance that's like, yo, you have to quit, I see why there's reason for people to be excited. And then Trump got a little triggered. But then at the same time, I'm like, that's not, for me, that bar is way too low for me to like it. Again, I really wish there was I wish she knocked him out. That's it. And then it would have been easier for me, you know what I'm saying? And for everybody, like, okay, wow, maybe she is competing, but no, like, she low-key just saying the same shit, saying nothing, and she had a lot of preparation to say nothing. So, yeah, it is what it is. Why are we pumping? Well, it's just like I was telling you earlier. I wouldn't overlook this. This reminded me a lot of Friday. Or I said I wouldn't really read into why we're moving or not moving, value stocks, all of that. So I think this is just a reaction. Again, no 2 rate cuts, but you're going to get 1. And then it's like the same weird story as prior. The moderators, yeah, they did mess with him, but I'm still not even, it's fucked up, because the time the questions came up, they both ran from it, even the monitors. Again, she asked Trump, well, you know, who do you want to win the Russia war? Like, or who do you know what I'm saying? Would you condemn it? He wouldn't answer it. And then he asked her, what was the question? Wasn't it about it was either about the 1968 or there was another question she wouldn't answer. And I was like, oh, now it's getting good. So, but they wouldn't, talk about the abortion. He asked her if she would abort at like 9 months or something. And then like that's the stuff you want to hear. That's the stuff that they would debate on and actually like give you something, and then both of them make commitments. But nah, the moderators, they said let's move on. Ty, we have a lot to get to today. Oh my God. Both of them. They both didn't want to answer, and the moderators let it slide. Like, if that was me, I would have instigated it. I would have like, damn, he said you would support a 9-month abortion. Is that true? Oh, no. We're not going to move on. I'm not going to let that slide. She said you want Russia to win. Oh, I'm just saying, unless it's true, unless you want to, yikes. Oh, you're going to take that? Wow, if that was me, I'm just saying personally, I don't know if I'd let that slide, Donald. Kamala, I wouldn't let that slide. That's what I would be doing on those questions. So I'm sad that they didn't. Two-year T-bill saying a lot of cuts are coming. Indeed. I did chill out a little today, but yeah. Let them know about 9/11 seasonality. I'm not too familiar with 9/11 seasonality on the day. I do believe after September, September 14th or 18th, the seasonality for September gets hideous. Like, I think after the middle of September, on average, there's only 2 green days afterwards. So that's all I got, though. Other than that, we will have to see. Elon moderate. I would not want Elon to moderate the debate. He's not. I don't even like listening to Elon on conference calls. Fuck that. That's why he tweets. He's a better tweeter than talker. And then last time Elon was with Donald, I didn't think Elon would. Elon just like turned into like the homie. Elon was like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I feel like Elon got a little starstruck, as weird as it sounds, because Elon is like the richest person in the world. Yeah, bro. Yeah, Elon. I wouldn't put it like that, Mr. One Hole, but yeah, kind of. I wouldn't say it just like that, but yeah, Elon. I think Elon was a little starstruck, and he definitely was. He became Trump's. He just wanted to be Trump's friend by the end of that. Aiden Ross should be the moderator. Okay, you guys, maybe we should just change the subject. You guys are just going downhill. Okay, maybe you guys are tired. Maybe you need a protein bar or something. Get you hydrated, a water or something. I don't know. The news this morning was reaction to the debate, a couple of things overseas, and then the CPI. If I had to choose who won the debate, who would you give it to? I would give it to multinational corporations. That's it. Those are the only ones who win. And the loser is the American public for still believing this nonsense. Wow. On the low ticker. NVO popping too. Kind of waking up. And phase. Trump has no plan for you. Literally has no plan for you. Yeah, so NVO, there was what's it called? There was a trial from Roche. So that was a couple minutes ago. It just sucks. None of these hit the same. So Eli Lilly had the pop too, but nothing crazy. And Camel, thank you. Who was it? I think it was NVO this morning. One of them was supposed to have an update on an oral GLP-1 drug. So again, there's Roche data literally a couple minutes ago. That's why NVO and Roche and Eli Lilly are popping. Yeah, oil did a big move. Oil's weird, bro. All of this, though, again, even the bonds, that was a big move in reversal. Oil is literally nuts. Oil is breaking out, actually, even right now. They're getting back up to 2.4, but oil earlier was just disgusting, dude. So, yeah, oil was at 67.60, and then it sold off. People were talking about it. I heard, I forgot who it was, someone this morning on Bloomberg. They were talking about the ranges for it. And they were literally the 67 range we were talking about. It was funny because these guys were like math quants, but pretty much came up with our same price. I just didn't do that much analysis. For oil is being shorted? Yeah. I don't know if it's to fill the reserves, but because that's the thing. Once they announce it fills its reserves, if they're going to buy it, it's going to go insane. But I do think that is, like, it's part of it. You got to realize, like, the election is right around the corner. So I don't know. It's, there is that, price of oil ahead of the election. That's still a big deal. So I think that's kind of what we're dealing with as well. But people have talked about shorting oil to keep it down, or hedge funds selling oil in the last couple of weeks. I've actually heard that. How many people Googled the cats? So I don't know, but you guys already know my strange addiction. I like watching the police videos. So the whole like eating cats thing, there's like a body cam footage. So I saw the video. That's why I was like, oh, fuck. That's why it was hilarious when they brought it up. But I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it is like, it's kind of real. I don't know if it's like a common thing where they like eat it. But there is a video recently of cops stopping a lady next to a dead cat. And they're like, what the fuck are you doing? And then she's like, I know, I didn't eat it. Yeah, she denies it. But then there's like 3 witnesses or 2 witnesses next to her. And the cop is like, what the fuck happened? And then they're like, yo, she just ate the cat. No, so that's why it's just weird. And then there's like a whole body cam thing of, they're like, the lady's like looking hella like just blank faced, and they're like, did you eat the cat? And she's trying to act like she didn't eat the cat, and then everybody around her is like, she ate the cat. So yeah, it's literally body cam footage, bro. So it's funny. I didn't think that was gonna come up yesterday, but it did. Let me see. Yeah, look at it, bro. This is 2 weeks ago. So this is allegedly. So she allegedly killed the cat. Allegedly.
911, where's your emergency?
1310 Road Court. I'm sorry. I just was watching a live video of my cousin on Facebook, and she's down at her house. She killed a cat and is eating it. I need police and medical.
Why do you need medical?
I don't know what she took, what kind of drug she's on.
So
She's on a live video eating a fucking cat.
So you're saying,
yeah.
Does she have like mental issues or?
Baby, she doing drugs, baby.
She doing drugs.
100. She doing
cat. Yeah. So then look, it's a body, and then Everybody around her like, yeah, she's eating the cat. Bro, it's wild. Then there's another one too, but I'm like, dude. So this was 2 weeks ago. This is a body cam. Like, bro, these are just the random funny videos that show up, bro. So that's where that story comes from. If you guys are like, why the fuck are we talking about people eating cats? And then I think there was another one. There's another story about men who are doing something with animals, but it's just really fucking wild. Yeah, they try to fact check it and say that it didn't, but it did happen. Like, this was like, I don't know. It's not, like I'm saying, like, I watched the body camera footage like 2 weeks ago. So, like, it did happen. I definitely think it's kind of like the Colorado thing where, like, you know, something's going on and obviously some people are over dramatizing it. But then, like, there's like some of these stories, they don't come up out of nowhere. Like, no one's like, oh, like where do you get like somebody eating cats? Like, there was definitely like a situation again, like Aurora. I think there was gang. I don't know if they're taking over a whole entire complex by migrant gangs, but I'm sure there's definitely some gang activity that's leading to some things going on. And then now, just welcome to election year. I don't know. In a weird way, this is better than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, you guys were getting riots, and every week there was something. So, I don't know. RTX CEO continues to see quarter-over-quarter improvement in supply chain, but need to keep eye on it. Damn, RTX dropping on that. Johnson says no vote on 6-month stopgap today. Say we have enough American gangs. It should be zero tolerance for foreign gangs. That's funny as fuck. You're like, only we could have gangs. Fuck you guys. No, we get the gangs. Zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. Mm-hmm. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. And then NVIDIA's finally coming up. The options came back to green. Again, RTX, there's just some headline there by the CEO. And then bonds chilled. Market's moving a little better. High ticker has a little bit more volume. Let me see the movers. Remember earlier, bro, nothing was green. It's about to be 9. So right now, Dow Jones, 3 names green. Remember earlier, every name was in the red. NASDAQ 100, 25 green, 76 in the red. That was only like 10 or 7 earlier. And then SPY 57 green, 446 in the red. Previously it was 30. So not bad. I don't know what happened to Wolf. I was asking that earlier because it looked like all of the pet stocks were up there. So I thought that was interesting. Back to 100% invested. Hard to hold the deposits. Oh, I know, man. I feel. That's why I be careful. But it's good to have a decent, as long as you know, because at the end of the day, though, be careful and start stacking up some cash. But I'm glad that you are ready to go because there's people who are asking, they're like, oh, should I get out of 90% bill? And they're asking that question now when it's like you should have been thinking about that at the beginning of the year. So that's why in a weird way, it's like we're getting to a point where we're going to reach uncertainty and we don't know really what's going to happen and you're going to want some cash. But also at the same time, you don't want to be kind of, holding too much cash and then you've already missed out on a lot of the value moves. 90 bill. No, there's a lot of, sadly, there's still some people out there sitting on 50, 60, 70, 80, 90% cash, unfortunately. So that's why I'm saying, like, bittersweet being fully invested, but at the very least, at this moment, right now ahead of rate cuts, when things are about to change with fixed income, it's good that you have put your money to work, and hopefully the value you put it to work at is already, paying you a dividend of some sort. Bonds are about to go red. Very. This reminds me of the non-farms too. You sold off and then we bounced heavy. Remember, that was even with the yen. So very, very wild. Again, it is every day in September, the bonds have closed green. So every single day, the bonds have got a bid. Paid off another credit card today. Good timing, baby. Good timing. I see yield cuts, rate cuts, and no credit card debt. Yalla, habibi. Yalla. Oil moving higher. Yeah, I'm very impressed with it. But it's still 30 cents off of the highs. So, and then yen coming down. Yen is matching up with bonds a little bit here. But then again, bonds have already dropped. Again, Wolf, you had a couple of news headlines, but nothing like breaking or massive. NVIDIA's coming back up. And DJT somehow. People have to consider their portfolio balance. Yeah. You started 1.5 years ago, but you got dividends. Now you need some growth. Yeah, but if you are going to keep adding, you got to think the size, but definitely. But I posted it on the watch list, or not the watch list, my Instagram the other day. It's very simple. You have to go against the grain and buy this stuff when it's the opposite direction. So right now, that's why I'm saying we're going to go through a moment where I think dividend stocks are going to be expensive and growth names are going to get cheap. Right now, the dividend names have been cheap. The growth names have been expensive. So you have to have the discipline to stack up while the other one gives you a better deal, and then build your balance throughout. I like Google. I want it cheap. You're from the Dominican and people really eat cats? Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it. I mean, even in Egypt, people eat cats and dogs. But, yeah, I was just giving context to because some people were surprised that Donald Trump bring up people eating cats, but that's where the story originated from. You still talking about eating cats? I tried to move on from it, but Jonathan really wanted me to know his experience in the Dominican. But you're really bothered by it. So it's good. SPY's launching, bro. I'm mad we didn't get those dailies. Connor literally asked me about him, like, right here, and I was like, I'll wait till 1. And then now, bro, you've recovered 5-6 points. That's literally the whole day. You know that, right? Like, that was literally 5-6 points was what was priced in. So now SPY is moving half. Am I picking up Nike? Well, I don't have another deposit till like another 3 weeks. So I don't plan on buying anything. The NVIDIAs came back up to 30%. So those are up if you want to do something with them. The MO drop. So that's like, you're like number 12 to ask today. The next one's going to ask about Whirlpool, but all value stocks murdered today. So I don't think any specific news. I don't even think it's that big of a deal. But I think a little bit of shaving the froth or the foam after they have outperformed. How do I like my cat prepared? Band with the side of you pushed it. You see? So now you're in the hole. You know. At least the other homie was like, "Hey Josh, I'm from the Dominican. Let me share with you some life experience of my culture and how I can relate it to what it's talking about." Yours was just out of pocket. So now you're in the black hole of the Chad. Now you have to face the cognitive dissonance of showing up tomorrow or not. But now you don't like me because you're like, he banned me. I won't want to show up. I want to show up. I don't want to. And now you're gonna wait, and you have to think about it and think about your decisions. So in a weird way, I kind of put you in timeout. You got to sit in the corner for 24 hours and think about what you said. And if you want to come back and act like an adult, I'll treat you like an adult. But if not, I'm gonna have to explain it to you. Thank you. Election day should be a national holiday. Wow. And only in-person voting. Isn't that the plot of the Hunger Games? Or am I mistaken? But I feel like that would be very Hunger Games-esque. We all wake up. We're like, what day? It's election day. Oh, boy. And then we all like line up in the town square, and we all prepare to cast our votes. No? Okay. I should. Let me just I'm gonna go get a carbo. And it's already 9 o'clock. We gotta get. Maybe I'll just. Let me. Okay. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I don't really need to go pee. I'm gonna go get a carbo. But if I could knock a pee out, I will. It's a good time to buy Whirlpool. We'll talk about that in a second. So good morning. I'll BRB. Follow me on Instagram, though. Say what's up, bro. Say what's up. Amen.
Wages. Inflation is running high relative to productivity. In the United States, it's really the rents. It's not the wages. So I think the Fed's degree of anxiety on inflation is something that they're going to watch, of course, but I think the anxiety is gone. I think the anxiety has shifted 100% for all practical purposes to employment. Employment that as of June, looking backwards, was growing at a really solid pace. You could quibble about whether you like the kinds of jobs being created, but it was a solid pace. Now, between the prints that we've seen in the revisions, excuse me, you have a rising unemployment rate and an unacceptable rate of job growth. And so the Fed, I think, is going to start with 25.
Okay.
Before they went into the blackout period, they did not signal 50, but I think what we're going to see from them is a desire not to alarm anyone, but the notion that they may need to be neutral or accommodative. They need to bend the line. They need to get a little bit higher rate of job creation at this point. And frankly, for most of the components of inflation, they're running below pre-COVID levels, which, if you recall, was when they were going from 2 3/8 into the ones with an unacceptably low rate of inflation. So this is a 180-degree turnaround from where they were 3 months ago.
Absolutely. So, Robert, you had mentioned Europe. The ECB, of course, meets tomorrow and is expected to cut rates for a second time. I know that this won't influence what Jay Powell and company do next week, but talk about how the ECB is being ahead when it comes to cutting rates, ahead of the Fed at least, means for how investors adjust their holdings of European sovereign debt versus treasuries.
Sure. Well, I think big picture, rates have revalued. I mean, the ECB was at -50, they hiked to 4, now they're at 375, and they're on their way down. But we're at a dramatically higher level of interest rates than we were, for the prior decade. And this is an attractive level of yields in Europe, even though it is lower than the US. like I said, the service inflation is holding up in Europe. They're going to be a little bit more cautious, but their mandate allows them to manage growth such that it's at a level that they think will be consistent with 2% inflation. And growth in Europe is too slow. So they're going to be cutting rates, but at a pace that's probably slower than that of the Fed, because they're going to need to see more information on the inflation side showing that they are really getting back down to target.
All right, Robert, really appreciate your joining us and sharing your perspective. Robert Tipp is PGIM's fixed income chief investment strategist. Coming up on Bloomberg Markets, we head to Philadelphia for a live report on the fallout from last night's presidential debate. In the market today, we do see shares of Trump media under pressure. You can see down 11% over the past 2 days. By the way, the company also facing the end of its lockup period as well. We're going to talk about the upcoming U.S. election, where things stand right now, next. This is Bloomberg.
I get it. I should know better. I've been a CFO for over 15 years. But I've also been obsessed with merino wool blazers. And I saw it.
What is this? What are these ads, man? What is this ads, man? These guys. These are guys, man. This is Bloomberg. It's good. Yesterday, I think they forgot to sell ads yesterday. Because yesterday they were just playing like weird segments. And then that was it. They need to stop the cat dog thing. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think some people are like kind of weirdly offensive, but at the same time though, like there is an element where some people are, I don't know, they're acting like it didn't happen, but like you know what I'm saying? Like it's not as if I'd hate to say that Donald Trump was just talking out of his ass with that one, when like clearly there was something that that caused it, but I don't know. I think it's a topic that people have difficulty shaking, it looks like. Mikey Bloomberg. Well, Bloomberg has been loving the election, man. It's funny because at first, dude, even earlier in this year, first half of this year, y'all didn't feel anything. It was just literally the first debate. Ever since that debate, Biden just dropped off. Everybody switched gears, and then all of a sudden, we went from only worrying about Powell and not hearing anything to just going crazy. What is this? Widespread delivery problems with U.S. mail could disrupt voting in the presidential election. Y'all should just go. You could place your vote in person. Feel free. Let's see. Yeah, NVIDIA, the plays went up 30, 40%. So those things at least moved, but they were all over the place. That's it. I got my voter. I'm a registered Democrat. So I'm excited. Man. At the very least, the best part about everything, well, I don't know if it's a good part or not, but in less than 60 days, everything will be over. No more election. So that's the good part. But then you're going to be stuck with Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, which is a wild, wild, wild concept that is it. But yeah, so just remember, it's less than 60 days. That is when the election will be happening. Oh, I just can't wait to the vote. Biden's living proof the president don't matter. I mean, it's awkward how little everybody cares that he is still the president now. So like, Josh, are you worried about Donald Trump's mental acuity? I'm like, bro, what about Biden's the current president now? He have no idea what is happening. He is a philosophical clam in the shell. If you don't know, this is a philosophical. He is just having a certain amount of utils just sitting there. It feel like he just takes a warm bath for 72 hours a day and just sits there and floats. And you want to tell me about the president and his mind? Bro, he's their president now. He could start a war, execute trade, and pardon people all right now. So, yeah, I don't think it matters as much. But it's a really phenomenal social experiment. We have seen a lot. When Harris wins, how bad can it be? I mean, when it's all said and done, I think Harris will be hard to unwind. So I don't necessarily believe that. I don't know if she'll like immediately destroy the country, but I think she's gonna set in motion the building blocks to like not go back. Even certain things with money. And I'll just put it another way here. Very simply, and I don't care who you vote for. You could vote for whoever you want. I firmly believe this, though. If Kamala Harris wins and you do not own a house, I would buy a house as soon as possible, as fast as God will allow it, or you sell whatever you can and sacrifice whatever you can to buy a home. Because if Kamala wins after another 4 years, you've already seen what real estate has done in the last 4 years. But I do think that would, no matter what, I would make sure you get a home. Because then, without it, then just good luck. Because then you're going to be 8 years removed from, again, with certain policies that have detached the market. It's that bad? Well, no, I just think real estate's going to surge. I think they're going to try a lot of half-ass attempts to bring it down. I mean, what did we learn today from inflation? Do you guys not realize it? They've lied to you about real estate for 4 years in a row, and you still believe them. My YouTube videos have been 100% accurate on the real estate market. Like, no exaggeration. And all they've done is lie to you. And what I mean by that is literally today's CPI, inflation is still at 5% for real estate, which is mind-blowing because obviously your rent is up probably more, but the whole idea is that this whole idea where they're like, rent is going to come down, super core is going to come down, it never came down. 4 years later, it never came down. Month over month, year over year, it never came down. All it's done is gone up. So literally, even to this very moment, while you think inflation is low, technically in real estate, per metrics, real estate has not shown not one single sign of abating. So if Kamala did win, depending on fiscal policy, she's going to try to free up inventory and create these things. Someone even said, well, isn't she going to give $25,000 to buyers? Yeah. So let's say she did do that. That's more demand, homeboy. That's why I'm telling you, you guys should buy a house as soon as possible. If Kamala wins and you don't own a home and you wait 3-4 years, it's after all those 25Ks and after all of these things go on and after it gets out of hand and they're like, oh, it'll come down, and it doesn't, then that's it. Even rent control. Don't forget, every area that has ever instituted rent control, the rent never got cheaper. All it does is make sure the rent doesn't go higher. Don't ever forget that, you guys. So if you want cheap property, lower property prices, you don't want these things. You don't want fake demand. You don't want rent control. Otherwise, it's going to guarantee that the prices stay exactly where they are at, if not go higher. So the places with rent control will have a floor And then you won't, if you can't get in there, the next places that don't have a floor, they're going to go even crazier. And then again, look at what happened all around LA. But that's not even the point. The point is you need to get a home. And I strongly believe it. If Kamala takes the cake, you better walk away with a home. Otherwise, you will regret it a couple years later. Real estate was under Trump? No, it wasn't. Real estate was actually like chill under Trump. Go look at the property 2016 to 2019, 2020. It never, and then even when it crashed, you had a chance to get it cheaper than 2010 at some points. But no, I believe Donald Trump will cause deflation. So I don't even think Donald Trump causes anything better. I just think it's reverse. But I think Donald Trump would lead to deflation. So will you get a cheaper house? Yeah, but then you're going to lose a lot of money on your stocks, or you're going to lose a lot of money on anything else that's paper, or if you have a lot of debt, you're going to get clobbered, because deflation with high debt, you get screwed. So I'm not saying Donald Trump is going to be roses, but I have a very clear-cut defined theory for both of them. I think inflation, heavy leaning on the border of hyperinflation for Kamala, and then deflation if we have Trump. Yeah, real estate under Trump was pretty stable. Like, it just didn't go up that much. Again, 2018, 2019, that's why Donald Trump wanted rate cuts, because real estate was slowing down then. That's what's crazy, because I remember 2018, 2019, the market was slowing down, but it was wild that the inventory is even lower than then, because even then people thought it was low and slow, but no, I guess it could have been worse. But yeah, the real estate market, it wasn't like active in 2018, 2019. Again, houses went up 3 to 5%, if that, but you held up some of the value from the other increase, but it wasn't like, it's nothing like what we're going through now. Even in the slowest year in the last 4 years would have been the biggest year in any 4 years of Trump, to put it another way. Will deflation screw you if you have 2 mortgages? Yes. If you can't afford them, or you don't have an income or a job, yeah. But if you have the cash, then you could just pay it off little by little. But the whole idea with deflation is if you have debt, imagine the dollar gets really strong and prices go down, and then your debt stays fixed. So if you have $20,000 in debt, but then the dollar gets so strong that house prices go down, right? You could get more house with $20,000. You could get more car with $20,000. So now $20,000 could get you way more things because the dollar's so much stronger, but then you still have to pay for your debt, your old debt, which is $20,000. But then that's a lot more. So you're paying your $400 a month to service the payment, but that $400 would be getting you $800, $1,000 worth of goods now if you took out the loan now versus back then. But since it's debt that you owe and have to pay it back, it's going to crush you and hurt you in deflation. So that's what I don't think is good for Trump. Like, you got to think about it. If Trump wins and we get deflation and prices go down and everybody turns on him and they're like, fuck you, we're not going to do this. And everyone, the BLS is like, we're done lying. We're going to be honest now. And then everything like turns, and then you get deflation and prices go down. Think about it. People are really going to hate Trump because he'll have debt. If you have debt and then the value of everything becomes high, or your dollar becomes high and prices drop, you're going to be like, dude, I have all of this. You're going to be like, I have to pay back this debt now. And then until wages go up or the dollar gets stimulated again, your debt will be crushing you. So that's the reverse. It's either you get crushed by debt or everything is too expensive to afford. But then again, those are both extremes. So find a happy middle ground. Why you got to spread FUD? Very much unlike you. They're all theories. No one knows what's going to happen. Well, then you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, you're just being a little soft about it. I've said this for a while, so honestly, fuck you. You know exactly what's like me or not. You just got rubbed the wrong way. Little friction, because I've said politics and hyperinflation and deflation. So like I ended it with, those are the extremes. Find your happy middle ground. But you could, if you're a reasonable individual with a brain who thinks and doesn't take things at face value because you could think, use your brain, then you will realize that, you know, one or the other will lean towards the past 60 years of political history and economics. And again, people who prefer certain policies versus not, which again goes back to the Republican Democratic history I've shared with you guys for a very long time. So yeah. You have to switch careers? Because chat is cooked? What? Is your career the chat? Well, get a long term. I mean, long term is going to be great. I think real estate, again, I mean, the best way to outpace it. That's all. The only way you're going to lose is if you just fight reality. I mean, that's it. Everything I've told you guys leading into it, even over the last couple of years, it's been a mix of, diversification and just finding the right opportunities. You know, there was opportunities to lose money and you could have got clapped. But again, if you took advantage of all the buy the dips, the real estate, the different areas that sprung up here and there, I mean, there was just all these different opportunities. So as long as then diversified, you got yield, you got to keep your money safe, you got to put it in different pockets, the dollar, again, if you have balance, then you have nothing to worry about, 4 or 5 years later. Some areas should have done good, some areas could have done bad, but you should be able to execute. You love the new style, more appeasing. Well, listen, I mean, for the people who are kind of like weird and I'm being very straightforward with you, I'll either never talk to you again or maybe down the road. I do hope they learn, though. Like, I'm not trying to really be mean. I know I could clap people pretty hard, but I hope my lack of tolerance teaches you something, if that makes any sense. I really hope that some people can just I don't know. I hope a strong rebuke makes you wiser, because if you are truly wise, a strong rebuke will make you wiser. But if you are a fool, then it doesn't even matter. But I do hope it's not as, like I'm saying, I do hope you guys can pick up on it, because there is a certain way where I hope you could be a little bit more strict with your thinking and your reactions. You're going to be living in cars in 4 years? No, man, just buy a house. That's what I'm saying, though. I don't know why people get so worked up when I tell them the reality of things. Because, I really believe if you have a general idea, and again, you're really thinking and find that good middle ground, you can prepare and plan and win no matter what. And that's what I want from you. Even if you're a dumbass voting for Kamala Harris, that's fine. All I'm saying is you better buy a house. You better plan to save. If we have deflation, you better not have debt, right? So you have to, the real understanding lesson you got to take out of this is owning real assets and then owning debt, and how do you balance those in depending on the situation and if policy puts you in a certain area. Do you see what I'm saying? That is a very, very big deal. But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about real assets versus debt, and how do you balance that if there's major policy shift. Am I still? Yes. I'm more on the Trump train after yesterday's debate. Yes, sir. Like I said, you may have missed it earlier. I felt like Kamala had a higher bar in the sense that you don't hide for a month and then come out with the same shit. Like, you should have destroyed him. That's what I'm saying. You cannot hide for a month and be like, okay, you showed up. You didn't die like the last candidate. Okay, you're president now. Here you go. The most important job in the world. There you go. So you didn't die on stage. Okay, that's good, and you showed up alive. Okay, she checked the boxes. Get her the let's go. Get her the throne. She did destroy him. No. You just don't like Donald Trump. I don't think she destroyed him at all. I think that's a very, very, very wild take. Considering, again, she had 4 years to prepare for this. So you got to really think about it. That's exactly what I'm saying. She knew who Donald Trump was. You had 4 years to come up at this guy after not saying anything for anybody. You know? So that's it. Well, not even the issues, but yeah. Oh, you guys talking the tax write-off? But yeah. You did bring up Abdul. I felt the same way I did on the last one though. Like I said, it was like I still felt hungry after the debate. I was very unsatiated by all of it. But that's what I'm saying. 60 days, man. 60 days. Oh yeah, she didn't bring up the unrealized tax stuff. Well, then none of them, bro. They didn't talk about child tax credits. I'm mad none of them brought it up. I thought it was important. It got airtime last time. They did not talk about golf, which I was kind of disappointed about. But other than that, they both ignored the child care one. So I thought that was funny. Yeah, Kamala brought it up, but no, they didn't talk about it like last time. And then even last time they didn't, that's it. It was light. I wanted a real policy, something. Again, new, all of it. So I'm saying the Kamala shit's old. Y'all are she won. You don't win saying the same shit after hiding. Donald Trump got triggered at moments. He was the same, just like last time. Again, all of it was very underwhelming, but I just, there's no way, bro. We had so much time, and these are our candidates, and then again, even then, that's how they come out. I'm like, oh, man, that's sad. You've listened to 20 songs of Uncle Answers? Let's go, baby. Wait, man, good morning. That was the other one. Trump did bring up the jobs revision, and they moderators say exit, 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 exit. Back out, back out, back out. Solomon. DJ Solomon on Goldman on CNBC. Remember, they had guidance yesterday. Oh yeah, this is him.
I'm more focused.
That's how my head goes. Look soon.
And kind of understanding the execution of their plan. It's a super company. It's incredibly well positioned. I'm not smart enough. When you have, this kind of momentum in stocks, they're up and down. What you really have to say is, what's this going to look like 5 years from now? This is a super important company. It's going to be a super important company. I'm not smart enough to call balls and strikes on short-term valuation.
Sure, but I'm sure people have walked the halls of Goldman Sachs or popped into your office and said, wow, this is unbelievable what's happening in the market around these AI.
And I give them the same answer. I'd send them to our research analysts that focus on it and say, ask them for a valuation opinion. I don't call balls and strikes on valuations of individual stocks.
You have opined, though, on whether you think AI is a bubble or not. You said it was not.
I think AI, is something very, very substantive. That doesn't mean that certain companies can't be traded at valuations that look very, very robust and wind up being very significant companies with lower valuations, it doesn't mean that there are shifts in all of this. I mean, you're a great student of the market too. You know, things move up and down. That doesn't mean that they're a bubble.
Let's talk some politics. Debate was last night. Not sure if you had a chance to see it or not. Your own economic team, of course, has made news of late, suggesting that the bigger boost to growth would come from the Harris economic plan, at least over the first couple of years. She mentioned it last night. You feel the same?
So that report, which was mentioned last night in the debate, came from an independent analyst. And it's interesting, Scott. I think a lot more has been made of this than should be. What the report did is it looked at a handful of policy issues that have been put out by both sides, and it tried to model their impact on GDP growth. And the reason I say a bigger deal's been made of it is what it showed is the difference between the sets of policies that they put forward was about 0.2%. Okay, so economy grows. Okay, if you took these particular sets of policies they looked at, and by the way, we have no idea whether these policies, these things that are talked about, will ultimately be implemented. What was the growth impact? And the differential was 0.2%. So, you know, I think our clients are trying to look at what's going on from a policy perspective and make judgments. I think this blew up into something that's bigger than what it was intended to be.
You said in August, though, I'm going to quote here, we need a set of policy decisions that help us deal with the trajectory of spending, the level of debt, and the cost of that debt. Whose policies fit that?
Well, I think one of the interesting things, I did watch the debate last night, and just one of the interesting things, and I could be wrong about this, but this is my recollection of what I watched. Did the debt come up once in the conversation all night? I don't think there was any discussion about the debt, you know, at all in the debate last night. I do think this is a policy issue that's going to have to be wrestled with, but I didn't hear any discussion about it last night.
There are obviously policy decisions that some will suggest are better or worse for growth. There are then decisions that will impact Goldman directly. Whose policies are better for the firm?
You know, I think that's a complicated question. And I think one of the things that's important, you know, at this moment in time, we're 2 months away from an election. There's a lot of political rhetoric. Political rhetoric is very different from policy implementation. And so our job is to be prepared to run Goldman Sachs and serve our clients, regardless of what the outcome is, and also to participate actively with either administration to try to allow, you know, America to accelerate and do as well as it can do. And so, you know, we stand ready to do that in either outcome.
I mean, it's been hard to make deals, obviously, under this current administration. Are you looking for a relief, a change on that front so that you can actually execute on what part of the bread and butter of your business is?
Well, I definitely think that one of the themes of the last 4 years, last 3.5 years, has been an increase in regulatory impact across all industries. And this is actually something that I'm hearing from CEOs across all industries. The FTC is obviously one avenue of that. I don't think the FTC has been in the right place on a whole significant number of issues. And I do think this FTC has been a headwind to activity that actually strengthens U.S. business, strengthens U.S. competitiveness. And I don't think that's a good thing. And so I do think from a policy perspective, whatever administration comes forward should take a hard look at that.
You seem to have won the fight over Basel III. You feel that way with the decision this week from Vice Chair Barr? The capital buffer is going to go up, obviously, but not nearly as much as you had feared it could.
Well, what I'd say about Basel III at this point is I obviously heard what Vice Chair Barr said yesterday, and there's no question that it's moved from what was originally proposed. A number of months or meaningful period of time ago. What I'd say is I have not seen the details. Okay, the details will come out next week. There were a number of areas that weren't addressed or weren't touched on, in particular the capital markets impact and the fundamental review of the trading book. So I want to look at it, and I'll reserve comment to then. But I think this is a process, and I'd say we're still in the middle of the process. We're far from the end of the process.
Let's finish by talking about you for a moment. Your stock, you mentioned it earlier, that your stock has had a great run. Before this week, I was up 30%, I think, going into this week for the year. I saw a Fortune headline from early July, and I want to read it to you, and I want to get your reaction to it. Goldman Sachs' CEO was seen as a dead man walking. A year later, the David Solomon era is being hailed as a success. What is the David Solomon era that's being hailed as a success?
I'm running Goldman Sachs now for, I think, next week or the week after I start my 7th year. we have an incredible team of people that have done an unbelievable job growing the firm. When I look back over the 6 years, I'm incredibly proud of how our team has grown the firm and has enabled us to be better positioned to serve our clients. We've materially gained market share with our clients. We've really gravitated to a very, very strong One Goldman Sachs ethos that is helping us serve our clients more holistically and better, and I think improving our market shares. We've got an asset and wealth management business that's set up, that's really positioned to grow and grow nicely. We're continuing to change the mix of activities in the firm around our two core businesses, banking and markets and asset and wealth. We're running the firm more efficiently. We're making substantial technology investments.
And I do an awesome
and we've
EDM
grown the
set.
market cap very materially. We have more work to do. It hasn't been perfect. There were things that we tried that we decided weren't right, and we've narrowed on them. But I try really to stay focused on what we're trying to do over the next few years, how we're trying to execute. You know, are we executing correctly? Are we serving our clients well? And if we are, you know, we keep going. And I try not to read all the ups and downs in the press. If you read the press the last few months, it says we're doing quite well. If you read the press 12 months ago, it had other things to say. You know, we're focused on our clients.
True, they were hating on him heavy, bro.
We're focused on executing, and I think
on
we're making good
Solomon.
progress. I feel really good about the way the firm's positioned, really good about the way our people are performing for our clients, and very optimistic about the progress Goldman Sachs will make over the next 5 years.
Does the Solomon era have a long runway in front of us? You're a relatively young man, 62?
I'm 62 years old. I'm working hard. I'm focused forward. And we're going to continue to work hard to drive Goldman Sachs forward.
I appreciate you so very much sitting down with us today,
Sure,
David.
it's my pleasure, Scott. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, that's David Solomon.
David Solomon. He's pretty cool. He does DJ. He DJ Solomon. That's why. But like a year ago, bro, they were hating on him heavy because, again, Goldman as a bank was doing pretty bad, especially after like the whole SVB thing. And then they turned it around. Again, we were just looking at the banks yesterday. Remember, we were looking at Goldman and JP Morgan. So that was interesting. I always like to hear Solomon. He's not as he doesn't have the same like superstar status as Jamie Dimon. You know, they were trying to get, because Goldman used to be very big. There still are. And then Domino's flushing right now. Yo, big drop on Domino's. What's that? ARB? See, Lincoln. I'm seeing headlines on Kiev and Russia, but Domino's, that's a pretty big drop. David Solomon. It's a good name. It's a very good name. It looks like Domino's was dropping earlier. Please hold while we connect your call. Pizza for sympathy. Is there any headlines on it? I'm not seeing anything yet. But that's pretty big. It could be the conference. I wouldn't be surprised. That's what every company, if you see a big move and no headlines, be on the lookout for events. September 11th, yeah, Piper Sandler Growth Conference. They just started a couple minutes ago. So, yeah. So, literally, wait. Yeah, Domino's Pizza. They're at Piper Sandler Growth Conference. No, so whatever you're getting on BMO, that's not it. Something's happening right now. I could listen to it if you want. But it's this, Domino's, 9:30 Pacific time. So literally that started about 10, 15 minutes ago. So now, and then the stock started moving 2 minutes after and then dumped 7 minutes in. So they're definitely giving guidance or something.
To actually turn the dial on that and actually push greater productivity on those. So the more complexity we can take out of the stores, the more we enable more complex operations like a stuffed crust pizza. So it is definitely part of our thinking.
Yeah, I just want to see, so it's live right now. So I don't know what the headline is, but Domino's down 4. Who was the other one? There was another company that had it earlier. We had a conference. I know gold did start moving up. That was interesting. I'm putting out a stream alert. Watch Domino's because there might be another move. We don't know the headline yet. Are they coming out with stuffed crust? That would be great. I think stuffed crust is patented, to be honest with you. And then buyout firm EQT explores sale of majority stake in payment processing banking Circle. So EQT, they're selling something, but what's banking Circle? I don't know if they're public or not, but that's coming in now. You posted share buyback news? Is that what it is? Well, we'll see. You'll get another headline here, I'm sure, in a little. But just something's going on with Domino's. And then again, buyout firm EQT explores sale of majority stake in banking Circle. Banking Circle is private. I love stuffed crust. Yeah, it's good. Even my girlfriend, she approves because they don't have that in Switzerland. So I showed her stuffed crust back in the day, and she fucked with it. She's like, "This is amazing." She said, "You Americans are geniuses. How do you come up with this shit?" I said, "That's what I thought." Octa on the high. And Cart on the high. Again, EQT. That was a delayed reaction, I think, on that headline. So, again, they're selling something. That's hella funny. No, man, it's true, though. Because, like, it's, you know, because, like, Europeans are hella, like, arrogant. You know that? So, like, all my Europeans in here, let me put it this way. Every European in here, true or false, you think you're better than every American. Hands down, undoubtedly. No matter what. You can have an American owns 5 houses, 18 Ferraris, and you be living off the EU government assistance, and you still be like, I'm better than that dirty American. Now, ask them. I'm not. Don't take my word for it. Ask them. Like, do you think you're better than me? And they'll say yes, hands down. Why? Because you're American. They'll believe, hands down. And y'all think it has to do with Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or Biden. No. They're just arrogant pricks. They've been like this from the beginning of time. That's why we fled at the British Tea Party. Okay? Taxes my ass. We just didn't like them. They're pricks. Okay? It's just so arrogant. It's okay. That's what I'm saying. My girlfriend, she's European. So, like, I understand. She just thinks she's better than everybody. That's not European because I'm like, oh, okay. So so she used to hate on everything, bro. She used to hate on the food. She would hate on anything. And then McDonald's and stuffed crust, the European arrogance doesn't know how to react to it because it's genius. You know that? That's it. I took her to McDonald's, bro, and she was like, you know what? Nah, fuck it. McNuggets, these are good. You Americans you're on to something. And I showed her stuffed crust, bro. They ain't never put cheese in their crust, bro. They like cheese. Even if it tastes like fake cheese, they like it. And they're like, man, oh, no, you Americans, all right. It's okay. I was just making jokes, European people. You guys aren't that bad. Just the French. But, see, everybody hates the French, right? Right? Even in Europe, that's who they don't like in Europe too. So I got you, bro. I got you. If you're French, then this, unfortunately, you are going to walk away with the L today. But it's okay. I don't think Domino's is getting stuffed crust. So somebody said buybacks. I don't have that confirmed yet. But we'll see. China initiates dispute complaint against Canadian surtax measures with WTO. We just had a lesson on that. Domino's stuffed crust would have been good. Papa John's has stuffed. I swear it was a patent though. I swear not everybody could do it, or maybe they just don't do it like Pizza Hut. No one mentioned crypto. There was people talked about crypto with the Donald Trump thing. But again, that didn't really make sense unless Donald Trump's odds plummeted today. But then again, it still doesn't make sense with the bonds and some of that. So CPI did get in the way, but crypto did not have a pretty day. Pizza Hut used to. I still like pizza. I just don't eat it a lot. I don't even remember last time I had it. But I like a solid stuffed crust pizza, bro. Pizza Hut goes ham. Pizza Hut was sued by the family of Anthony Mangiello for $1 billion over claims that the stuffed crust infringed on their patent on making stuffed pizza shells. Pizza Hut was found to not have infringed on the patent. Oh, see? So there's a story to it. But then, dude, so they don't own a patent then on it. Because, again, it's been at least 10 years. It's been at least 10 years where nobody has copied stuffed crust. You don't think that's weird? You don't think that every pizza place was like, nah, fuck it. Meanwhile, it's the coolest thing ever. I don't think it peaked, but even like it's just always been around. But all of a sudden now, you guys are telling me Papa John's does it and all these other places. Apparently DiGiorno, Little Caesars, what? Pizza. That's crazy. Pizza got stuffed crust now. You landscape the Pizza Hut founder's mansion? Nice. He doesn't like leave pizza outside? Like he doesn't like give guests pizza? Am I just being judgmental? Because like I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like it'd be Halloween. He just leaves like a large pepperoni outside. So come in. Please. But then again, everybody knows Pizza Hut. I don't think he. Earthquake of 6.0 strikes Bismarck Sea. Bismarcky. Oh, he's dead now. Okay. Oh, that's sad. But he let you fish on his lake every day? That's dope. So did I tell you guys I might not be able to fish this weekend? I'm sad now. I'm sad. Blinken discussed long-range fires in meeting with Ukraine. Escalation, one of the factors, but not the only factor. Escalation ain't one thing, it's the only thing. No? All right, FBLG. Bonds going lower. That was a big flip-flop. We're going to go deep sea. I don't know if it was deep sea. I think it was just normal sea. How do you know when you enter into deep sea? Because I was just going to go on the ocean. But my friend said we can't take the nice boat if we go fishing. But then my girlfriend, she doesn't want to come unless it's the nice boat. I'm like, this is stupid. So I want to go fish, but because I want to go on a boat, and I want to go on the nice boat. But then if we take the nice boat, I can't fish. But then if I go on the not nice boat, my girlfriend ain't gonna come, and then I get to fish, and then it's not a nice boat, and then I'm by myself. Well, but then if we take the nice boat, I get to go on a nice boat, and then my girlfriend come, but then I don't get to fish. It's really annoying. No reason for the pump. Same thing even to the downside. Almost every week. Where is Seaforth? Is that the one by like Point Loma? And that one there's that little parking lot. I didn't realize there's so many places to fish in San Diego. It's kind of the beauty of being on the water. Yeah, I am. I know you are. I do. People, even by the airport, I don't know if you guys know that, but even by the airport, like to San Diego, there's like Harbor Island where you could like chill. And it's just like a walkway like near the water, and like people fish. So around like 6, 7 p.m. around sunset, when the fish get hungry, they go by the rocks and they just sit there on the rocks and throw fishing lines and catch fish. I just saw that recently. I was tripping out. I was like, no way. So they don't even go on boats or anything. They just go sit on this little walkway and just throw their fishing line over the water and catch a fish and go home. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I don't know if you could fish in Fiesta Island. I think you could only party. Fiesta. No? Long term, I posted on here. I've been posting on my Instagram too. But if you go to this channel and then go to the post tab on this channel, it will have the long term. And you'll be good. Gronk was on Bloomberg talking business. Even Gronk knew it wasn't real money. Woo. Riley, are we going to get another headline? Riley is popping. You might be on the lookout. Remember the buyout offer and all the BK stuff and everything going on. But yeah, Riley is moving big. Update on Riley ownership. Oh, we do have the 10-year auction. You're right. Mm-hmm. Shit. All right, you guys might have to wait. I forgot about that. I just put out an alert. But yeah, I totally forgot. We have like, and I give it like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Put out the beacon. I know. It's okay. We'll get it real quick here. I think we'll be good. Adding more Whirlpool. Remember, I'd wait till even a little bit too. It depends on your goal, but you have 2 more months until the dividend on Whirlpool. So you could kind of let it dance around a little bit. Maybe get a better price. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. Bonds, I'm still in that bond play, but they dropped a lot. And then the yen is outperforming, which is interesting. So get ready. The when issued will be coming out here any second. Damn, Riley's still going. Wait a second. When issued 3.662. So higher, bad, lower, good. It's going to come out here in like a minute or so. And then we will begin, and then that'll probably be the final move. And remember, PPI tomorrow, that'll be another big bond moving event. But 3.662. So here on the wire, you'll get the number in a second. Give it another minute. What news? Bond auction. 10-year bond auction, $39 billion. And then other than that, you had Riley with news. Domino's had news. Then there was like Eli Lilly and RTX. I was like an hour or 2 hours ago. And then NVIDIA 2 post-event. All right. right, 10.662. So wait for it. Remember, higher, bad, lower, good. Oh, I saw a little pop. A little pop. Whoop, whoop. Wait for it. Macy's on the high. Wait, man, come on. Oh, we're off. 3.648. No way. So that came in with demand. Still a little bit higher, but it got a little bit of demand there. Not bad. Okay. All right. I sold my yen and then I covered my bond short. I took a $700 loss on the bond short and then I made $890 on the yen. And then I'm going to reposition because those kind of balanced each other out. But that was a strong auction. It's not bad at all. Indirect 76, 13% direct. That was a 3.875 too. That's crazy. So the yield is lower than the coupon. That's a lot of demand. It might still go down a little bit, but it could affect NQ. But for the most part, I think bond demand is solid. I think that just related to the confidence in rate cuts, and then again, people feeling a certain way moving forward. You heard the yen is ripping? Oh my gosh! I heard that. Today I heard Whirlpool is down in MO. Did you see MO? MO, it's dropping. 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 Did you know people eat dogs and cats? That's another. It's also. Did you hear about that, Josh? Did you hear about the cats and the dogs? No? Okay. Oh. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen. Boys and gals, how we feeling? Oh, first Super Chad. Let's go. Thanks for the NVIDIA. You're welcome, man. Thank you. Thank you for showing love. Wow, that's amazing. Wow. First time Super Chad, right as Philo starts. So, Chad, that's amazing. That is very, very glorious. So, thank you for being here. Oh, what the fuck is this, dude? Oh, sorry. Hold on. It didn't close out my play. Because I was on the June contract. It made me short the yen, so I made another $50. Okay, and now I'm out. That's crazy. It made, so I made $1,000, but geez, that could have been bad. Good thing I noticed that. Sorry. I got a little distracted. I noticed it still said P&L open. I said that shouldn't be open. That should be closed, Habibi. That should be closed. So here's the deal. Okay, you ready? It's Philo time, my friends. So every day we talk a lot about stocks. Even today, we woke up an hour earlier to go over everything, to go over the CPI. We've been talking about it all. I mean, literally, I'm closing out bond and yen trades. We're talking about what to expect with soft landing, no landing. We've talked about the long term. We're talking value rotations. There's so many things on the table. And honestly, the market is going to get very exciting. And besides everything I've shared with you, I did say it early. I do hope you guys benefit off of it. I mean, yeah, there's politics and a lot of things, but when it's all said and done, if you could take info and become wiser and know how to apply it, then you're going to be better off. And I hope you do get that. But that being said, why we do this Philo, I like to talk about life because there's more to life than just the act of making money. And sometimes the process that you get into in your head and how you think will impact your wealth and performance more than a lot of things. So that's why we have Philo. We're going to talk a little bit about life, spirituality, and a couple of things today. Surprisingly, it's less spiritual than you would think, but the whole idea is I hope I could share some stuff with you to get you motivated and hopefully do better. But above all else, it's also just stuff I like to share with you as I'm on my journey and some of the things I go through and think about. And I feel like there's something to learn through it because we all have gone through stuff and can learn off each other. And iron sharpens iron, as does another brother sharpen another brother. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. So I hope you're ready for it. Just like everything else, though, like for real, as you see here, if you respect me and my community, I will treat you like an adult. I will treat you with respect. If you a hoe and you on that hoe energy, I will treat you like that as well too. And what I mean by that is just quite simply, if you don't want to listen, I'm not trying to make you do anything. You don't have to be here. So that being said, it's zero tolerance, okay? So I don't have time for any jokes and all of that. And if you joke during this moment, you let me know. You're sending me a message, and it's not really anything crazy. Because just now I'm just telling you don't fuck with it. And if you do fuck with it, I mean, that says enough for me. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you're ready. But today, too, I think you guys will be able to get a little bit more off of it. I think you'll be able to get a little bit more off of today. I like today a lot. I have a good reminder. So that being said, let me start it with OG. Not even, I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, but I think it's very important. You must do everything in your power to avoid regret. Okay, buddy? Okay, brother? I don't know who's hearing me right now. And before you're like, oh, wow, you're saying this perfect time. It's like, I've been saying this every day. The worst feeling in the world is not doing something you thought you were going to be able to do, or you thought you were going to do differently. I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do that, and then you don't do it, oh man, it's going to kill you. That's why I've been reminding everybody every day. Do everything in your power to avoid regret. And some of y'all need to probably take a look at yourself, because you may feel me and be like, oh, I don't like regret, but like I said, are you doing everything in your power to avoid regret? Oh, I tried. No, you didn't try. How do you keep stumbling into it? So live, bro. Do what you want to do. Do what you need to do. Don't delay. If you could do something now, do it now. Okay? Don't hold back. It's game time, baby. It's game time. No regrets, baby. No regrets. Game time. So that's how I've been starting my PHILOs, okay? That is how I've been starting it. And right now, today's PHILO, like I said, it's not that spiritual. Surprisingly, I don't have a Bible verse for you today. But I have something that, again, I think you should be able to apply it. And this should be able to change your life. And it's sad because I do this and I don't do it. And that's why I really want to share this, because I was like, wow, I was really reminded of how important this is. And it kind of blew my mind, because I'm like, damn, I remember how I got to certain places. And I'm like, wow, I do this at some moments, and then other moments I don't give it attention. But wow, man, I'm about to share something big. And you already know what I'm about to tell you. It's a secret, but it's not a new one. Yes, you become what you think about, but I need to give you it very simple. As simple as can be. I need you all to understand one thing and one thing only. Okay? I need you need to become delusional. Not like Kamala Harris delusional, but kind of. But you could learn something from politicians. This is one very simple lesson. Some of you have forgotten to do this. You need to act like you have already won, my friend. You need to act like you have already won. Some of you already have. That's where, sadly, you don't realize it. Oh, my goodness. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm going to get mad. I'm going to get mad with this philo, bro. You have no idea. I'm talking all calm, but, like, this kind of upsets me. I'm not, you all, oh, yeah, John. No, shut up. Because some of y'all haven't been doing this. I don't want to stop acting. Stop it. I know you like how it sounds. Why'd you stop doing it? Why did you stop visualizing? What happened? Why did you think you're better than it? Why did you stop? You had a good habit. You were actually thinking positively. You weren't tripping on the world. You weren't worried about this or that. You were moving like you already won. You were walking around with the victory in your pocket. They smelt it on you. They saw it on you. You have visualized good things. Why did you stop? Yeah, y'all don't feel me. Yeah, bro, this is OG. This is one of the OG lessons right now. Bro, this is the number one thing if you ever want to make your mind and your life better. What you visualize and what you rehearse in your head is creating your reality, all of you. And I think some people needed to be reminded because I got a really stark reminder. Because I was like, bro, I be visualizing certain things. And I really, in certain areas, I be walking around like Kanye. You can't tell me nothing, bro. I won. But then I did notice in some areas, my visualization died. My visualization was non-existent. There are some areas in my life I walking around like there was a chance I wouldn't win. Dog, y'all don't feel me, bro. U.S. closer to allowing NVIDIA chips for Saudi Arabia. That's coming out on Semaphore right now. Or that was 3 minutes ago. They're usually early. But yeah, bro, no, for real, they do underestimate the power of subconscious thinking. But again, I mean, I know how far this has taken me in my life. That's why I'm like, oh my gosh. I felt good that I didn't neglect it everywhere, but I'm like, man, the fact that I would ever neglect such a powerful tool in my life is a damn shame. And like, you guys got to realize something about what I'm trying to tell you with this. You know why I say you need to be delusional? It's funny because you guys are kind of already delusional. It's okay. I'm delusional too. My delusions, that's what I'm saying. I use it differently. I use my delusion to live a happy life. For real. I live in peace. Call it what you want, bro. I will be dumb as batshit and I will be delulu to get to live a calm, peaceful life. Some of y'all be using your delusions to pleasure yourself. Wow. Not to create a peaceful life, to create a life of peace, to create a life of honor, to create a life that you would actually like. No. You're doing it to create pleasure. Hedonism. No, you don't even know what that word means. But seriously, this is why I'm bringing you got to think about this, bro. Do you not realize that your mind, your brain, your physiology, your brain releases dopamine from certain stimulated or simulated situations in your head? Stop it. Y'all don't read, bro. Sometimes I be saying stuff and your head is releasing dopamine. I be straight up getting you high off of the words that I am saying. That's the problem with some of the philo, because some of y'all get the dopamine hit and you're like, whoa, that morality. Oh, yeah, I want to be good. Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. That's that dopamine talking. That's why by the end of the day, that's why by the time you go into bed, it's a whole different scenario. Come on. Again, you know the obvious one. Like, come on, bro. Again, I be calling some of y'all out. It's funny, they stopped telling me that too, though. People stop asking me if I'm okay. Once I told them the reality, I said, "You asking if I'm okay? What are you guys doing with your time? You worried about my mental health, bro? Have you taken care of? Have you drank water? Have you exercised? What are you putting your body through?" Yikes. That's what I asked a couple weeks ago. But y'all need to think about it. Bro, your mind. You be thinking about sexual situations. That releases chemicals in your mind. You visualize. Bro, think about how powerful your visualizations can be. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, come on, bro. Why are we acting like our mind isn't the most powerful thing? Why are you acting like this doesn't actually happen? That's why I'm telling you, if you act like you already won, that releases a whole different chemical in your brain. Visualizing success is literally you're simulating something in your mind that you're going through it. It's getting you more familiar with winning. It's getting you more familiar with certain things. Your body is going to move a different way. And that is the main point. Some of y'all need to wake up. Do some of you neglect this and this? You need this? Yes. Do some of you, will this be the thing you're missing? Yes. You gotta walk around like you already won. This is the thing you're missing. But for some of y'all too, y'all need to realize this is a strategic way to raise your confidence. Some of you just need your confidence. Look at you. Exactly. I love it. You already said that. You said, man, it's hard to build that confidence. No, that's the whole point. Some people need this for another reason. But this, for those of you who have no confidence, this is the answer to get your confidence back. Do you get it? Oh, I hope they feel me. This is what you need. It's a strategy, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is a strategic way to build your confidence. And guess what? Do you think people don't do this? I'm telling you, every politician does this. Go look around. Any CEO does this. I promise you. This is, you call it whatever you want, call it bullshit, call it cliche, whatever you want. This is a strategy of building your confidence. It's very simple. You are gonna, how can I get these things? How can I get ideas? How can I operate from a place? You got to act like you already won. How do you feel a certain way? How do I go into them? You need to strategically start acting like you won. Because if you do that, you are going to walk away with more confidence. It's hard not to. Again, you don't win and walk away less confident. You know what I'm saying? That just doesn't happen. You are not. When was the last time you're like, I won, I feel so bad? No. So I want you to think about this. And that's the thing, man. It's not really fake it till you make it. It's so weird. Fake it till you make it is such like good advice, but it sounds so shady. It's so weird and then look at what happened. We said fake it till you make it so much. We literally wound up with a generation of everybody just being fake. And now it's just like, look at Instagram. It's fucked up. I'm telling you this, not fake it till you make it. I'm saying like, and this is a thing I think all of us can do a little bit more. I hope you do this in your prayer time, in your meditation. I'm not saying fake it till you make it. I am saying to visualize where you want to be every day. I'm saying actually, I want you to think about what you want, and I want you to think about getting it and and then really you start asking yourself very simple questions. Oh, okay, what if you did get what you wanted? What would you do? Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me, bro. Y'all really don't feel me. Look at that. This is giving you answers already. This is why some of you will realize you're already doing what you need to be doing, and some of you need to do something different. Go visualize what it feels like to get what you want and what you're winning. What would you do next? You accomplished everything you wanted. What are you doing next? Okay, good. That's what you should be doing right now. You see what I'm saying? Why don't you have the confidence? You just needed a win. It's just like people say, oh, I would save the world. If this, go save the world now then. It's not if you have money. Trust me. If that's really what you want, go do it now. This is huge. That's what I'm saying, man. You got to visualize it. That's why I got excited by this. I did. Because I'm like, man, what would it be like if everything was a certain... I would be doing what I'm doing. If you asked me if you got every goal accomplished, what would you do? I'd be like, I'd probably be doing what I'm doing now. Yeah. That's it. I'd say I would probably be a little bit more Mr. Beast, giving away $1 million every day if I had it. So maybe I could go give away $1 million a day now. I just got to take a loan. We'll have a couple days. But again, with how you're putting your time, how you're behaving, this visualization should give you an idea of where you should be, or what you should be doing, or what you want. So I'm not telling you to fake it till you make it. I'm telling you to act like you already won. I want you to visualize what winning feels like. I want you to visualize where you want to be and constantly do it. Because it is, and the reason why is for you to strategically gain confidence. I want to be around somebody who's visualized the win and can act like it when it shows up. You see what I'm saying? You do too. You don't want to be around someone who can't control themselves in a certain moment, but also you want to be there, being able to react. So fake it and make it? No, visualize. I'm telling you to visualize every day. In that visualization, visualize winning. That's what I'm telling you. You see what I'm saying? I'm not telling you to do anything unscrupulous. I'm not telling you to find a way to justify not being straight up with people or yourself. No, this PHILO, there's no way out. It's saying sit your ass down and think about what it is to win. What is that going to look like? What's it going to feel like? What are you doing? And keep it. If athletes do it, you can do it. And don't just do this once. That's a movie. I want you to manifest it. Dream about it. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what it is, but it's not faking. No, nothing's being faking. Nothing is we act one way until we make it and then we abandon what we acted like. No. It's literally saying, what's a win? This is what I feel like if I win. You wake up and drive, bro. You know how you wake up and drive? I won. That's it. I visualize. I see the win. I see how it could happen today. Oh, I feel it. I'm on the precipice of it. I just imagine the whole victory running through the finish line. If I won, I would buy someone lunch today. If I won, I would help it. Go do it. It's there, but that's why you're gonna move differently, bro. You're gonna wake up with that pep in your step. Some of y'all need to realize that. You don't wake. You ever not realize I wake up hella annoying? You can too, bro. You don't need Folgers. But that right, a different little feeling about how today's going to go out, that'll wake you up. Again, visualize a victory, how that plays out. You're going to be a little hoppy, a bubbly. You're going to move. So that's your PHILO. That's what I'm saying, man. I think a lot of us neglected it. I think some of us all flat out just lost confidence and stopped acting like they were going to win. And then there's some of y'all in some areas you have just neglected the aspect of visualizing your success. And I think some of you have success. And I think some of you have emotions and a lot of good things in you. Positive emotions that could be used and passion. But you're not visualizing the success. So the world is bogging you down and you're not able to extract what it really feels like. You're getting caught up in the motion of it. And it's like, no, look, visualize it. Feel it. Stimulate it. Simulate it in your head. Go through that feeling and act it out in your head and tell me watch what happens. So, Chad, like I said, today's kind of a different philo. I think it's very, very straightforward in a really weird way. Is visualize. That's what I'm telling you to do. That's what I'm telling you. I realized, I was like, man, I'm gonna visualize a little more. Because again, in some areas, like I told you, bro, I do have a certain level of confidence that I'm grateful for. And honestly, there's a level of confidence I do. That's where a reason why I say finger to the sky. I do blame it on God. You don't believe me. You don't start feeling a certain way. I'm obnoxious, and I'm very confident in certain things because I'm like, dude, I got God. Like, I really do believe that's my dad. That's my sky daddy. Call it, you could joke about it or what, but it's like, believe me, I really believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really believe that I got angels walking. That's a different level of confidence, and that's a different level. But like I'm saying, man, you could go every day visualizing and take it to even more levels of actively thinking and putting yourself in that state. And all it's going to do is result in confidence. So if you have too much confidence, maybe be careful. But at the same time, I think some people have forgotten the power of the visualization and the power of how it affects your behavior when you do act like you have won and I've already been victorious. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in my channel. First link for the Screamalites boot camp and real estate course. Yalla. Visualize closing stocks. Don't do it, though, for real. Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you think it's, like, corny, but some of y'all need to wake up and realize that's the answer. You need to visualize your stocks going up, yes. Visualize you hitting every trade. Visualize it going up to $1 million in a day. You know why? Because when that moment arrives, you're actually going to know how to, it's not going to surprise you. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to get that emotional. Your body is going to react a little differently when those things actually happen. And you know what I'm saying? And then you're going to be confident enough to actually do your due diligence and search in the process. So, yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how many people think I'm joking about this or what you think it is, but I'm like, no, bro, for real. Like, there's another level to this. Man, what is this? $140. What is that? So $280? All right, yeah, bro. I made the NVIDIAs free. So we got 7 free contracts, which is pretty hype. So I sold out 27 cents. Again, we bought them at like 14. So literally now it's at 28 cents. So literally they're up 100% now. So now you could get 10 free contracts. I got 7. I just went early just in case. Yes, sir. But yeah, that's the philo, man. So philo exited out of the play. Let me get you some uncle. And then that's it. Now we got 7 free NVIDIAs. Biggest super I've set for the video. You went 34 on that contract. Let's go, baby. So I'm talking about PNC and good call outs lately, bro. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Amen. I'm down with this.
wanna ride that. Yeah. Peasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna ride that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please start back in, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of
saw it as I was leaving. Peloton price change news. Peloton executives coming out with a bunch of headlines right now. They have more than required cash.
Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing bad me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery and maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you one more because that one disturbed my schedule.
Hey man, it's a cop, baby. 2020. God bless y'all. Yeah. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. It lifted me up, I'm holding it down. Pass it around, started with nothing but went for the land. They said I'm crazy, but that was the plan. Mama, she raised me one hell of a man. She said don't get it if you won't get back. I gonna ask you what you did with that. I know he smiling when he looking down. They think I'm crazy, but I think they boring. Remember the days that I couldn't afford it, so I got some dollars, I had to go flaunt it. No wonder I lost it, but I kept on seeking it, I kept on calling. So now when I'm eating, I'm no longer starving. I shoot like I'm Harden, but pass it like Stockton. Got money like Wall Street, but loving like Gandhi. Ay, you could keep your hate on grade, I'm chillin'. I ain't hop up in the raid till I say, made a play on the building. I can play with your feelings, throw 100 in your face. Everything 6 digits, turn a 5 to a 50, but I ain't a magician. But you saw it on the net. Now I'm talking my positions like the video was hitting to the quad car switch. Made 1,000 off a plane, watching Facebook videos like they say I'm different. I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. 1,000 that hate me some regular shade. Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. 1,000 that hate me some regular shade. Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. 60 for growth, 40 for slow. Stepping in mode, heavy vest Spotify, how think they go? Higher rim, higher, so I'm buying slow. I don't like if it is below 4. Got me beyond cause it didn't take scrolls. I bought into Disney cause Frozen was dope. It's really that simple, I've done this before. I kept it simple so they thought it's stupid. I'd rather do that cause nothing feel more clueless. They wasting their time trying to decide while I do it. But do what you doing, my talking is fluent. Your talking is stupid, I'm teaching some game, but your attitude truant. They judging like Judy, they rate me like Moody's. They trading like movies, but paying to do it. Stay up in your lane, I'll train, I'll kill it. Don't make me get your case, my name ain't shit. I can buy this shit for change, watch it change to a million. You ain't gotta see my face cause the plays make millions. I ain't do this in a day, but I wasn't that patient. Started with a long term, hit a play I take. Every time I bet it out, confident the market take it. Then I play the spot on my own, then I started banking. Call baby, God bless ya.
Wow, that's good. That's good, baby. That's good. About Disney, have I not seen it? You just wait till I come back to talk shit, bro? Well, good evening. Good morning. Send me your long term, okay? If it doesn't have more than my YouTube long term, I'm not talking to you. Okay, you want to play that fucking game? Okay, let's play. Okay. Okay, that's what you want, man. Okay. Thousand that hate me some regular shit. It's a pretty crazy concept. Like, if you got to think about it, it's like a wild energy. You know, like to have like 1,000 people or more hate you. Like, I don't think most people could say that. It's definitely different, but you know, either way, God is good. You find a way, but it's regular now. It's a different vibe, bro. It's a different vibe. So enjoy the people, enjoy your haters, enjoy the people that love you. Trump understands. I mean, that's next level. That's that's 50 million that hate you, bro. I don't even know. I'm eating a protein bar too. So again, I'm fucking stacking my bro. I'm gonna have 70 grams of protein by the time the day is the market go ding ding. Why they hate me? I don't know. It's like, have you ever seen a Chihuahua? So, it's I think Uncle says it. You hate on me if you feel like prey. So if you feel like you can be preyed upon, you know you got to bark loud to defend yourself. That's how I view it. So like if you go out of your way to like attack it, it's like I view you as a Chihuahua barking. And I'm like, he's nervous. That's why he's coming at me. He has to try to assert his dominance to hopefully stop you from attacking. Jesus, this has 200 calories in this protein bar? Why is it? It has less protein than the drink. Jeez. That's a lot. Place is still going up. PLCE. Is there sugar? I mean, kind of wow. I mean, do you think we'll stay in the range until retail sales? No, I think we can move out of it, but I also wouldn't be surprised. Like, these candles are wild, though. So if you don't notice, the last 3 days, it's literally like a 10, 11-point range every day. So it's kind of massive. So if you mean this range, then yeah, we could easily stay in here. But if you mean like getting up to here too, I think that's possible, or even breaking down. But at the end of the day, we do need what's it called? We need it all to just get the data, and then from there, I'm sure that'll be the final answer. Right, this account, day trading, started with 20K last week. We're down to 10K this week. Now you're up to 60K today. Wow. It sounds terrible. Have you thought of a new career? No, I'm just kidding. That's really good. But here's the deal. Are you ready? Hot take. Hot take. I would take out all of the money but the 20,000 that you started with, and I will go buy a house with the 40K right now and turn it to a trophy. And you'll never forget the time that you turned 10K into 60K. And then you're going to be like, look, I got a house to show for it. Find one that cash flow, keep it cheap, boom. 40K is 20% of 200,000. Huh. What? How crazy. You got easy money loan, cash flow, Indiana. Spend it before you gamble it again? No. I'm telling him to gamble it on a house. If you want to gamble, if you want to invest, we'll call it investing. So whichever one appeals to your personality more. I'm just trying to tell you a good option. But yeah, that's what I would do. Either way, it's good though. Congratulations. But as the volatility will show you in that account and what you'll experience, that's what I like to do. So any of my big plays, or if I've ever turned a small account into something, I like to withdraw and turn it into something. I might even withdraw here soon on my TD Ameritrade account. I might even turn it to a house. So, and then keep what I started with. Not a bad idea. No, you can get some good houses for $200K. That's what I'm saying. Like, even with very limited, it'll have a high interest rate, but like I'm saying, even if you've never owned a home, like you have enough money to pull it off. You can maybe get a cheaper home, pay a higher interest rate, have it get rented, cash flow, and then 3 to 6 months of that, you're now even building up your credit of property. So if you couldn't qualify for a house, now you do. Ta-da. Springfield, Ohio. Is that where the cats? You guys will not let the cats go, huh? You guys are worse than Bob Barker. I made a Bob Barker joke about it. I think Bob Barker jokes with animals are top tier. If you don't get it, you too uncultured. Honestly, I should kick you out if you don't understand Bob Barker animal jokes. You know what I'm saying? Because we are just different people. Like, we're way too different. That's where I draw the line, I think. You know what I'm saying? If they don't understand Bob Barker and spaying or neutering their pets, I don't think we could get along. Bob Marker makes the betting in all the jails and prisons. Dude, thank God I'm not taking you out, and like, thank God I'm not dating. Because I'd never take you anywhere, James. You know that? I'm just having a conversation about Bob Barker. He's like, hey, you know, Bob Marker makes all the bed sheets in prison. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Yeah. No, what were you saying? Excuse me? Ah! Okay, Bob Marker. Yeah. Yeah, Bob Marker. Okay. Shoes also. Well, I guess it is a fun fact. It wasn't the fun fact at the time I expected it, but it is a fun fact. So thank you. Bob Marker. I didn't even know that was a thing. You have a 401k with $500,000. Your employer is letting you take up to $100K penalty free for the hurricane. Would it be smart to take out $100K and pay off your house? You owe $81K. What's the mortgage rate on your house? But that doesn't seem like a bad idea because rates are about to go down. So all that money, I mean, the 401k is invested though. But then again, too, prices are high. But assuming the mortgage rate isn't too low, I would pay 3.2. Ugh. I don't know. I would just maybe buy another house. But I would keep the 3.2 mortgage, believe it or not. Because you're just never going to get money that cheap ever again. Like, do you know what I'm like? You have to really, or at least in like 15 years. You know what I'm saying? No matter what it is. So if you go anywhere, like, and you were like, give me $80,000, even for a car, dude, any item, nobody will give you $81,000 for 3.2%. So it'll be virtually impossible to replicate that monthly payment. So again, even in this case, even if they lower rates, you'll still make more money off your $100,000 in fixed income. So if you want, you could just sell. Or what? How many years left do you have on the mortgage? I got a great idea for you. How many years are left on the $81,000 mortgage? 15 years? Oh shit. You might be able to do this better with like insurance. But even then, that's not my wheelhouse. But I would just go buy a 15-year bond. Ta-da. So, but then again, you could probably do that in the 401k. But then just go buy a 15-year bond with $81,000. So you're pretty much paying off your house, but you're buying another note. So if you go buy a note that yields higher than the 3.2, you'll have your house paid off, and then it'll at least give you a 1 or 2% return. Other than that, I would find another house. if you wanted to pull out like the 100 grand and do something with it. I'm trying to see what the 15. We don't have 15 years. You'd have to get like a 20-year bond. But you could buy somebody's 20-year bond that has already been issued for 5 years. But yeah, the 20 years at 4.0. So you would literally make 0.8% on your money just doing nothing. Well, none of it's advice. None of it's a recommendation. So I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a little Egyptian boy. That's just what I would do with my money. So again, I've bought in a lot of bonds, but like I have houses that have mortgages that low, and I would never pay them off. I don't have any plan to. I don't even like debt, but even that's what I'm saying. Even if I'm worried about deflation, I just would never pay them off, because even in deflation, I could go put the money in other areas, protect that money, and make sure I have enough to cover the debt. But it just, nobody is ever going to loan you money that cheap ever again. That's just the reality of it. So maybe in 15, 20 years, or maybe if Kamala or Trump fuck something up but bad enough, and somehow we get to negative rates faster. But for the most part, you're not going to really see that again. And then, bro, you're ripping. We should have got those dailies, bro. I said at 1 o'clock, but fuck. That's it. 1 o'clock was 40 minutes ago. It doesn't matter. It still took off from 1 o'clock. You still went up 4 more points. That's disgusting. So even if I took the call daily when I said after 1, it's still, man, that's stupid. So, and then I'm surprised the bonds went down. I closed that. I took a little bit of gains, but lost on the bond. I gained on the yen. And then SPY's, dude, hitting a high. You were down, literally down 92 points in the morning. And now you are up 94 points. Hi. Welcome. So NASDAQ's only up 1. That's the crazy part. Best of all, SPY is up by 0.31. So believe it or not, if you bought plays at the bottom, you made money. But if you bought your plays yesterday, you're losing money, almost guaranteed. I don't even have to look. I just know you're losing money. Isn't that wild? So if you played today, you made money. Yeah, but look at this. Look at the put. So 550 put, washed. 550 call, washed. Yeah, because again, it was pricing in 1.1. So by yesterday's close, you're still down 50%. Bro, even if you're $2 in the money, or $1 in the money, let's go, $2 in the money, you're still down from yesterday. Yeah, from the bottom, though, you killed it. Bro, I'm telling you, Connor came in here because we were talking about it, and I said 1 o'clock. But Connor came in here and was like, yo, would you buy it was literally like right, I want to say it was like right before there was still a little bit of down. It was like right here. It was like 10:30, Connor asked me, give or take. That's why I was like, so I don't even, they probably went insane from then. Yeah, I don't even want to look, but I'm looking. Yeah, bro, 13 cents. They all went 1,000%. That was awesome. Volkswagen chairman calls on EU to adjust 25 and 2030 CO2 emissions. So not bad. That's a big move, though. Very big move. And the bonds went down. I haven't checked the yen. And then oil even came up a little bit. That was kind of wild. It's weird. The yen stopped, actually. So the yen stopped moving, and then bonds started edging a little lower. So that's very interesting. This is all equity land. Where's gold? Gold stopped. Yeah, nothing macro is moving. This is all your own. Even the dollar is pretty much pinned. I made NVIDIA free earlier. Yeah, that was a great play from the morning. I don't know where they're at. Again, right before I left, too, there was that Peloton news. Yeah, NVIDIA is still going. Damn. Habibi. Bro, NVIDIA is great. 28 cents now. So those plays are at 100%. The market thinks Kamala can win. I think kind of. There's some elements, but it's still, the bonds don't make sense. and then energy and oil, and then it's mixed in with the CPI. There's some elements today that made you kind of think that could be reflected. So, like I said, give it a couple days, and we'll really find out. But depending on what happens with bonds and all that, we'll really get the answer. I think the bonds won't lie. But then bonds are weird today. So as everything was dropping, the bonds started getting that fear bid, and then all of a sudden, as the fear kind of dissipated and the bonds died, the market just started really rallying. But then now all of a sudden, gold, bonds, yen, nothing is going in. And then value stocks are murdered. The Dow came up a lot, though, but the Dow is literally still red as the Nasdaq's up. And then, like I was just showing you, you're up at 0.3, so you're barely moving. And then you're up over 100% on those NVIDIAs. Remember, you can make them free, but you have profit in them. So do what you need to do, my brother. Go bow. Trump medium. That was, they said, debate reaction. So people were not feeling Trump last night. And at least that's the reason why DJT's down 10. That's what the algo said. VST on the high. Was he that bad? I mean, I didn't think it was that bad because Kamala was so trash in general, but there is people who don't, whether they're voting for Trump or not, he got triggered a couple of times. He didn't really come off, the same way. I had my own opinion. My opinion's a little different, but that's the stock dropped the next day. This is like the only accurate, not the only one, but it's like an obvious boom. You just saw this thing fall. But that's what I'm saying, over the next couple of days, if there's going to be any signal, financial signal on some of these odds, I think the bonds will move. Because, again, ever since the last debate, the bonds, the whole entire financial story played along with whatever that direction was. So, we'll see. Volkswagen. Her plan to make him react. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people, again, I've heard a lot of bad reviews on how Trump did. Like I said, I don't think he was that bad, but at the same time too, I am the same guy. Let's be fair. I'm also the same guy. The day of and the day after Joe Biden, I didn't think Joe Biden was that bad, and then they fucking axed him. So. In my opinion, I guess, as I actually listen, and I guess, this isn't my first time watching them, and I look at them one time, so my judgment is kind of, I don't even think, I think a lot of it was underwhelming, but like I said, a lot of people have left negative reviews on Trump in the last 24 hours, and so did the media. We were down 1.8 on the SPY. So SPY's literally moved up about 2% round trip. But then, ironically enough, you're only down or up by a quarter. Russell and Dow are still negative. That's why I was just showing you what was priced in. Because even though we just made that move, you're not outside of what was expected. So this is all in our predicted move on the watch list last night. Wall Street Journal editorial said Trump won. Really? Bloomberg said Kamala. Bloomberg literally just watches me because their headlines were all about Trump getting triggered, but Bloomberg gave Kamala the dub, it seemed. Going down 1.8 to up 3 does not feel bullish. Feels like panic buying to stop the bleeding. Feels like volatility. I mean, it is a day-to-day. Remember CPI, we've seen crazy moves and the non-farms, but I do also think there's a lot we're taking in from the debate all the way down to this and then now rates, but the bar was high. Everyone's still getting their rate cut, though. That's the crazy part. Everyone's getting so focused on the details of it, but I still can't believe it seems like it's about to happen. time is it? Oh, wow. It's not even 11? Thank you for the video, baby. Let's go. That was a good one. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be a little bit more struggle bus, but it ended up coming through. So that was dope. But yeah, I didn't see the Wall Street Journal one. But yeah, Bloomberg was big on Kamala. They love Kamala. I don't know why Michael didn't run again. Michael should have made another go. I'm trying to see. Yeah, there's so many Wall Street Journal paywalls. The Kamala earbuds. I don't know. I don't know if they're legit or not. People sent me the meme. There's apparently a photo of Kamala's earrings, and there's like one that looks like a microphone on Amazon, but I mean, I don't think it's that like. I think she was a little bit more prepared, suspiciously, but that's not even the. I still think it all sucked. I mean, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, you're going against Donald Trump. That's like going against Donald Duck. Like, you better know what to say. Does that make sense? Like, if this was a rap battle and I had, like, oh my gosh, like, thank you. This is the best example. 8 Mile. So I felt like the debate was like 8 Mile, right? And I felt Kamala Harris was Eminem. Okay? I'm not going to lie to you. I felt like she's the underdog. You know, she got the mom spaghetti. I don't know. I feel like she would be like, it's spaghetti, you know? She's drunk. She's drunk. But when it's all said and done, she's like Eminem. So I thought she was going to come out there and be like, everybody in the 313, because Michigan is a swing state. So the 313 would make sense for Kamala calling for that. And I thought she would be everybody in the 313, put your mother hands up and follow me. And I thought she was going to start with that. And then I was just like, I know everything you got to say against me. I am dumb. I am fucking drunk. I do want to tax unrealized capital gains, and me and Joe Biden really are the same. I'm still standing here screaming the free world, you know? Like, that's what she was supposed to do. She was like, don't ever try to judge me, dude, because you don't know. And then she's like, I know something about you. And then she was supposed to tell us something that we didn't know. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was like, believe me, I'm not that unfair, bro. Like, I thought like she had a chance to do all that. That's why I'm so disappointed, but like, she didn't. You have 4 years to rap battle Donald Trump, and you ain't come up with not one original thing to just end this nonsense between. And same thing goes for him. You're going against fucking the crack lady she literally keeps people in prison. This like evil ass lady, and you couldn't just like end this. So I don't know. It was all weird, bro. That's why when there was crazy like debate ending questions, the moderators just made them move on. So that's how there's a shitty rap battle, bro. Shitty rap battle. Both of them. They both should have came in and they both should have just ended this. But nope. They both had nothing really new to add to it. So, yeah. That's where I stand. Should have been me on stage? No. I would have screamed. What do you mean? Did you not see my reaction? You know how many people got mad that they came to my channel after the debate was over and they watched the recap only to hear me yelling over it? I don't know why I don't know what they expected, PBS ass mother effers, but you know, at the end of the day, I wouldn't do good on that stage. I would laugh very loud at her. I would yell at her. I wouldn't be good for that. I would not be good for that. Mm-hmm. Oh, October surprise. We'll see. We'll see. What else is there? October, the Ides, beware the Ides of March. And then there's the December effect. I can't believe the year is about to end, you guys. That's disgusting. We're about to be in 2025. Do you know that? You guys realize it's like a solid 4 years since 2020? I just want to remind you guys, okay? Just a quick little reminder. So, literally, 4 years. Almost half a decade. Mm-hmm. I'm still here, baby. Amen. Mm-hmm. Long term hit a new high today. Good. Making good buys. Amen. It's kind of crazy. The long term. That's like we're saying, 4 years. I've been streaming for a while, 2018, 2019. I have other stuff before that, but I think this YouTube channel was created in the beginning of 2019. And then first ever stream I tried in 2018 on the other channel. Make sure to have a long term no matter the year and political climate. Amen. Make sure you're an owner. And then those NVIDIAs are going crazy. 32 cents now. So again, we got 7 of them for free, but I have 2 NVIDIAs on you guys don't even care. Y'all just loving NVIDIA. Like, I got to play. I closed out 13 of 20 of them. I bought a lot of them. So we bought those in the morning, and then I just made them free maybe 20 minutes ago. And then now we have 7 of them for free. Bostic violated trading rules a long time ago, yeah. A lot of the people on the Fed did. If you don't recall, it was Kaplan, Bostic, even Jerome Powell, a few other people. Who was, Kaplan. No, there's one more guy. The other guy, the Royals, I think. But, yeah. Oh, wait, is there another headline? Shut up. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. No. This is why I'm saying. That's why I get so pissed. Because y'all I be joking about this shit all the time. I be cracking out of pocket jokes. And then this shit fucking happens. Are you kidding me? Bro, headline. Fed Bostic violated Fed rules on trading. Bostic created the appearance of acting on confidential information and a conflict of interest. Inspector General Fed Bostic violated rules on trading. I don't know if he did it again or if this is the investigation from the first time. That's crazy. If it's a new one, I'm going to flip.
If you look at it on a 6-month basis.
There's no way, bro. If this is a new offense, he's literally like a drug addict. No joke. At this point, if this is a new offense, there's no way you keep getting in trouble and you're straight. And this time, this one sounds new though. Because again, I've never heard of him trading the appearance of acting on confidential info. I've never heard that with Bostic. Because Bostic's other one, he was just trading municipals and then saying his financial advisor did it, not him. That's what he used to say, but he never. So this sounds like it is new. He better get fired if this. But dude, that's crazy. If this is something new, it just makes sense because then he just never gets caught. Yes, the verbiage does point to something new, but I hope this is old. There's no way. No, on October 22nd, So here's the article. Office of the Inspector General. This is from the Fed.gov. So in October, Board of Governors, Federal Reserve Powell requested that we conduct an independent review to which the 2017-2021 trading disclosure activities of Bostic violated federal law. In response, we initiated an investigation. What are these? Are these the codes? We found that Bostic violated the FOMC blackout rule when securities were executed on his behalf. The reserve disclosure statement. He did not initially report his securities transactions on his 2017 to 2020 form and did not accurately report his securities and holdings on 2021 and 2022 forms. The Reserve Bank prohibited holdings from June 11th to June 9th, in which he held U.S. Treasury bonds in excess of the 50,000 threshold. The FOMC trading pre-clearance rule in 2 instances when he did not execute trades in accordance with what he had submitted in the pre-clearance system. So that means twice he had like a predefined trade and then did more or less. Damn, those NVIDIAs are rocketing. On October, Bostic issued an explanatory statement and amended his filings. The statement explained that the following took place because of his reliance on a third party. He had a financial transaction that should have not been listed on his annual financial disclosures. He had financial transactions that took place during blackout periods, the specific timing of which he was unaware. In 2021, he was unaware that his treasury funds exceeded the 50,000 threshold. On June 2013, he issued another explanatory note clarifying assets reported on his 2021 form. So this is telling you the whole story. That's what I'm saying. So they called him out. He had all those things, 2017 to 2020, and then he issued one statement, and then a year later in June had another statement. We did not find any evidence that Bostic trades were based on confidential information. We had determined that he did not have financial conflicts of interest. We independently verified that Bostic relied on third-party managers and that neither he nor his personal investment had the ability to direct specific trades. Dr. Bostic was nonetheless responsible for ensuring that all trades and investments made on his behalf complied with all applicable rules, including provisions addressing the appearance standards. Based on the totality of the findings, Dr. Bostic also created an appearance of acting on confidential FOMC information under the FOMC blackout rule, an appearance of conflict of interest that could cause reasonable person to question Dr. Bostic's impartiality under the Atlanta's Code of Conduct. Huh? This is the weirdest thing ever. So they said, they're like, we did not find any evidence that he did it, but they said based on any reasonable person would question your impartiality. So they're saying it has the appearance of looking like it, but it didn't happen. So although he didn't act on confidential information, it sure looked like it. They're like, it really did. And although it looked like there was a severe conflict of interest, all that happened was it just looked like it. So your wife did not cheat on you. She was just in bed with another person, but nothing happened. It had the appearance that would cause a reasonable person to question the impartiality, but it did not occur. You see, that's what they're saying. And then the relevant rules. So in order to avoid the appearance of acting on confidential info, they're just explaining the rules. That's crazy. Trading pre-clearance, investigative methodology. So they looked at his statements. We reviewed FOMC blackout dates and other documentation. Dr. Bostic has served as president since 2017, voting member 2018 and 21. During our interview with Bostic, he further explained that he intentionally held his assets in managed accounts with trades directed by third parties to make it impossible for him to direct his portfolio. He also stated to distance himself from knowledge of trading activities. He shreds his hard copy monthly statements and only accessed his online statements for year-end reporting purposes. Dr. Bostic reporting stated that at the time he believed that the trades were not subject to the blackout rule and financial reporting requirements because he did not actively direct the trades and did not have knowledge of specific trades made on his behalf. He further stated that he believed that the board should prohibit managed accounts to prevent others from encountering similar rules. The ethics board issued in January 2018 that managed accounts are not prohibited and that investors are ultimately responsible for abiding by ethics and conflict of interest rules. Specifically, the guidance states that investors own assets within the managed account individually and directly in their own name of each of these investments is subject to the Board of Ethics rules and conflicts of interest laws. The guidance also states that employees should also use a managed account only if it allows investors to pre-authorize all transactions or it could comply with an investor's instructions to avoid purchasing bank stock or other assets that may impose a conflict of interest. The Board of Ethics emailed this guidance to all bank officials, including those at FRB in Atlanta on February 2018. So we independently verified that Bostic relied on managed accounts directed by third party and that neither he or his personal investment advisors had the ability to direct specific security transactions. Further, we did not find any evidence that Bostic trades were based on confidential FOMC info. In our opinion, however, because Dr. Bostic had access to his monthly statements, both hard copy and online, he could have identified trading violations continuously throughout his tenure. We independently verified that as of August 10th, 2022, Bostic no longer holds his assets in a unified managed account. Instead, he holds his assets in a managed account in which his brokerage firm may manage assets in his portfolio, but must comply with the investment and trading policy included in the pre-clearance rule. So we found that during March 18th through 23, 153 trades were executed on behalf of Bostic in violation of the FOMC blackout rule. And this included 60 transactions that occurred during voluntary blackout periods of March 24th, 2020 and April 2020. Damn, like in the heart of the fucking freak out. Damn, so these are all of it. March 20, yeah, so he traded the most during March 24th, 2020 and April 29th, 2020. That's crazy. He barely would even trade. And then July, this was the fucking TLT. This was the first TLT. Wow. So he explains, third-party manager, he cites two reasons. We determined that Bostic's knowledge engaged in trading activity that did not prevent trades from being executed. During blackout periods, as described, the blackout rule states that individuals should not knowingly purchase or sell during blackout periods. The FOMC blackout rule does not define knowingly. To help inform our analysis, Bostic's knowledge of trades occurred on his behalf during FOMC blackout periods. We reviewed civil statutes and case law and determined that knowledge includes deliberate ignorance or intentional avoidance of readily available info. Therefore, we interpret the blackout rules knowingly standard to include both actual knowledge and what an individual would have known but for their deliberate ignorance. Even if Bostic did not have contemporaneous knowledge of trades as they were being executed, he did have knowledge that his trades could take place during blackout periods and intentionally avoided reasonable opportunities to have known that his trades are occurring during blackout periods. Knowledge that trades could take place during blackout periods. He had knowledge that trades could be executed because of the structure of the managed accounts that he used with related communications between Bostic and his brokerage. Man, there's a lot of this, bro. I thought I was almost done. This is crazy, though. Oh, yeah, what happened to the Chad? I start reading you the Bostic thing, and it turns off. Yeah, my Chad stopped loading. What the fuck? Yeah, YouTube Chad just cut off. Where's the Twitter? This is Bostic. This is crazy. Yeah, YouTube Chad stops working. So Atlanta Fed acknowledges report will meet on next step. Yeah, they're going to have to do something about this. So this is the investigation's finally concluded. I have to keep, bro, I'm only on page 12. There's so much more to this, but essentially it's they're saying like, and it makes sense, like I don't think he acted on confidential info. And I don't think he he did it on purpose, but he did violate the rules. So he did create an appearance of a conflict of interest, and he did, whether it was ignorant, willingly or not, hundreds of trades were executed during blackout periods, voluntary or not, and he should have known about it. That's crazy. Yeah, so you got to go to the Twitch, bro. YouTube is clapped. Only a couple of you guys are saying anything. The Twitch works. I could keep reading it for you since I don't know what you guys are. This is crazy, though. There's a lot. But, like, I hope you get what they're saying, because they're saying he's not, like, he wasn't doing anything, like, sketchy. Like, he wasn't acting on confidential info, but he definitely created a appearance that he was doing something, and he did violate the rules, like, whether he knew about it or not. So where's this? Communications between his Bostic. He employed 3 different brokerages during his tenure. We requested that these for firms produce all documented instructions by Dr. Bostic. They were consistent with the trades, not actively directed. Could happen whenever. Specifically, one brokerage firm provided documentation from 2018 that reflects his instructions that he was prohibited from owning stocks in banks and banking holding companies. The documentation does not reference the FOMC trading blackout rule. When asked during his OIG interview whether it was possible that the blackout rule instruction was not given to the brokerage firm because he did not believe it to be relevant because of his inability to direct trades, Dr. Bostic acknowledged that was possible. I love how they're like, is this a reason why you lied? Could this be why? They're hooking him up. They definitely were nice to him. We also identified a document that, remember, it reminds me of the Biden one. A document that memorialized February 2021 call between Dr. Bostic and his current investment firm, which states Raphael communicated that we cannot actively, emphasis added, place trades during Fed meeting blackouts. He directed us to the Fed website or calendar for blackout dates. However, 3 months later, Dr. Bostic signed his brokerage firm policy, which is a guide for the development, implementation, and ongoing monitoring of investment strategy, and memorializes a client's investment objections, restrictions, constraints, and preferences for the portfolio. Section 4 of the IPS, which specifically outlines Dr. Bostic's trading restrictions, noting Fed workers refrain from investing during banking thematic investment vehicles. The IPS did not make any reference to the blackout rule. Finally, August of 2022, in an email between Bostic and his current investment firm, to which February 21 meeting notes were attached, the investment firm representative summarized his understanding of Bostic's trading strategy. Said you need to avoid all conflict. The brokerage firm acknowledged that trades might take place during blackout periods. As such, Dr. Bostic had knowledge that his current brokerage firm could have made trades on his behalf during blackout periods. Based on the totality of the info, Dr. Bostic acknowledged that his brokerage firms could execute trades even if he did not have contemporaneous knowledge of what the trades of such trades. So intentional avoidance, Dr. Bostic had access to, but intentionally avoided readily available info that trades have been executed on his behalf during blackout periods. Specifically, Dr. Bostic had access to monthly hard copies as well as ongoing access to his online trading statements. He could have used these documents to identify trades that have been excluded on his behalf during blackout periods, and then taking appropriate action to avoid future blackout periods. However, as described above, Dr. Bostic shredded monthly copies and only accessed online statements at the end of the year for reporting purposes. In addition, even if he did not review his monthly trading statements, he could have identified the FOMC blackout trades if he accurately reported his transactions on his annual form. Ooh, that's ugly. So, yeah. So they're saying he had a hard copy. He could have accessed it online. So even if he didn't know, again, refer back here, these are all of the blackout violations. So from 2018 to 2023, and then remember, during 2021 to 2022, you see these 50 or so trades, he was already accused of doing shady shit. You can't make this up, bro. So he had monthly statements, physical and online, And they're saying even if, like, he intentionally avoided them and tried to say, oh, I didn't know what was happening, but then on top of it, his end of the year forms and month forms were inaccurate. Remember, that was another complaint. He inaccurately filed stuff. So if he accurately filed it, he would have been aware that he was violating the blackout day. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. So they're saying even if you didn't, if you weren't intentionally avoiding it, you would have gotten a way, way, way different outcome and should have noticed it if you filed your shit accurately. So based on the analysis, we determined that Bostic had knowledge that trades had been executed on his behalf. We therefore determined that 154 trades in Table 1 violated the blackout rule. Appearance of acting on confidential information. As president of the Atlanta and member of the FOMC, Bostic was responsible for avoiding financial transactions, the timing of which could create the appearance of acting on inside info concerning Federal Reserve deliberations and actions. We did not find evidence that Bostic conducted financial transactions based on confidential info. We determined, however, that Bostic avoided reasonable opportunities to present trades being executed on his behalf during blackout periods. Accordingly, the timing of Bostic transactions during blackout periods created the appearance of acting on confidential info. His acknowledged in his explanatory statement that he did not give adequate weight to a provision regarding avoiding the appearance of benefiting from non-public info. That makes no sense. So again, they're saying it clearly looks like he did it, even though he didn't. And he avoided reasonable opportunities to prevent the trades from being executed at those times. So he could have stopped it from looking like that. Like, again, it's seriously, I mean, I'll be honest with you. The example that I think of, it's Donald Trump and the prosecution. So for all you, like, loco liberals out there, you know, when you guys are like, Donald Trump's a felon, we don't believe you because you decided to prosecute him a couple of months before an election. So it doesn't have that much legitimacy. You see what I'm saying? So you could have avoided the appearance of a non-political prosecution if you just waited till an election to go after Donald. That's what they're saying here in this, where it's like, if he was aware of these blackout dates, he could have simply just made the trade after the blackout window, and it wouldn't look like he acted on confidential info. But in this case, they're saying even though he didn't act on confidential info, there's no evidence. It definitely looks like he did, because you made over 150 blackout trade violations. That's insane. So conflict of interest. He filed Form A every year, served as president. We found that original form contained only real estate transaction and did not contain any securities transactions. We independently verified that Bostic's original form did not report the following transactions, which, oh my God, dude. So for the 4 years prior, he would never even file his stock trades with the Fed. That's insane, dude. Are you hearing this? So in 2017, he had 15 security purchases and 37 sales. Never reported him. Only reported real estate. 2018, only reported real estate. 48 transactions. 21 purchases, 25 sales. 2019, 76 transactions. 53 purchases, 23 sales. 2020, 114. 57 purchases, 57 sales. That's crazy. No, so every year they have to file like a form of what they hold. So he filed, but he just failed to include a certain part. So this is like one of those things like, yeah, like that's definitely wrong, but it's no one's going to ever check if you didn't do anything wrong. And then somebody checked and they're like, yeah, we've come to find out your Form A on your filing for the 4 years, even before any of this shit, you didn't even include anything related to stocks or bonds, any security. All he did was say, oh, I have real estate. Look what I did. That's insane. I didn't even know that. I learned that new today. Dr. Bostic explained his decision not to report securities by noting in October 22 regarding reporting because of my active strategy to distance myself, I focus my efforts regarding financial assets exclusively on completing Schedule A. So his response back then was that he doesn't manage the money, so I don't need to report it. I'm not really doing it. However, the instructions for completing Form A, Schedule B, state that all securities transactions exceeding 1,000 must be reported. In addition, Dr. Bostic's original form includes changes to his securities holdings each year, which would indicate underlying securities transactions. This discrepancy was not flagged until 2022, when the board DAEO first had responsibility to certify all of the Reserve Bank forms, as we believe the FRB Atlanta ethics official could have identified this issue as early as 2019 by comparing the securities holdings reported by Bostic in 2018 to those reported in 2017. We also found that the corrected annual disclosure forms from 2017 to 2020, which Bostic signed on October 2020, failed to report 3 transactions. What the fuck? So even his updated forms, when they reviewed them, he failed these ones. What a dickhead. 2018, the sale of Cambiar small cap, that's an ETF. So he bought it. So literally 2018, he sold small caps. And then July 2018, bro, that's ahead of the repo crisis. Stop it. Huge pop. Microsoft, a couple names, but we are hitting a new high. I'm sorry. I'm very invested in this. You guys, I don't know. I was going to stop. There's 30 more pages, but I'm kind of invested in this. We are melting up, though. And then our NVIDIAs are up to 40 cents. So they're free in a couple 100%. So again, these are transactions he hid. So again, he got in trouble, and then he updated his filings, but then he left these transactions out for some reason. So June 16th, he bought T. Rowe Price, and then he sold Aberdeen Emerging Market in June 2020. That's crazy. So we found let me see if I can make this smaller. We also found that Bostic's 21 and 22 Form A's contain several discrepancies. Dr. Bostic self-reported some of the discrepancies in June of 23, explanatory note and note to his 23 Form A. In addition to the items he self-reported, we found additional discrepancies on his 21 and 22 forms. 2021 Form A, he failed to report 17 transactions, and we found several typographical errors, such as a transposition of letters in a ticker, which we did not find to be material. On his 2022 Form A, identified ESGD shares, EAF, as a purchase. When compared to the brokerage, we found it to be a sale. Appearance of conflict. In addition to the June 18th and October, when Bostic did not disclose the transactions, he created an appearance of conflict of interest that would create a reasonable person to question his impartiality under the Code of Conduct. He routinely represented the Reserve Bank in dealing with the public. Prohibited holdings. We found that Bostic held shares of 2 different funds that concentrated on Treasury bonds and note, and his spouse held shares of one fund that concentrated on Treasury bonds. We found that in June 21, he and his spouse aggregate holdings exceeded 50,000. We also independently verified that he became president. Neither Bostic nor his spouse owned any debt or equity, instruments in any depository institution of any affiliates, in a primary government security dealer or any affiliates. Oracle expands multi-cloud capabilities with AWS Cloud, Google, and Microsoft Azure. There's a headline coming in there. No, his spouse bought TLT, essentially, a bond ETF. That's crazy, bro. And then remember, they sold off the top. So right when you found out him and his spouse had bonds, they sold it. And then the bonds entered their bear market first time in 40 years after they started raising rates. This is so bad. It's just sad because someone said it, like, if this was anybody else, like if this was you or me, unfortunately, we would get in a lot of trouble. But this guy, this is years ago, and this investigation just came out, and they haven't even said what's gonna. Like again, the guy still works there. That's why when I tell you guys, when I had that whole discussion on the incompetence and certain things, and I'm like, come on, like this stuff's kind of crazy. There's more. He got a referral to the Board of Ethics in 2022. These were trades he submitted for pre-clearance to be executed, and they were reviewed and approved by the Ethics Committee. And then 3 of the 24 trades were not executed as originally submitted. Bro, this thing runs deep. Wait, what? No. Oh my gosh, it does get deeper. Bro. On March 11th, 2024. Bro, that's 5 months ago, 6 months ago. Page 17. We received a referral from the Board of Ethics regarding a potential new violation of the board trading pre-clearance system. On January, Bostic submitted 73 trades to be executed. Damn, he's trading more now this year than any other year. So shit is about to go down. That's it. We just got to follow Bostic's trading. Bro, he did 73 trades to be executed from March 3rd to March 8th. These trades were reviewed and reported by the FRB Atlanta Ethics Official and Board. However, on March 11th, Dr. Bostic reported to the board that he identified a discrepancy between the trades that were pre-cleared and the trades that were actually executed by his brokerage. Dr. Bostic submitted a trade to purchase 2,300 shares in a mutual fund. However, his brokerage bought 39,000. Oh my gosh, in shares of the mutual fund. Dr. Bostic explained he intended to pre-clear 2,370 shares of the mutual fund, but mistakenly listed the share number in the dollar value category of the pre-clearance system. I wish you guys could see my face. I'm just staring into the camera right now. Can I read it to you again? This is the shit you want to vote for another 4. This is gangster pimp shit. You know that? He knows exactly what he's doing. He submitted a trade for pre-clearance to purchase $2,370 in shares. However, they executed $39,792. He explained he intended to buy 2,000 shares. That's crazy. Everything is launching, yeah. That's why I turned up here to the SPY. Again, our NVIDIA. I'm riding the NVIDIAs. That's the only play of the day. At this point, though, again, sadly, everything is all within the 0.5. I just regret not buying the daily when the Chads called it out. But this is boss. This is a new one. This was 3 months ago, 6 months ago. It's not. I mean, he's playing a game. This is so bad. You don't get it. So not only does he have his literally for almost 10 years now, from 2017 till 28 till today, homeboy is just making ethics violations, appearing as if it's a conflict of interest and violating all sorts of codes of conduct and ethics as a Federal Reserve governor. Like, this is insanity. But then, even up until this very year, he's being flagged for more errors. And then, like, if you don't get it, like, bro, this is, like, obvious. I don't want to call him a fraud, but, dude, he's doing this game where he's like, I mistyped the shares. So then if he reports anything, he's just going to go one or the other. He's giving himself reasonable doubt. He's like, I meant to buy the shares. I meant to buy instead of sell. Oops, I meant sell instead of buy. Did I buy 39,000? I meant to buy 2,000 shares. That's what I got pre-approved. My bad. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, bro, but you can't plausible deniability for almost 10 years of a very clear pattern. Like, this is insane, and this is recent. Like, this is crazy. So he further explained, as you recall, during the last set of transactions, the dollar in a number of transactions did not align because of price fluctuations when the trades were entered. As a result, my team decided to describe the future trades and number of shares. You'll note that I accurately indicated all the trades in this batch were for a number of trades. So we conclude that the one FOMC blackout rule were executed on his behalf during multiple blackout periods. He violated the Reserve Bank disclosure statement Bostic violated from 2018 to 2022 when he did not report his securities transactions. From 2017 to 2020 in Form A's, he did not accurately report. And then in holdings in 21 and 22, the Reserve Bank prohibited holdings from 21 to 22 where he held bonds in excess of 50,000. And then they also found that he violated the FOMC trading pre-clearance rule in 2 instances where he did not execute trades in accordance to what he had submitted in the pre-clearance system. We additionally determined that Bostic created an appearance of acting on confidential info under the FOMC blackout rule, an appearance of conflict of interest that could cause a reasonable person to question Bostic's impartiality. So I'm a reasonable person. Wow. So all my jokes, legally as defined, I could fall. I'm a reasonable person to question. Thank you. Based on our findings, we are closing our investigation into Bostic's trading activities and referring the matter to the board for any further action they deem appropriate. So, yeah, everything else is just all of his info. This is the supporting documents. And that's it. I want to see his... You should go look into the new ones. And then look at this is him dumping everything before they killed the bonds. I love it. You guys see that? That's a great last one to end it on. I want to see the stuff he's buying now, bro. That's crazy. Yeah. Fascinating. Well. So we'll see. They're going to refer it if anything's going to happen, but he might. That's it. They're closing the investigation. Now, he either gets in trouble or he doesn't. That's crazy. I didn't even know he was doing it like that. Like I said, I make my jokes. I know this story pretty well, but that's like, damn, that's nasty work, bro. I did not know even up until January. So you mean to tell me up until March of this year, homeboy was still buying 10x the amount he was reporting and acting like he has no idea what's going on? That's crazy. So that means the last time you heard Bostic 3 to 4 months ago, he was doing some shady shit again with his trades. That's insane. Wow. Well, what time is... Oh, wow. We still have a lot of time. So, Chad, you are launching. I'm disappointed. Even if we grabbed our 1 p.m. dailies, those would have hit too. But Chad had some epic ones. Bro, you've moved down almost 100 points, and now you are up over 100 points from the bottom. So welcome, my friends. Well, yeah, you're just melting up now. I think we might top out at 1%. I don't know what the NASDAQ was pricing in, but... Again, you're in the weird middle of yesterday. I still think the price movements from yesterday are lower, some of those options. So we'll see. No, the round trip moves lately have been insane. Because yesterday had a lot of juice, but... Today was still, again, like easy 2.5% now, top to bottom. So very, very wild. Wicked. Yeah, I don't know if the Chad came back. You guys, it looks like it's working a little bit. You were clapped for a little bit. We'll see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Crocs, Enphase, First Solar. I think a lot of names are up now. Remember, most of the day today, a lot of names are down. Let's see. How is this normal and so quiet? It's because it's all within the range. And, I mean, it's CPI, so don't forget, like, we've had crazy moves on CPI day. So it was more crazy. We were down 1.8 in the morning. So I was saying it was about to get crazy in the morning. I think the random flip there, that's what's just going to scam some premium and leave people off guard. But I wouldn't read too much into all of this. And then again, we are getting ready now for the rate cuts as well. But I think we're just going to play within the range a little bit more. But it is melting. We have a little bit more time. But until this goes above 1% on the SPY, sadly, the market was ready for all of this, which is disgusting. All right, well, new high. I'm going to go to the bathroom. But, yeah, if you ride the NVIDIAs, I'm glad we made those free, but those keep going. Those are insane. So I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingFraternity. I love you.
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
All right, that obviously was Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, former president. With more on what she notes is Harris's success in rattling her opponent, Donald Trump. Let's bring in Bloomberg Opinion, West Coast politics and policy correspondent, Erica D. Smith. She joins us from Los Angeles. Erica, good to have you here. We've been talking a lot this hour about last night's debate, understandably so. You write that Kamala Harris understood the assignment going into last night's debate with former President Donald Trump. That assignment being exactly what, in your view? Because as we just had a former conversation with Stefan Selig, who was part of the Obama administration, we didn't necessarily get a lot in terms of economic policy or policy that maybe matters to Americans. What was the assignment, though, for Kamala Harris last night, in your view?
Well, thanks for having me on. And I think it was basically twofold. I think first it was her kind of introducing herself to voters. I mean, of course, she's the vice president of the United States. She's been the sitting vice president for 4 years now. But, as a candidate, I think a lot of Americans still kind of don't know who she is, what her story is, why she's running for president, and of course, her policy, her proposals. But also, I think the second part was just frankly to attack Donald Trump and to land some punches, which she clearly did, as you noted. The part about crowd sizes, she was able to goad him into several attacks and really knock him off his game. But I think that she was really also able to, in the midst of all of that, really talk about herself. I mean, to your point, she didn't get specific into a lot of policies that she has rolled out only in the last few days. But I think people got more of a sense of what her values are and why she's running for president. I think that's why I say that she kind of understood the assignment.
Erica, one point of criticism that she continues to get is her lack of availability to the media, whereas former President Donald Trump continues to go on podcast after podcast. He's always calling in to Fox News for interviews there. He's appearing on many local, and J.D. Vance as well appears with local reporters as well when they're on the campaign trail. Kamala Harris doesn't do a lot of interviews. After last night, do you think that she'll start to do more?
She probably will as the campaign goes on. I mean, during the DNC, which I did attend, I mean, that was one of the major criticisms. She and the Democratic Party gave a lot of space for social media influencers and other content creators that I guess the campaign felt they really needed to get in front of the voters that they needed to convince to vote their way. I think now as the campaign has matured, as she's rolled out more policy proposals, I do expect that she'll do more interviews. But frankly, even as a member of the mainstream media, I seriously doubt it's ever going to be enough for us. But I do think that she'll do more interviews.
I do wonder, too, about debates, and this is another thing we've talked about in the last hour, or in this current hour, is that we don't necessarily get a lot of specifics on policy from candidates anymore. We don't get those white papers that really roll it all out, and lots of specifics about what one candidate might do as president versus another one. Having said that, we do get a feel as a voter, right? Sentiment and how we feel about somebody. Do I want to have a beer with this person? Do I trust this person in wartime or crisis or during a global pandemic? So in terms of that and what Harris and what you wrote about how she kind of poked the bear with Donald Trump, did that give us more insight into how she might be as a leader?
I do think so. I mean, I think people needed to see her being presidential, right? And I think her going toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, who's obviously the former president, seeing how she would handle a personality like his does give some insight into how she might handle dictators abroad who also have kind of narcissistic, self-absorbed personalities and can be temperamental. So I think that people got a sense of that. And to your point about the policy proposals, I think that, I think people really want to get a sense of who this person is as much about what their policies.
I agree. I just wish she did that, though. I don't know. I wish I got to see a little more. All of it. 60 more days. They're like, wait till the campaign gets more mature. We got 60 days! You can't even... That's 60 days! Yeah, retail. Even PPI tomorrow. That's the other one. I can't believe it. Tomorrow's only Thursday. I thought today was Thursday. It felt like tomorrow was going to be Friday, but no. Argentina, lower house fails short of 2/3 majority. Needed to overturn Malay veto on pension hike. Super hype. I think next week will be crazier, but yeah, it'll be big. The Super Bowl, isn't that crazy? No Lil Wayne. I think it's because Jay-Z. You got to think Jay-Z doesn't like Wayne and Drake. Because if Lil Wayne did it, Drake would have probably came out. But, it's good. I think something's going to be pretty funny to watch. Like, everybody in the crowd on the Super Bowl just yell, A minor. So that's going to be. But, yeah, I feel bad for Lil Wayne. But Lil Wayne's kind of old now. Hey, yo, JP Morgan, bro. What's this? Hold on. Where are those plays? Oh, they came down. Those plays were up. That's dumb. I think Jay-Z, I think he picks the people, doesn't he? No, he owns the Brooklyn Nets. I don't think he owns a football team, but he has something to do with the Super Bowl. I do have the JPM, but I swear it was in the green, but yeah. I mean, we only made that play yesterday. It has time. And I like the idea, but yeah, yesterday that thing went up 50%. I'm surprised it's negative because JPM's up. He picks the performances. With Taylor, oh yeah. That would probably be a logical reason too. Because Kendrick has a Taylor Swift song. It works. That's really smart. I think you're onto something, Jamar. Definitely Taylor Swift, and then Swift with the Kamala Harris endorsement. That's it. Get her on. That's it. You get Super Bowl. Line them up. Tomorrow, I think the PPI is going to be able to move us. Bonds will be a little bit more volatile. I do think I would keep an extra eye on Japan. But that's it. But from now, I mean, we might stay here, go up a little higher. It's either the range widens by another like 10 or 15 points, or the range, this is the top of the range, and then we stay here till Friday. And then next week we get ready for retail sales and Jerome Powell and the rate cuts. Isn't that crazy? So literally by this time literally 1 week from now, it is going to be the rate cut, man. I'm terrified and excited, and it's going to be a holiday. Time is flying. It is almost the end of the year. Am I going to add Whirlpool? No, you can, though, if you want. That's the beauty, because now it's cheaper than where I bought it, but the only problem is you don't get the dividend. So I'll probably add more Whirlpool, but not right away. So I'm going to wait till they have their next dividend and then see where the price is at, because it might move or go up. And then I need growth. So I've bought a lot of dividend stocks lately, and I don't have a lot of growth in the portfolio. So I am going to look into that. Why is Southwest dying? So I do want growth as opposed to dividends. Or like Kroger. Grocery stores are decent. I mean, Kroger's doing good, I think. I'm pretty sure, but, I think we got to be really picky. Like, isn't Sprouts killing it? But, yeah, I think Walmart. I think Walmart and Target, specifically Walmart, just make life easy. I don't know if there's any news. I'm checking right now. I don't see anything. Southwest is moving down. What time is it? 8 minutes till power hour. Airline guidance ahead of quarter 3 updates. So airlines are going to give quarterly guidance recaps over the next couple of weeks. So September 26th, Investor Day for Southwest. I think they changed something, or Activist Investor did something. I remember hearing that. Why does the stock dump every morning? Because there's a lot going into around the world. China, Australia, Europe. They have a lot of reactions, and then we have a reaction, and the market opens up, and then the orders come in, then the cash open, and then there's futures, and then Europe closes, and then we go on throughout the day, then the news headlines, and then the market is perfectly efficient, so there's no room for error, and everything's already priced in, and then it reacts, and then it doesn't, and then, yeah. So it's a lot goes into it, but it's kind of just, you'll get used to it. But that's why, too, there's both opportunity and risk there. And, again, that's why, like, the market, when you look at the market in a micro sense, like at every twist and turn, this shit is very, very complex. It's kind of wild, but that's why, like, again, the long term and, understanding what an investment market is and the purpose of it, that is pretty easy to understand in a broad sense. No, there's something else on Southwest. I swear it was this morning. Elliott, new activist press release. That was yesterday. I swear there's something there. Can we get Machado? Spies up half you can. You could go up another 0.5%. Michigan ratings upgrades. State trunk line. Don't think that's important. Don't think it's important. It's kind of cool. We're chilling out. I mean, if you consider a belt up, chilling out. Remember, this has been an awful start, you guys. It's very weird. Every day of this month has been green for bonds. But you guys realize this has been the worst start to September in 50 years. So if anything, this is where the market, these last couple of days of even going up, and it's been very bumpy and in a wide range. This is the last time, I guess these are the last couple of days and then you start to enter into the shitty seasonality. So let me see. What day's today? 11th? Hold on, it's like I'm looking at that chart. Yeah, so today is usually green. Tomorrow's red. The next average green day of September will be the 16th. Then the 19th, 18th, and 19th will go up by 0.02 on average. And then the 28th will be green, and then that's it. On average. So this is just based over the last like 50 or 70 years. Those will be your next green days on average. Today the 16th, 18th and 19th, and then the 28th. And then every day after that is on average red. Anywhere from a little bit all the way up to like even 0.5%. Ta-da. So we'll see. But that's why even then, looking at where you were, and then the fact this is like scraping. You're barely right above the line that, well, separated July and August. So I think there's a lot in store. A lot in store, my brethren. Would tomorrow be red? Usually, this is all average based on seasonality. And then sometimes it's like super wrong. We've seen a lot of weird seasonal things both play out and not. So seasonality is like very helpful sometimes, and then sometimes it's just like a horoscope. There's nothing that guarantees it to be a certain way. But we don't know if the punishment's going to be. That's the sad part. We live in a world nowadays, and this is why I had that rant the other day. And some of you are like, where's the evidence? Well, this is it. But like, we live in a world today where you genuinely do not know what's going to happen to Bostic. Meaning he could either get in trouble or nothing is going to happen at all. That's the world you live in. Whether they did an investigation, documented how bad it was, whatever he did, said he did this, he did that. The fact you don't even know. It's either he will get away with it or he won't. But that's the sad reality of the state of. It used to be, people used to get in trouble. They used to throw the damn kitchen sink at him. Kamala would throw the book at him. But now you don't know. Well, they're putting it to a Fed board. I don't think the Fed wants to get anybody in trouble and risk any more credibility coming into the cutting cycle. They released the report on the Bostic investigation today, and they found out that he didn't trade on confidential information, but it had the appearance that he did. Same thing with knowingly violating the rules, and he had over 150 trades that violated the blackout window, and some as recent as March of 2024. And then he improperly filed multiple forms on what he's holding from 2017 to 2022. So pretty wild, and a lot of evidence and what it's getting compared to. If it were Trump, yeah. I mean, if it was Trump with that evidence, they would already throw him in jail. But again, this is Bostic. But I said this the other day. That's why I was like, come on. Like, there's people even on the Fed. Like, this is a guy on the not only this has been going on for a while. We all knew it. This is why I would make a joke every time I would see him. It's crazy that they're now just concluding the investigation, coming to this, like, judgment, and then come to find out Bostic did something else recently. I didn't even notice that. I didn't know. That's crazy. I imagine me making jokes about this dude being shady on the Fed, trading when he shouldn't have, knowing about it, never correcting his behavior. Meanwhile, I be cracking jokes, clowning on him every day, every time, and then come to find out he's still doing it up until March of 2024. He could be doing it right now. That's why I'm like, dude, it's borderline like drug addict behavior now. It's getting to beyond a point of like incompetence and like, why does he work there? It's like, this is like kind of getting ridiculous. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, it's actually getting to the point where it's like, you're really like, so as long as you don't get in trouble, you're going to keep doing this then, huh? You're really going to, like, even if he did get in trouble, even if it looks bad, even if he has to go through investigations, he's just like doing it. He just keeps doing it. And he's going to keep doing it. Even if, like, it already looks bad on the Fed and you got mother effers like me, a reasonable person or unreasonable people making jokes about you, and then you go and do it again? And we're talking, and we're not, don't even get me started on the BLS. That's why I'm like, bro, you are bro, this is like an episode of like Dumb Criminals at this point. But that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That does not happen like that. Like, that is you're either really dumb or very like arrogant, if like whether you're a criminal or not. But that's like crazy, bro. No, this isn't even like Pelosi's shit is justifiable. She puts out her filing. It's her husband. There's not really much to the Pelosi thing. It's just like she's a politician, you know? Like, you could look into it more. But this is like, bro, there's a documented history of this guy at the Fed just like doing shady shit and getting in trouble for it and then not correcting his behavior. And that's the thing, because he's not really getting in trouble for it. People are just calling him out and filing ethics violations against him, but he's not being reprimanded, and it's just not stopping. It's actually like insanity. It is like getting arrested while on probation, but even then, though, he keeps getting let off with a slap on the wrist. That's why I'm like, there's no way this keeps happening with Bostic. It's nuts. They look more incompetent if they don't hold him. Maybe. I think they try to avoid any drama ahead of a rate cut cycle. You know, they want the house looking in order. Got to keep up appearances. Well, nothing came out of it because they're referring it to the board. So technically, he still could get in trouble. Like, they're still deciding on whether or not, you know, what sort of punishment to recommend. It's crazy it's taken this long, but that's just part of the, you know, now they're just going through the process of determining what his punishment's going to be. Now Hunter doesn't matter. I don't think you guys realize, like, this is why I always make the joke. We're talking about a Fed person. This is the Federal Reserve. These are the guys that homeboy could say something and change the stock market by 5%. You realize that, right? If Bostic goes on TV and says Jerome Powell said he's not cutting rates, the stock market would crash tomorrow, and vice versa. You realize that, right? Yeah, the Bostic bounce. So we're talking next level shit, bro. Everybody. We're talking about the Fed. This is the Federal Reserve. We're talking the guys who fucking print the money are either trading against you, or it looks like it, or they're telling people, or it looks like it. You see what I'm saying? And doing all of this stuff, or it looks like it. That's insane. And these are the guys printing the money. It's messed up, dude. This isn't Hunter Biden. This isn't Donald Trump. Dude, this is like the Fed, and he still works there. And all the while, he's been there for every year since 2017 up until today with the latest violation of March in 2024. That's crazy. And we're talking about the guys who could move everything. Do you think he'll get... I don't know. I don't know if he'll get in trouble. If this was, I think, 10, 15 years ago, he would have gotten a lot of trouble. He would have resigned already. He would have resigned when it first came out. It was just, this doesn't look good. It's awful. So, but I don't know what they're going to do now. Man, supply might go up again, and we got 55 minutes. I know, yeah, right? Why not? I don't get why they don't just hold him accountable, but I just think it's the appearance. That's all. I just think it doesn't look good. It just sucks because it already looks bad for the Fed. But that's why I'm like, it reminds me of a drug addict because he keeps doing it. You know what I'm saying? He already made the family look bad when he got caught. But the fact he's still like doing lines under the table, that's crazy. That's crazy after you already got in trouble for it. And he's still sneaking off to do some blow. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, dude. I'm like, they let you slide too. Man. Mm-hmm. Well, then NVIDIA still killed. Man, 115. Those plays are at 40 cents. They were at 14 cents this morning. It's crazy how many people buy NVIDIA options, too. That option chain has 36,000 in volume now. I didn't hit expectations. I got fired yesterday. He violates trading rules, and he's fine. I mean, he violated trading rules 161 times. Dude, I'm telling you, that report was crazy. We read all of it. It's kind of nuts. I made my NVIDIAs free. So I sold out 13 of 20 to get my money back, and then I have the rest. So I have 7 of them at like 40 cents. So that's still like what? $280. It's a decent amount of money. Bro, this is 120 point round trip swing. Very, very big day. Very, very big day. Yostic. No, bro, for real. Well, I'll take it, man. I'm good. I said I thought I was going to trade NVIDIA more today, but, bro, that contract was one way. I guess it came down one time right after, but then that was it. The debate, it's 25. That's funny because in the morning, people didn't really like that, but no, it's clear. None of the data is moving enough to really spark any other conversation. It's clear. One rate cut. Start with that. 25 basis points. That's going to be the answer next week. No questions asked. I mean, maybe PPI tomorrow or retail sales could change that, but for the most part, it seems like the conversation is there. I think technically right now we're at 0.3. So if you like, there is still a little bit of hopes of more, but like the technical pricing on the Fed futures right now, it's 0.3. So a little bit more than one rate cut, but not enough to get 2. So it's pretty much 1. So that is what we will be dealing with. And then, again, we'll see what PPI does. But even like today has shown, I don't think any sort of reaction will knock you off course. We're just too much on the golden path, and the data is there, and unless it's going to change rapidly, I really strongly doubt that that'll derail anything. Amazon's on the high. FAA said UAL's safety audit's almost done. That's old. BLS is Bureau of Labor Statistics. Silver and gold will go up. I think when we get the cut, yeah. Eventually, I'm just still worried, though, about the pullback. So I do think before the final, like, gold craziness, when we get the hard landing, I feel like gold is going to get a really fat dip. So just be mindful of that. That's all you got to watch out for. Get paid on the dailies. Well, I'm sure there was a lot of puts. Remember, it's the worst start to the September in 50 years. I can't believe we missed it, though. We were just talking about them. Even the 1 o'clock calls hit. So I thought it was too late after that, but nope, that was cash money. Cash money. Again, the Nvidias were good. Where's oil? Oil came up, but still down. The yen and bonds chilled out. Bonds stopped moving after that gain. What do we leave from the BLS? I have no idea what you're saying right now. You're like you're like talking to me in real time, but it seems like you're bringing up something we talked about like 30 minutes ago. Would leak? I don't know. It's what we're discussing right now. So the BLS released the data today. You're not going to hear from them pretty much till next month. So the next step here in the market is Jerome Powell next Wednesday. I think Trump could already sell out of his stock, no? I think he sold a little bit, but I don't think he's going to sell all of it. I don't think he can. I think it'll be too demoralizing. Is there any reason where they cut 25 but end up raising by end of the year or sometimes next year? Oh, wow. I mean, is there can that happen? Yeah. Should that happen? No. But if that did happen, that means we have a problem. That would mean you are literally repeating the 70s and that you are about to have inflation again. So I don't think it would be a cut and then a raise by the end of this year. But if it was like a cut and then a raise at the beginning of next year, then that just means inflation has came right back up. And then literally at that point, you're about to go through pain if that was the case. That would be really, really bad. It would be stagflation or that would mean inflation. But yeah. And then that literally at that point, even down to like the time, the months, and how the policy, it would literally become like a carbon copy of the 70s or 1975 to be exact. Good question. I think we haven't talked about that. Yeah, I like it. A lot. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of weird remixes between the 60s and the 80s. It's like a little bit of this, a little bit of... That's why I'm saying this is really fascinating. Like, truly, if you don't understand how excited I am, I really am. And I wish I knew more, because I wish it wasn't so uncertainty and there wasn't as many possibilities, but I guess it wouldn't be that exciting. But just like where we are right now with things, I mean, this could go either way, man. There's so many different historical standards. There's a lot of newness that we're treading and trailblazing. So it's a lot of things converging, and then policy, and then big shifts and stuff that we've seen and stuff we've never seen before in our life. So yeah, it's big, man. It's big. Am I holding my... the debit spreads from the beginning of the month, I'm going to hold those till October. So that's my insurance play. So that's it. If the rate cuts a month after rate cuts, if we run into an issue, I'll make $100,000. If not, I'm going to lose $900. So I'm down with that. And then meanwhile, we could trade whatever else we want. So that is my bet that I'm taking. Yeah, well, we'll see if we repeat the decades or not. But there's so much in store right now that, you know, we just got to pay attention. And then, you know, once we notice which way, I'm sure it'll paint its own picture. But it could go either direction at this point. That's why I think it's so captivating. We still don't know which way it's tilting. Just left the DMV. You got your M1. What's that? Is that to save your dividends, or is that a motorcycle license? Oh, no, it's a motorcycle license. All right, man, be careful, okay? Just be safe. You know, I've had you know, there's been Chads. I think there's been like 3 Chads who have had a motorcycle accident. So be very, very safe, okay? Please. Because I don't want another one of those emails. But congratulations. He said, I told y'all so you could pray for me. Amen. Amen, bro. Just be safe. Ride safe. Give up the bikes. You gave up yours last year? Wow. Did you get in an accident or no? Were you just like, this was unsafe? You're like, it's time to move on. It's too late to apologize. No? Made money, made me realize your life was worth living. Oh, wow. You're like, I'm rich. I ain't got time for no bicycle. Fuck that. We trying to stay alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. You missed the debit spread play? Oh, so you want to inconvenience my day? For your lack of preparation? Oh, that's cool, man. Why didn't you just say it? So, you should have told me. Oh, you didn't even like follow up like through any effort, like the watch list? You didn't even want to look at my Instagram on a 7-second video? Okay, man, that's cool. No, don't worry. It's a SPY debit spread, October. Not a recommendation. Check it out. It's on my Instagram. It's a second reel. Yeah, but I think the live watch list last week was the one where we explain it. But, you know, just a lotto play. Big facts, man. At 2:30, nice. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do tonight. I don't know if we're gonna do a live watch list, but I am gonna have one tonight a little later. So I think we are gonna switch the time on the watch list. It's gonna start coming out at like 7. 6 or 7, but I think 7. That's it. Bro, I love it, you guys. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I think I changed it because one day it was a couple of Chads. They were like, Josh, put the watch list out at 4. And it was during COVID, and I loved you guys. And I was like, okay, I'll do it at 4. But yeah, fuck that. I'm never doing it at 4 ever again. Bro, literally, you have no idea. Like even yesterday, I be driving home, and all I see is traffic all around me except on my way home. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's driving into the traffic. I'm just going home after the gym. And then that's it. I'm like, wow, I'm about to go home, shower, and watch list. That's it. That's it. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. That was amazing, bro. So I don't know. I really like it. That's why I was like, I could go. I get the tan. I'm tan now too. You know that? I'm like 5 shades darker. I'm going to save it for a little before I show you guys. You guys have to check this out. I'm like tan now. I told you, it's kind of weird. It's not a fake tan, but I look a little orange. Oh, Jay Mono. First super Chad. On all of YouTube. And he got the badge, baby. Pony. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, no, it does. I do look a little Trumpy. It's so weird. Trump says he would take part in a second debate on NBC or Fox. Wow. We're already talking seconds? It's the first. It just says it. It'll give that, like, badge thing. Where's your badge of honor? You want one now? Didn't I ban you? I swear. Didn't we have something? I thought, but no, I don't know. It's something you had. I swear you've done this to me. It was you yelled at me before, asking me for something. That's why I was like, didn't I ban you last time we did this? So I don't know. Either way. Bro, never. Never. Not me, bro. Not me. You think it would be smart for Kamala to do a second debate? Nah. I'll just ride with the first one. And be like, I won! And then just call his rally small. That's like, I feel like if you told Trump he has a small pee-pee, he wouldn't get offended. But if you told him his rally was small, he'd freak out. So I'd run with that. I want to do a second debate. I would plead the fifth and fucking win. What do you mean? You guys are acting like Kamala's winning because she's like qualified and good. Fuck that. Plead the fifth. Don't say shit and get the dub. They're like, how'd you win? I ain't tell him shit. Hey, that's it. That's all you got to do. Plead the fucking fifth, bro. Plead the fifth. You have a right to not self-incriminate or self-lose the election. Just plead the fifth. Where's the banks? And then how much time we got? 30 minutes? 20, 36 minutes? Mish Mishkela Habibi. Mish Mishkela Habibi. This move is nuts. It's very large. Again, I'm mad we didn't get those dailies, but this is 120 points, 130 points top to bottom. So this is not small, my brethren. This is not small. Did not come from nowhere. It's quite phenomenal. 55.38, bro. It's a new high as we are speaking. My brethren, it is going. So get ready. 35 minutes till close. Final melt-up may be initiated. Bonds break even. Bond auction was even good today. Everything is looking good. NVIDIA's up 7.5. So that ended up being a very, very good hit there. Dude, those contracts are almost at 50 cents. So you could ghetto spread them and leave $5 on the table if you would like. Or you could take them out now and get almost like $350 off the free ones. And then you got the other $300 from the other options. So it's insane. The next level, for 54.40, damn. I think, 55.50 or 55.555. then 55.62, and then like 55.87 to 55.60 or 5600. So 55.50 and then 55.55 or 57 or whatever that was. And then and then we have a lot. It's a weird timing because it's Wednesday, so like you still have a lot of room. You have tomorrow, and then you have there. I don't know. We might melt up till Powell. That's why we were talking either melt down. It looked like meltdown at the beginning now, and now we're kind of chilling. So this looks like meltdown, but now you're like 50-50. That's what I'm saying. It's just this is all really weird because seasonality, the data, but it doesn't really give you direction, even from July and June and August. So we'll see because seasonality gets a little more sour from here, but the next couple days, it's just again, it's either you melt up or you melt down. You're not confused. You're just impatient. So don't be confused. Just be patient. That's even what happened today. I was even saying don't read too much into these moves because I think if you give it enough time, just remember whatever you're seeing in the sleight of hand and in the short run, all that matters is the rate cut next week. Everything. So these are all the little steps and the little micro movements that are building the blocks of what happens next week. So don't lose sight of that. I appreciate the NVIDIA 225. That's awesome, man. I'm glad. That was a killer play. If you made it free, technically you're up like 600% because you should have a negative 10-cent cost basis. But that being said, that play on the video was brought to you by me getting a channel strike for telling you I like Trump, okay? So like the video. We don't charge you guys anything in likes. So just remember, no likes were charged in the making of the NVIDIAs. So isn't that great? But we have 30 minutes left. I'm going to go grab me a water, and then I will BRB. Yeah, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, man. That's what I'm saying. Just don't forget why. That was brought to you, that NVIDIA play brought to you by Donald Trump. I never talked to him, but again, I just want to let you know. That's why I like the video. You know what I'm saying? Today was great, but except for the drop, right? But that drop had opportunity. I mean, I'm mad that we talked about it and didn't take it because it was there several times. But I need to go to the bathroom. They ain't giving me no commercial break.
Bring with Tony, of course, of yours. Of course. Very well known to our viewers because
Right,
he comes on our program. And you said the following, and I want to bring this up again. You said, quote, the degree to which this technology just dropped on the face of the earth and seemed immediately consequential to people is quite unusual. And that degree of unanimity is building up rather than dissipating. Now, you could take that one of two ways. I mean, you could say, well, that's incredibly bullish, or you can say, wow, everybody's on the same side of the same boat.
Right.
How should we take it?
Yeah, it's a great question. Per my comments, it is fascinating in the sense that there was this moment, November 30th, 2022, where the public at large got a sense of accessing and having a conversation with a machine. It was like a fundamentally new way to think about computation. And it attracted an enormous amount of attention. And yeah, I think the unanimity, the confidence that this is going to be transformative for businesses, for nation states, for our world, continues to build. That having been said, I think there's a healthy debate that's going on, a set of divergent views about how fast this is going to happen, whether or not the scaling laws persist into perpetuity, what bottlenecks and constraints we're going to face, the data wall that people are talking about. So I'm actually encouraged that while the enthusiasm's building, there's an enormous amount of investment, obviously, there's also a good two-sided market about the pace, timing, and ultimate scale of impact of this technology. I think that's healthy.
How quickly, though, do we need to realize the investment on the spend?
Yep.
The return on the investment, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, our investment research folks have done some really interesting work on this. And I do think we have to look at this in the sense of we're building a platform. The platform, it will take a while for that platform to translate itself into applications and use cases that create the kind of economic impact we're all looking for and waiting for. By the way, extremely encouraging early evidence of this, and you've had CEOs like Andy Jassy and Doug McMillan and others talk about tangible dollar savings and speed ups, reduction of latency. So I think there's real impact. It's just going to take a while to make its way through the system. And again, changing enterprise habits, fastening this technology into enterprise architectures, making it safe, reliable, authoritative. all of that takes time and effort.
The other point you made with Tony that I thought was really interesting was, as much as you travel around and you meet with different CEOs, whether older, younger, it's generationally unanimous, the excitement. Whether you're talking to an older CEO or a founder, a young founder of a company. I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, I don't run into many CEOs who are older than me anymore, unfortunately, having been around the game for a while. But you're right. This is a multi-generational phenomenon. I think one of the fascinating things from the Apple announcement the other day was the adoption of earpods for, basically hearing essentially as hearing aid kind of thing. So, look, this is a technology that is widely accessible. We've got this platform of, billions of phones in the hands of consumers, the ability to just access intelligence, to have a conversation with an infinitely smart, patient, non-judgmental machine, pretty impactful no matter what your age or station in life.
I think we're trying, certainly the investor base is the investor class is trying to assess which sectors are going to be most impacted by AI. How should we think about that?
Yeah, well, look, at the highest level, I think you'd say knowledge work in and of itself is going to be transformed at some level. We have the opportunity to reduce the...
I don't even know this is plays for tomorrow. Just oil. Really. I'm mad. They talked about my price levels today, and I think that's what gave it a boost. But oil, I think the average down yesterday was good. I closed out of my bond plays and my yen. I'd be down for the yen, but maybe we give it a day or two. I think by the time we have a live watch list, I'd be ready for there. And then you'll be good to go. But other than that, Chattadonia, 28 minutes remaining on this beautiful Wednesday. Again, after your debate and your CPI. So very wild day here. ABC says 57.5 million viewers across 7 TV networks watched the debate. That sounds like a lot. That sounds like more than the Donald Trump one. Well, that's good. Proud of them. Not bad. Not bad. Switch. I'm on the Twitch. I just don't read it as much. I do sometimes. I see you guys. Twitch. Twitchy. This Thursday is the most bullish day of the week. Tomorrow? I think tomorrow we have one more positive day or 2 more days. Then the 16th, the 18th, and then that's it. Then, damn, brother, those NVIDIAs are still going. They're almost at 50 cents. And then Intel's kind of waking up here, too. The dog in the... Why did that sound familiar? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I was a husky, right? Yeah. That's what's up, baby. I was like, why did that sound so familiar? I was like, wait a minute. Because I think there was another dog, but he was wearing a shirt, not a hat. That was a while ago. It was a wolf? Like, actually? He said it's a wolf hybrid. I own a wolf. I saw that video of the guy who, found a wolf and, raised him. Not going to lie, that's kind of my dream. I hope one day I stumble across a baby bear that is not being followed by its aggressive mother, and that I'm just meant to take care of that bear, and I raise the bear from a boy, and then the bear grows up, and then they're like, who's that? I'll be like, that's my bear. He's chill, though. He's super chill. You know what I'm saying? I wish. That would be a dream come true. I'm going to visualize that one today. Yeah, what's up? Put the PHILO to work. Do I have any future visits to the Gulf states? What's that mean? I'm not that smart. My knowledge is very limited. I don't really play golf like that, but I know the Gulf states could be anything from the Middle East down to Florida. So I'm going to just say I don't have plans to go anywhere. Bro, those NVIDIAs are 50 cents now. That's crazy. They were at 14 cents in the morning. I already sold 13 of them. So I have made them free. I would not sit on the NVIDIAs without making them free. So if you're like, oh, what should I do? And you have not made them free yet, then you're a fucking dickhead. Not because you made them free or you didn't, but because you're asking me what to do and you still haven't made it. You don't even care is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you don't really care that much. If you're like, oh, what do I do? Oh, well, clearly I already made them free. They're up about, like, I don't know, a couple 100%. You could take out the risk. You know what I'm saying? So after that, though, at the very least, I would make them free, and then that's it. If you can't sell them, you could do the ghetto spread easily. You could go sell and then just you could ghetto spread just a couple of them and just get your money back. That's it. Because I'm telling you, we took that play with risk, and then shortly thereafter, you now have no risk on the play. Yeah, you could wake up tomorrow and make a lot more, or you could lose all of it. So you take the risk off the table, leave you some upside, best of both worlds. You can't complain after a good entry like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a recommendation. That's just what I did already. So I'm glad I got the play. I'm glad I shared it with you. Some of you are loving it right now, but I know I still have 7 of them. So I sold 13 of them to get my initial investment back because I went a little bigger. I bought 20 of them. I spent like $300 or something, got all my money back, made a little bit of a profit already, and then I have 7 of them for free at 40-something cents right now. So I have like pretty much like an extra $300, $350 net profit, and I'm riding that, but I'm down to take a couple of them. Strike price is 130, but we have till next week. So people get bullish, we could get lucky. But the play's already good. That's why I'm like, make it free. That's it. Because I've seen a lot of crazy plays go. But just make everything free and then do whatever you want after that. That's it. I'm making everything free, though. I didn't do it yesterday on the one play, and literally, no, I did, actually, Wells Fargo. Right away, and then I told you, though, there's one play, though, I didn't make free, and I'm mad because I could have made it free, and then it flipped. But just, if you get a good hit, make it free, call it a day, and then just do whatever from there, and then even if it doesn't hit, who gives a shit? You made it free. You teaching making it free has drastically increased my success rate. Gotta pay the plug, baby. Amen, bro. It's not, believe me, it's not a bad strategy. Harder. Amen. There's some foreign data, but not really any market news tonight. No. Tomorrow, PPI in the morning is important. PDT, you could ghetto spread it. You have no excuse. Or if you're on a cash account. So if you bought the NVIDIAs, like I'm saying, you just listen. If you want to hold it. But don't try to justify a reason why you didn't make the decision. I even said it the other day when I didn't make mine free. I said, fuck it. Literally those words, because that's my mentality, and you should have the same one too. Like you're making a clear decision. So there's no such thing as I can't or it's not available. If you're choosing not to minimize your risk, it's a choice. It's like if you tell me like you cheated on your partner and you're like, oh, I didn't mean to. It's like, bro, you didn't slip and fall. And like, no, you did. That's a premeditated event. So if you choose to hold the risk, that is premeditated. So if you bought the 130 at 14 cents this morning with me, you could go to the 133s and get double your money, or you could do the 140. So it requires margin. So if it doesn't require margin and you're like, oh, I don't have margin. Oh, that means you're on a cash account. Then you have no fucking PDT. Shut the fuck up. Now what? So do you see what I'm saying? You have a choice. So just make your choice of whether or not you're going to hold your gamble or not. It's very simple. It's very simple. That's it. So if you're choosing to hold, it's because you're choosing to take that risk on. If not, minimize your risk, get your money back, and have a way to have the upside. Best of both worlds. Ta-da! There is a way. There's always a way. Otherwise, if you want to hold it, but just don't get mad that, again, you have 300, 400. Literally, my play after being free, it's up 500%. Because my cost basis is negative 10 cents. because I made all my money back plus a profit. I made 10 cents per contract pretty much. So based on that now, you got to ask yourself, does it make sense, how you want to go about it? But like that's your gains. If you want to let that slide, be my guest. You could make 1,000% tomorrow. But if you don't want to let that lose, take a little off. And then if it does go up too, you could still make some more. You're trading under your family socials, 12 trades a day. Wow. Okay, you should stop doing that. Because I'm assuming that's 3 people or 4 people, 3 trades each. But if it's 12 people and y'all can't get 25K and now you fucking up everybody's chances gambling, I'm going to slap you. Okay? Just make sure, I don't know, man. Just fucking get a long term, dude. Just get a long term. Just get a long term and then a small trading account at the right time, That's what in the prop firm? You're JKing? You're not. I know you do it for at least 2 people. You fucking liar. You don't try to weasel your way out of this. That was a very specific lie. I know what you're up to. Damn right. Better get a long term. Email me your long term, Anthony. Wait for it. If you have an excuse, Anthony. Argent on the low. SPY is coming down here. What time is it? 3:43. Not bad. The SPY, bro, there was a lot on the table today, bro. There was a lot. Even the 1 p.m. late calls hit. I'm surprised. It's like a big but small day, so we're gonna see where this takes us. We will see where this takes us. About streaming on Kick. I streamed on Kick when they banned my Twitch, but I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really I don't like being associated with like a weird gambling website, if that makes any sense. And then I don't want like any of you to you guys are weird, and I mean that in a loving way, and like I hope I love you. But like I mean some of you are weird, like I know damn well you misclick like 4 times and then boom, now you have a gambling addiction. And that's all my fault because you just wanted to watch with a different set of ads, so I can make an extra 15 cents. Boom. Look at that. Now you're fucking doing spreads on fucking football games. You're like, yo, Josh, you got parlays, Josh? Josh, you got a parlay, Josh? Hey, Josh, it's minus 15, Josh. Yeah, man, come on, get the over under. No, always do the under. Always do the under. Everybody knows that, Joshua. I'm like, who are you? I don't even know you anymore. What? It's all because you watch Kick. You be betting on shit. You be betting on dumb shit. You be betting on badminton. I'm like, you don't even know badminton. You be betting on volleyball, D3. I'm like, well, who the fuck watches D3 volleyball? You do now because you have a gambling addiction. You're degens? I know, but at least, listen, man, you could be a degenerate in the stock market, fuck around, clean up your life and your degeneracy a little bit, wind up with a multi-million-dollar long term. Look at that. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. Maybe you just listen to the weird little Egyptian kid for a little bit. You're like, but maybe I'll take 10% of my gambling money and stick it in another account. Oh, what a fucking idea. Oh, and then you know what I'm saying? And then maybe your whole life changes. You're like, oh, this was a good idea. Oh, look at that. And you fucking buy a house or some shit. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I think you have a more likelihood of that happening than DraftKings, or anything else. And then I don't know. I didn't go on Kick enough. I don't know if they have. Do they got hoes on Kick? Because all I remember, I was after that, bro. I'll never forget, bro. And it was sad, bro. You know that? Some of you guys are fucking dummies. You know that? You dumbass fucking dummy. And I don't have your back, bro. Because some of you, bro, you guys got beautiful, loving girlfriends. And you stupid as hell. I'll never forget. I had this beautiful young lady reach out to me and said, Josh, my boyfriend watches your channel and he says you told him to go to this channel, and she be sending all of these sketchy ass hoes on Twitch. And I'm like, nope. I did not tell him. We did not raid that bitch. See, I even call her the B word. You're not a B word, man, but that bitch, I don't know her. Nope. That's not what I suggested them to do. You guys know, so that's why I'm like, I'm not trying to. Whatever environment, bro, whatever and how it looks, and then y'all are around. I don't want y'all winding into trouble or anything. I don't want there to be any excuse. Yeah, bro. Yeah, he be looking at some nasty Twitch shit, and then he got caught and tried to blame it on me. Like, yeah, that was Josh said we were. I'm like, Josh told you to read Proverbs, homeboy. Josh did not tell you that. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't take the fall. I snitched on him. That's what I said. I was like, why, bro? Like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Why is NVIDIA talking about, or Kramer's talking about NVIDIA? Let him live, man. You just blew up the account. I'm not surprised. None of it. Your Chad Fax is very crackheady. So, and you're kind of a new account. You made this one 8 years ago, but you didn't start talking in here till recently. And then it started with plays on Ford. And then it started with long term. And then before you know, you're like, yo, you still in the TLT? 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 You asked me about TLT 5 times in one day. And then you started asking me about CGC. And then you said you wanted 100 TLT. And then you're like, yo, you got any last minute plays? And then now you said the account is blown up. So, get a long term. It's okay. Trust me. We've all blown up accounts. It's a rite of passage. I promise you. If you learn and trust me and get a long term, it'll never happen to you again. Otherwise, I just hurt your feelings and you didn't get to learn anything from it. So now we all lost. So trust me, get a long term. Let me help. Well, you don't want me to pull your Chad Fax. If I pull your Chad Fax, you're either going to get roasted or you're going to get banned. You know what I'm saying? Very rarely you'll get a congratulations if you had some good call-outs, you know? But then at that point, too, if I'm usually shouting you out or you were just like, why won't you give me attention, Daddy Josh? I'm like, that's weird. But yeah, so you don't want your Chad Fax pulled, man. You should have kept most of your money in the long term. Oh, trust me, man. I think that is a realization that everybody has in their life at one point. That's why I'm trying to get you guys to realize it sooner than not. That's why some of you appreciate me and some of you don't. Because that's it. At one point in your life, all of you will all have the same experience. And you're gonna be like, wow, I should have just kept my money in the long term. You're going to have this thought. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have it one day. You're going to look. I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, a year, 10 years. Maybe it already happened. I don't know. But you're going to be like, wow. If I should have just kept it in the long term. And then from then on, your life will become more prosperous. Because then you'll do it. If you actually like have the true realization and you'll never do that again, you're like, yeah, that makes so much more sense. OpenAI said to discuss raising funds at $150 billion. That's not bad. That's like your boy Airbnb. Again, what's that one company that owns a stake in them? You guys remember that overpriced one? What's that ETF? And they own like SpaceX and shit. That's the only stock that'll respond to that headline probably. Not SoftBank. I think it is DXYZ. Yeah, Destiny. Look. So that's the only stock that'll go up off of that headline. So remember, this thing is just overpriced. So they do own private equity. But remember, you guys are asking me about this thing when it was at a very, very high price. It's actually came back down to like the 11. It's still expensive at 11, though. The diversion between GDP and GDI? No. I don't, but a lot of people, I forgot what indicator that's called, but people do use that as a leading indicator in terms of the recession. I forgot there's a special name to it. Yeah, First Solar up 30. They did good. And SPY going up. We got 3 minutes till the final 5. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Sugar high over rate cuts. I don't know. It just, unfortunately, you have a short-term uptrend, but then even on the month, like this is just, we're very, very neutral. Like we're not getting momentum. There's no motion. Like anyway, like yeah, you're elevated, but like do you see what I'm like? We're kind of stalling out. That's my only problem with everything, and that's why I'm like, But think about it. Whatever, you're on the right track of thinking about rate cuts in the next week, because rate cuts in next week are the most important thing. That's where it is. We got to get in that mindset. And then I would think, I was trying to say this yesterday, I think you should have a game plan where, start outlining situations of what you would do in certain scenarios. So if rates are about to cut, the curve is in uninverted, what do you do if the economy keeps going up? What do you do if it slows down a little? What are you going to do if it slows down a lot? What sort of diversification, what sort of plan do you have moving forward? I would start thinking about that because like I'm saying, at the very least, you could have a plan no matter what happens. Amazon announces 10 billion Rias investment in Brazil. Reals. Expedia says they're experiencing a high volume of calls. I have no idea. I do know, I feel like travel prices are about to skyrocket. So travel names got clobbered, but after the CPI, it seems like lodging prices finally rocketed up. Even airlines went up first time in 6 months. My plan is your plan. As long as you don't like new plans, I got you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you just like plans just to have plans, fuck you. But, like, we ride in the same plan, diversification. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I mean, I am ready to, I don't think I'm going to sell out in a hard landing situation unless it becomes so obvious that I have to. Otherwise, I plan to buy a couple of things. And then, again, I do think yen is going to be our exit play mixed in with TLT once Powell slips us the card. And there's the final 5. 3, 2, 1. A lot of activity. Dude, the high ticker is going crazy. It's wild how the bonds are not moving at all. That's kind of crazy. So even then, coming into the bell here, a lot of bigger moves. Microsoft, NVIDIA. Dude, NVIDIA's killing it. That was a beautiful play. So I hope you guys all made money, man. That was nice. That was literally our only play of the day today. And then I sold out of the bonds in the yen play. But that was pretty nuts. So decide, like I said, I would make the NVIDIA free either way. That is gapping up here into the close. That is your final 5. And now, Chad, here's the deal. I love you as evidenced by the plays. And I don't even care if you liked the video. But if you made it to the end and didn't get banned, I appreciate it. I didn't ban as many people today. That was awesome. So good. A day after the debate, too. So good work, you guys. Good work. But as my thank you, I'm going to tell you my warning is when I say earmuffs, it's going to get really loud. So I know some people, loud noises has ruined their lives, and it makes sense, because, who doesn't have loud noises ruin their life? Like, I get it. You get it too, bro. You got to look out for the softies out there. So just as a thank you, I don't want you to disturb your day with loud noises. When I say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers and protect your ears. Protect yourselves, protect your neighbor, protect your country and democracy. All right? All with earmuffs. You know what I'm saying? Lower prices. We're going to lower prices. And we're going to protect the woman's right to vote and choose just by earmuffs, okay? It's all important. And that's what we're going to do. And secure the border. So just earmuffs. When I say earmuffs, all of those things will be accomplished. So protect yourself, okay? But the key word is earmuffs. Are you ready? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. 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 Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Earmuffs. Sorry. See, good thing you had your earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be going through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time or 7 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 86 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you bought a put at the bottom because they robbed you. And then if you bought a call or put yesterday at close, you made nothing because you just moved exactly what the option market was pricing in. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please fly down to flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. That's it, baby. I can't, bro. You're going vertical. This looking like a CPI day. I hate it, though. I hate to break it to you because literally you're barely moving 0.1% outside of what was priced in. But, Chad, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. A very big one, man. I'm glad we at least got a great NVIDIA today, but you got to wrap it up. This is looking like a CPI day. Sadly, the intraday move was absolutely massive, but you have gone practically nowhere from what was priced in, aka this type of move, and where you're ending is what the market was pricing in. So you have 5 seconds. Wrap it up. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll see you tonight. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. It don't matter if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat, baby. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's gone. You didn't get banned. You held it down. You had good sportsmanship. You were a part. You read the rules, bro. You know what I'm saying? Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, my friend. GG. Let's go. Way to hold it down. I see you too, Twitch. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. GG. Let's go. Members, time members, stream alerts. It don't matter, baby. Did you hold it down? Were you actually in the game, baby? Were you a real tag? So, man, you can't you flexed it at the end of the day. Baby, God bless you. Good game.
My money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop,
hey, man, GG, baby.
Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk.
That's it.
That's a good one, bro. Ride is getting killed after hours.
I got options, bitch. Talking like on the right to custom shit.
Oh my gosh. Bro, what is this? What?
Houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that. I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair. I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in. You don't gotta.
No, that wasn't even earnings, bro.
This is real. Never make
that's before earnings. How did we miss that one? They halted it. Oh, I guess so. They only gave you like 2 little blocks.
They thought it was easy.
Bro, yeah, down 75. I think they leaked earnings, bro. That's split by everybody.
You keep on dreaming. It's gonna leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream.
Yeah, just pause due to volatility. It showed up on the wire, but there's no headline. There's no news or anything.
I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip, and then I get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate and shit. I'm busy chasing greatness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like on the right to cost some shit.
Yeah, bro, I don't know what the fuck it is.
All my stocks, I hedge my shit, vested in everything.
It's on screen, ride. Look at this.
Houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field,
bro,
but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's as impossible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, playing as the wolf, subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope, but back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes, I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough, my high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she dropped it.
Dude, I have no idea, but that I'm mad we missed that.
You don't got those, leave me alone.
There's nothing. Even the news wire, the whole entire world is quiet on this. Nobody saw anything. We could have caught it because it did show up on the wire. It just showed up as a halt, though. So that's the only evidence of this thing moving. Right before close, it moved down, got halted 2 or 3 times in like this 30 or 40-minute block from 21 to 15. And then after, bro, it just opened up at 4. No headlines, no nothing. Again, some people were talking like short report stuff, but like literally just nothing. Absolutely nothing on it. No, I don't know how to buy. You can buy it, but I don't know what the fuck is happening. It's crazy. This looks like a recent IPO doing this back and forth, and it just, dude, this is like some weird liquidity shit. Will it let you buy it? I don't know. I kind of want to buy it now that I think about it. This reminds me of Save. But Save, we at least knew what was going on. This is like totally blind. I don't know what Grab is. That's crazy, though. Right. It recently IPO'd a couple of months ago. Well, anyways, Chattadonia. What a day, bro. I can't believe it. I think there was a lot to learn today. We'll talk about it on the watch list. Again, I had an idea of how today would play out, and you went crazy. I do think there was a little bit of reading into today that I think the market may have done too much. The data gave us a little bit, but now we have a little bit of data tomorrow. I'm glad we got a very nice NVIDIA, and then we bring this into the end of the week, and all we do from here is get ready for the rate cuts next week, baby. So, Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding it down. I am glad that you are doing good, man. I hope that you have a great night, but that is all I have for you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for being a real one in the chat and letting it show through your behavior and respect of all the other chats, the rules, and everything, man. I appreciate it. So, shout out to the real ones, baby. And big shout out to everybody who did throw in some love, man. Whether it was respect, genuine positivity, a dono, a membership, I appreciate y'all. And you didn't get banned. You weren't a little asshat, man. So thank you, my friends. Thank you. But that is all I have for you. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And don't forget, while we're here, while we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why you got to visualize. Why you got to act like you already got victory, but why you got to visualize the win, baby. Let's go strategically. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, that is all that I have for you. God bless you. I hope you enjoy your day. Enjoy the rest of it. The watch list will be out later today. So I don't know. I don't think we're going to do a live one, but that's all I have. So enjoy it. Thank you again for being here, bro. Let's get ready for all of it, man. Every day you're inching closer to the historic cycle. But I love you all. Thank you all for being here. Go read the books, all that good stuff. And then that's it. That's all I have for you, man. I'll catch up with you later. Peace out. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why are we whispering? Wait, I thought we already did this. I thought I'm supposed to. Did I win the debate? What? What do you mean? I'm not debating? What the fuck you mean? I debated last night. I'm fucking. And it's still, I wish you put me up against him. But honestly, Kamala's worse. Kamala's a lot worse. Kamala is like 0. Whatever you multiply by it is 0. She's bad. Awful. It's okay. Young guys, they voted for Kamala. It's weird. They want to pay more taxes and go to war. Who would have thought? Who would have thought the young generation? They said, put me in war, Mama. Mamala. Can you send me to battle, Mamala? Mamala, I want to fight, Mamala. They said, Mamala, tax me. Mamala, I want to pay taxes. I want to pay a higher share. Come on, Mamala, let me pay higher taxes. My fair share. No billionaires, just me, Mamala. I know. Isn't that right? I'm working on it. Okay, yeah. Well, you don't even have a plan. I don't even think he has a plan. No. That sounds very, very disturbing, Joshua. I don't even know if that sounds like Mamala. It sounds like Kamala mixed with Dramala. I don't even like it. It's disgusting. Stop it, Joshua. I don't want to hear these voices. Stop what you're doing right now. Exactly. Get a long term. Otherwise, you'll end up like the FDIC and the BOSTICK. I'm not saying he was insider trading, but it looked like it. Exactly. I'm not saying he looked like a woman. It had the appearance. I'm not saying anything. The conclusive evidence. I didn't say that. All I'm saying, it had the appearance. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.